Welcome to my composition masterclass, where I'm going to lay down the groundwork for you in terms of finding your own voice as a composer. Now, this is going to be really good for you if you're someone that struggles to develop your ideas, or perhaps you do have ideas, but you're not sure how to get them from start to finish. Okay, this is going to be really good for you. Really good for you if you're someone that struggles with writer's block. Like, how do we get over that hurdle? Like, we are very creative, right? But how do we get to this point without hitting a wall? That happens quite a lot as a composer. And last but not least, how do we internalize feedback, right? Whether that be feedback from yourself or feedback from others, okay? So let's get straight into it. This is going to be the first of a series of videos, and this one, of course, is going to be called Welcome to Prelude. Welcome to Prelude, meaning that this is going to be basically the ground floor for how we're going to build the rest of this course. Okay, so let's get started with what we're going to cover in this course. Okay, so who is this course for, right? Who is it for specifically? Is this course for you? Okay, what is going to be the course curriculum? Okay, what is going to be the step-by-step process that I'm going to take you from A to Z? All right. The next thing that we're going to cover is who the heck am I? Okay. If you've been following me on YouTube, for example, for a while, you know who I am. But for those of you that are new, this would be really good just to give you a little bit of a taste of what I do as a composer and as a pedagogue. Okay. So that will be later on in this video. And what is a composer, right? We have our own kind of idea of what we think a composer is, but how broad is this definition, right? Or can it be broader in terms of what is a composer and what does a composer actually do? All right. And then I'm going to share with you how to get help, right? How to get help as a composer, because we all are going to need help at some point. And then we're going to have a summary at the very end. All right. Now, you already follow me here on YouTube, hopefully, but I also do have an Instagram, a Spotify, an Apple Podcast, right? Follow for exclusive content on those platforms. And if you don't know, I do have a podcast called The Sad Haddad Show, where I interview various composers, and you can find that on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Share the course. If you love the course and love what you see here, please do spread it around. Let's spread our love for composing. And warning, this is the most important video in the entire course. Watch the entire video, don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed unless there is music playing, of course. Okay, so I want to share with you some results of my teachings just to give you an idea of how I've taught this to other students. So this is Amelia, and she says, with SAD's help, I was able to earn a Bachelor of Music degree from the University of Southern California Thorne School of Music. Disclaimer, I also went to USC, more on that later. And I can't tell you how proud I was when she gave me the call and said, Sad, I got into USC. I basically just started crying at that spot. I couldn't believe it. Not because she's not a talented composer, but I just couldn't believe that I basically took the student from A to Z and she was able to achieve this incredible result. She's also attended summer programs such as Boston University Tanglewood Institute, the Curtis Summerfest, Atlantic Music Festival, the NY Screen Scoring Program, and she's worked with professional ensembles like the Rhythm Method Quartet and Hub New Music. Okay, let me show you somebody else. This is London. He finished a 3-movement piece for clarinet and accordion that he's really proud of, and I can tell you that I've heard this piece and it's really quite fantastic. And he says that so much of your advice helped shape this piece into what is today. So that's London from Ohio. And then we have Jude. He says that he's been out of formal composition study for some time when he began with me. And he feels that his skills, which had rusted, have been restored. And he's over here in New Jersey where I live as well. And I'm really proud of Jude because he really came out of his shell and he's writing all these really incredible pieces, a lot of them inspired by the composer and also the well, we're going to see what composer means later on, but by the guitar player and the songwriter Frank Zappa. So I'm really proud of Jude as well. So who is this for? Okay, who is this course for? Now, beginners. If you're new to composing, this course will guide you step by step on how to realize your musical ideas. Basic music notation and music theory skills are required, but these skills can be readily learned online. So basically, if you're new to composing, right, this masterclass is going to be good for you. But I do suggest that you have some basic notation skills down. Know what pitches are in the treble clef, right? Know what pitches are in the bass clef. Know some basic theory in terms of chord progressions, voice leading, and so on. I'm not going to cover these things in any detail in this masterclass because there are really so many free resources out there where you can learn these things. So I would start there before continuing on with this masterclass, okay? The next group of people are going to be hobbyists. Now, if you have a day job, are retired, or just want to compose for fun, this course will help you develop much faster than you likely can on your own. So, the number one thing that I hear from hobbyists, especially people that have day jobs, is that they just don't have enough time to acquire the skills and they have to poke around the internet and listen to a bunch of people talk about composition to realize how to do their own composing. This course, or at least this masterclass here, I'm going to help you figure out how to do that a little bit faster so that you're not poking around. You just have one place where you're learning everything in terms of how to compose, okay? This is really good if you're in grade school, especially I would say high school and undergraduate students. If you're studying music composition or another music related discipline, this course offers a fresh approach by combining technical skills with real world experience. So, oftentimes, if you're studying music composition or even just music in general, if you're playing an instrument, for example, there are a lot of little things that you're learning, but rarely is it straight up composing. Rarely is it like, okay, how do I actually compose and put pitches down on paper? I found that when I was an undergraduate student, yes, I did have private lessons, but I felt like it was very project based and not very holistic based. So this masterclass is going to show you a little bit more of the craft of the actual composing and what we're trying to think of when we're composing music, okay? The next group of people are going to be probably the smallest group of people that this masterclass is going to be serving, and that's going to be professionals and graduate students. Graduate students meaning people that are doing their master's degree or their doctorate degrees. This course covers often overlooked topics like commissions, royalties, publishing, academic job market preparation, marketing, and other business related areas to fill any gaps you may have. Now, in this week's of masterclasses, I'm not going to cover any of these topics. This is going to be covered way along during the course, but I just wanted to give you a little taste of what's to come. All right. Now, let's cover what is going to happen in this week's masterclass. Okay. So, welcome to Prelude. That's going to be this video, right? The results. Who is this for? What is this course? Who am I? How to get help, etc. Then the very next video in this module is going to be Prelude to Ideas. Learn how concepts, rhythm, melody, harmony, and timbre are used to create music. So we're laying the ground floor here. We're laying the ground floor, like what are the compositional elements that you should be aware of? And in my opinion, these are the concepts that you have to learn first about on a basic level before you can start composing things based out of these various tenets that I've listed here. Now, the next module is going to be Prelude to Writer's Block. Discover the reasons composers encounter this challenge and explore effective strategies to overcome it. Now, I can't tell you how many times I've seen composers that are really excited about an idea, right? They have all these things down that I talk about in the Prelude to Ideas video: concepts, rhythm, melody, harmony. They have all this down, but they hit a block and then they can't write any more music. So I think it's really, really important to cover this writer's block idea head on in the third module and not wait for it. So we're going to learn more about that later on in this masterclass. Prelude to Essentials. So these are going to be your writing tools, hardware, software, and in my opinion, the most important thing, your workspace, making sure that you have a very kind of Zen-like environment to compose. My teacher at Columbia University, Professor Georg Haas, he told me that his environment, that when he composes, it's almost like he's going to church. It's a spiritual journey. So I want to get you pumped up to be able to do this as well. Come up with a workspace that is conducive to your own writing, right? And of course, we're going to cover the technical things that you need as well, your tools, your hardware, and your software. But you're going to see that when we get to this module here, that a lot of it is quite basic. Really, the most important thing is your workspace. Prelude to Feedback. Again, handling external feedback from others and internal feedback from yourself. So crucial. We're going to cover how to handle these different types of feedback. We're going to cover why it's so important as a composer. Usually as a composer, we think of ourselves as these hermit folks, that these lonely, solitary figures. I'm going to show you why external as well as internal feedback is so important, especially as you progress as a composer. And last but not least, we're going to do a module called Prelude to Score Study, finding, reading, analyzing, and most importantly, applying scores that inspire your practice. I can't tell you how important this is. I've started so many pieces because I was inspired by one or two very specific pieces, and even lifting some things from those pieces and then reworking them in my own way. So important to kind of refresh your, let's say, your inspiration wheel, right? So that you can keep new ideas flowing all the time. So I'm going to show you step by step how to do this in this module. All right. Now, who am I, right? Like I'm basically pontificating this entire time, but who am I exactly? Well, my name is Dr. Saad Haddad. I'm a professor at Columbia University and New Jersey City University. Those are the local universities where I am living right now in New Jersey. I teach composition, of course. I teach arranging, and I also teach a class called Music Humanities. That's the class, by the way, that I teach in a group format over at Columbia University. Really fun class because all the students that I have there are not music majors. So we get to discuss music on more of a kind of philosophical level, which I really enjoy. And then, of course, I teach composition at New Jersey City University as well as arranging, and I have a studio of private students as well. Okay. Uh, I'm a composer, right, as well. So I've had several dozen commissions and performances, hundreds of performances really, in North and South America, Europe, and Asia, basically all over the world. As far as education goes, I have degrees from Columbia University. I have my DMA, which is a Doctor of Musical Arts in composition. From the Juilliard School, I have a Master's of Music in Composition. And from the University of Southern California, I have a Bachelor of Music in Composition. So basically a little bit overeducated for this particular practice, I feel like. But along the way, I figured out a lot of things that I didn't learn while I was at these three institutions. So I'm going to be sharing all of these things with you in this masterclass. So I'm really excited for that. Okay. And then, of course, on YouTube, if you're watching me here on YouTube, I've been giving away free resources, including tutorials, behind the scenes content, and I've been doing interviews with other composers. I've been doing this for basically 3 years now, since 2020, mid 2020, and I've been really happy to do it. It's amazing, and getting to interact with all of you has been really amazing, and learning also from you. So I am looking forward to continue doing this as well, because I just find this very fascinating to be sharing these kinds of things that I've learned over my last 10, 20 years of composing music. All right. Now, I know what it's like to struggle. So on the outside, I realize that it might not seem that I've ever struggled at all, but that's farther from the truth. Okay. So I used to have paralyzing writer's block. During my undergraduate years at USC, it took me over 9 months to complete a 7-minute piece. This led to an all-nighter fueled by energy drinks before the deadline, making me realize I couldn't keep composing that way. And this happened to be an orchestral piece called Maelstrom. And I remember the all-nighter that I spent, I was actually living in a fraternity apartment complex at this time. I was a sophomore. And there was a party going on outside and there was so much noise and all this stuff, but there wasn't really much I could do about it because, of course, um, I am, I signed up to be at this fraternity. I mean, it was great. I had a great time, but that night I wanted to be anywhere but there. And I realized that I couldn't just keep going like this. I couldn't just like leave it to the last moment to be writing music, because in case I do encounter something like this, right, it's a little bit too late for me. So I needed to find a way to change my composing habits. So um, this is what kind of instigated that for me. Okay. Imposter syndrome. So I felt like I was weaker than many of my peers at Juilliard while I was doing my master's, both graduate and undergraduate students, especially in musicianship skills. I struggled to play Bach chorales on the keyboard, read multiple clefs at once, and even sight sing basic tonal passages. These negative thoughts affected my creative work so much that I started making a list of pros and cons about transferring out of Juilliard. And this is the truth. I spent, the first couple of months at Juilliard, and I really didn't feel like I belonged at that time. And I actually went home and I had this list, and I wish I kept this list, because I basically wrote down a list of pros and cons about staying at Juilliard and leaving Juilliard. And I remember at that time, the list for leaving Juilliard was much longer than the list for staying at Juilliard. But for whatever reason, I did stay. And I think part of it was that I knew that I was only going to be there for 2 years. And actually, I'm really glad that I stayed because over at Juilliard, I did learn a lot and I did push through and I did grow a lot as a person. So it was just those first couple of months that I was really feeling insecure, right? But I overcame that imposter syndrome, of course, as I went through. And being at a place like Juilliard helped a lot. But I want to share some things also that I learned to overcome that as we go through this masterclass. Okay. And the next thing is probably the worst thing. I lost passion. During my early years at Columbia University pursuing my doctorate in composition, I got stuck in a cycle of always trying to be productive. This made me fall out of love with composing. So once I got to Columbia, actually, I was I was working at all cylinders, right? I got over that imposter syndrome at Juilliard. I was being very creative. I was writing a lot of music at that time, and a lot of that music that I was writing at Juilliard, which was around 10 years ago or so, is still getting played today. So I was feeling really creative. The problem was that I was on this like hamster wheel of like one commission after another, which is not a bad thing. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I realized that along the way I was thinking to myself like, why am I actually doing this, right? Is it just to get that next dopamine hit, right? Like why am I always trying to be productive? Like what's the greater purpose of this, right? So I started to lose passion for composing, which was the hardest thing to get out of. The writer's block, I was able to have some strategies for that. Same with the imposter syndrome. But the passion, that one is really hard to get over, right? So these are going to be things that I want to share with you during the masterclass. And yeah, these are the things that I struggled with, and they were real struggles. These are not things that were made up or anything like that, and really not things that I talked about a lot with my own colleagues. I bottled a lot of these things up. Okay. Now, along the way, I figured things out, of course, right? I overcame many of these things to write a piece for the Los Angeles Philharmonic. I was commissioned to write this 10-minute piece to open for violinist Hilary Hahn at Walt Disney Concert Hall. This was probably the most proud moment for me as far as my composition career because I am from Los Angeles, actually. And it was just really an amazing experience. I couldn't have done it without overcoming some of these struggles that I encountered in that last slide. I am currently the composer in residence with the California Symphony. I'm doing that all the way up to 2026. There, I'm being tasked to write 3 orchestral works and engage with their local community. So I already finished one of these pieces. This is called Mishwad, which you can find some videos on YouTube of me describing this particular piece. And then I'm also writing 2 other pieces for the orchestra. The next piece I'm writing is actually going to be a string orchestra piece. I've never written a string orchestra piece, so this is going to be an interesting opportunity for me just to dive into that genre. And then for the third piece, we're not really sure yet what that's going to be. That's going to be a little bit of a surprise for later on. And the nice thing about working with this particular symphony is that they have me engage with members of the community. So I went to various colleges and gave lectures. I also went to this grade school and I talked to a bunch of like kindergartners, first graders, that age. So for me, this was very interesting to actually show these kids like what a composer actually is and does in the 21st century, because oftentimes we think that a composer, right, this is going to be someone like Brahms or Bach or people like that, people that are long dead and people that get their music played all the time, of course, right? But there are still composers out there that are writing music today. So this composer in residency program is very interesting in that these folks in this community get to see a live composer, right? And also hear his thoughts and his music, of course. Okay. Fellowships, prizes, and honors. The Gadamus Award, which is an award given out in the Netherlands. It's an international award. The Charles Ives Fellowship, which is an American award. The Barlow Endowment, multiple ASCAP and BMI awards. I could have kept going, but I thought it was unnecessary. You can read my CV over on my website, www.saadandhaddad.com. I've won a lot of awards over the years, and each one came with a certain like prize, whether that be money or performance or just an honor. And these were accumulated over many, many years. Okay, so that's that as far as awards go. Okay. Now, this is an interesting one. What is a composer exactly, right? So, a composer, according to Merriam-Webster, is one that composes. Okay, well, that doesn't really tell us much. Okay, so what is to compose, right? Now, according to Merriam-Webster, to compose can mean to form by putting together, to produce, to create by mental or artistic labor. So that's getting kind of closer to what we might think a composer is. To formulate and write a piece of music, and to arrange in proper or orderly form. So this is very broad, right? Already we can say, oh, maybe composing is a lot more broad than just writing, dots on a piece of paper, right? For example, although that is one of the definitions they give, right? To formulate and write a piece of music. But all the other ones seem to be a lot more broad, okay? So I want to play a game. Right? Who would you consider to be a composer? Okay, so I'm going to give you some examples. So this is our friend, Johann Sebastian Bach. So composer, not a composer. I mean, he's even got the piece of paper in front of him, right, with the notes on. So okay, that's it. That's a give me. Bach is a composer. Okay, what about this guy? Again, just like Bach, he's got that paper, that manuscript paper in his hand. He's even got his pen. Okay, Beethoven, composer. All right. What about this guy? Duke Ellington. All right. This is a well-known American jazz composer and arranger and pianist from the early 20th century. And he's known for not just his arrangements and his compositions, but also his improvisation, right? So I would say, okay, Duke Ellington, also a composer, right? He's also producing music as part of his craft. What about this person? Pinar Toprak, okay? This is a contemporary composer, media composer, and you can see in the background she's worked with Marvel, right? So she's a media composer uh, and really well known for these kind of superhero type movies. Captain Marvel, right in the background of her. Okay, what about this composer, Nina Shaker? Okay, Nina Shaker. She is a graduate student at Princeton. She's doing her PhD. Really well known right now for writing orchestral music. She's worked with the New York Philharmonic, the Los Angeles Philharmonic, and a bunch of other orchestras. And I've also interviewed her on my podcast. She is in my age group, let's say, and she's doing fantastic in the field, right? So this is going to be kind of a composer that's following the tradition of folks like Bach and Beethoven, kind of like what we think a composer might be, but she's kind of stretching also the norms of what a composer can be, right? So this is very interesting, at least for me to see happening in our 21st century world. Okay, and last but not least, is this a composer? Kendrick Lamar, right? So Kendrick Lamar, one of the great hip hop artists of our time, right? And whether you know this or not, he is also someone that has been, uh, let's say, he's someone that has been recognized in academic composition circles. So he actually has a Pulitzer Prize to his name. So people like Aaron Copland had a Pulitzer Prize. People like Duke Ellington was posthumously given a Pulitzer Prize, actually, and a bunch of other composers. So Kendrick Lamar is interesting in that realm because he's not someone that you would think of in terms of Beethoven and Bach, maybe, but he was also recognized in those kind of circles. And in a lot of ways, when you look at his music too, this is really well produced music, right? It's really, when you look at the definition of what a composer is, I mean, Kendrick Lamar, he really checks all those boxes. So the reason for this slide here is to give you a broader overview, right, of what a composer can be. You don't need to necessarily be any of these types of people or follow any of these trajectories, right? But a composer really is somebody that produces music in some way, but puts music together in their mind and puts it out in the world. Okay, so this is a very broad definition. It's going to really help in terms of finding inspiration, right? Because inspiration doesn't just have to come from these like very classical scores, right? They can come from anywhere. Like my student Jude, he takes a lot of inspiration from Frank Zappa scores, right, and Frank Zappa music. So just want to keep that in mind as we go through this masterclass, because I will be covering a lot of stuff related to classical music, right? But I'd like you to apply that to your own interests as well. Okay. My interests outside of classical music, by the way, happen to be in the Arab Maqam, in this framework that a lot of Middle Eastern musicians follow. So I do have these kind of outside influences that don't follow any traditional Western Eurocentric norm. So again, I want you to think about this as you're going through this masterclass. Okay. Now let's talk about how to get help. Now, once you're in the community, there's going to be many ways for you to actually get help in terms of questions that you want answered and in terms of feedback that you need on your pieces. So the very first way and the most direct way that you can do this is through the community tab. Now, in the community tab, you can post any question that will either be answered by me or other members in our community. So think of this more like a Facebook group, right? That you post a question and then somebody from the group answers it, whether it's the admin, me, or whether it's anybody else in the group, right? So that's very much like what we're used to in terms of, let's say, a Facebook group, right? But this is a lot bigger than a Facebook group. I mean, honestly, it's insane the more I think about it. It's so much more powerful than just a Facebook group or even a Discord server, okay? And I'm going to show you why. In our next tab is going to be the calendar tab, right? So in this tab, you'll notice that there are several office hour calls scheduled where you can ask your questions and receive feedback on your music in real time. This is a great way to connect with me and your fellow members. So I love these office hours because, I never really know who's going to be on one of these office hours, right? You can join all of them, you can join one of them, you can join half of them. It really depends on your schedule, but you will know that I will always be at that office hour. So you can schedule, your life around these office hours, or you can be like, hey, you know what? I can't do these next 2 weeks of office hours, but I can do the next 2 weeks, right? Or you know what? I don't really need feedback this week, but I need feedback next week. And you can basically plan around that. But you always know that I'll be there, right? I'll be at these office hours. So it's very similar to like when you go to school and you have a professor that has office hours at like 2 o'clock on a Tuesday every week, right? Except that I'm going to have a lot more than just one office hour per week. Okay. So you can check with me multiple times per week, basically, as long as you're in this course community. So this, I feel like, is probably, the most powerful or one of the most powerful things that you will get out of being in this community course. And then we have our members tab. So in the members tab, you can chat directly with other members and even see who is presently online. So this is really cool because each member, you can see where they're from. So you can actually see if there's somebody from like a town that you're in or maybe within an hour or so where you live, you can actually like chat with these folks and see if you can even meet in person, right? So see if there are other composers in your area. And I find that at least a lot of the composers I work with, they don't know other composers, right? And I think it's a really powerful thing to actually have them meet in person or at the very least chat online with composers from around the world that are in the group, okay? Now let's summarize everything that we've learned today, okay? So who is this course for? This course is for beginners needing step-by-step guidance on musical ideas, hobbyists seeking faster development, grade school undergraduate students combining technical and real-world skills, and professionals or graduate students covering advanced topics like commissions and marketing, right? So it's basically almost for everybody, right? But there are going to be different modules, of course, that correspond more to what you need. But I recommend that you watch all of them so that you can fill every gap that you might have as a composer, okay? Now, the course curriculum. Week 1 includes a welcome lesson, that's the one you're watching now, as well as lessons on ideas, writer's block, essentials, feedback, and score study. There will be several other weeks of topics added as we go along, including topics related to structure, transitions, and many more. So this is not a fixed course, right? We're going to front end all the really important stuff that you need to know, but as we go along, we're going to be adding more weeks of things that pertain to us as composers and things that we might want to learn more specifically about, right? And a lot of that is going to be based on what the community wants as well, right? Like what does the community want to learn next, right? Not just simply a syllabus that your instructor gives you, right? That's no fun at all. Imagine having a course where you actually decide what you want to learn and you have it all in one spot with community members that are all learning alongside with you and everybody giving each other feedback. This creates kind of an insane feedback loop, right? Which we're going to talk about in a future module. Okay. Who am I? I'm a composer who loves helping other composers. So if I were to just have one sentence that summarizes everything I do, I really believe in this facet of like giving back, and I've been doing that for years on this YouTube channel, as well as teaching in person at the various universities I teach at, right? So I love helping other composers and seeing how far they go in their craft. In my opinion, I've been blessed to be writing a lot of different commissions and things like that, but for whatever reason, it's this act of helping other composers realize their ideas that for whatever reason, I get more from that than hearing a piece of mine, believe it or not, these days. So, of course, I'm continuing to write commissions. I'm very excited by that as well. But this whole facet of helping other composers, achieve things that they thought they couldn't achieve, this is very exciting for me, as someone that's been composing for over 20 years. Okay. Um, we talked about what is a composer, right? So really, again, if we just put it down to a few words, right? The essentials: anyone that creates sound, right? Anyone that creates sound, that's a composer, okay? And we'll talk more about that as we go along, and how to get help. So once you're in the community course, right, you can use the community tab to post questions for me or other members. You can use the calendar tab to join scheduled office hour calls for real-time feedback. So that's very powerful. And the members tab is used to chat directly with other members and see who's online, okay? And of course, there's also a classroom tab. That's where all these modules are. So there are basically 4 tabs in this Composer's Brain community course, okay? Now, if you like this course so far, you can leave a testimonial. Every month, I give out special prizes to those that leave a testimonial. And I want to leave you with this quote by our friend here, Ludwig van Beethoven. To play a wrong note is insignificant. To play without passion is inexcusable. So what does Beethoven here mean by this, right? Now, what I think he means is that we shouldn't strive for perfectionism, right? We're learning. We're constantly learning, right? So we shouldn't worry too much about doing things the right way, right? As long as we're doing these things, right? And that if you're going along the route here of writing music, right? The worst thing that you can do, right? These are one of the things I struggled with, by the way, is losing passion. Like that is inexcusable, right? You can write as many correct notes as possible, right? But if you don't have any passion for those notes, you're not going to feel good after writing that music or while you're writing that music. So what's even the point of all that, okay? So I think this is really important as like a general high level thing to think about as we're going through this masterclass, all right? So let's go out there and compose. Every single composition that you've ever heard in your life started with an idea. So in this video, we're going to cover what is an idea, okay? Like what makes an idea an idea? I know it sounds basic, but we really have to go to the heart of it, okay? What are the types of ideas that you can have? Musically speaking, what are the ideas that you can have, okay? So let's get right into it. So this is going to be our prelude to ideas. In a future module, we're going to discuss ideas more in depth, but I want to give you an overview. So here's what we're going to cover in today's lesson. What is an idea? So we're going to go right at the heart of it from the get-go. And in terms of a musical idea, what about rhythm? Is that an idea, right? Melody, harmony, timbre. And then we're going to have a summary at the very end. Again, follow me on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Apple Podcasts for exclusive content. And those are all my handles right there. Share the course. Let's spread our love of composing. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course so far. Watch the entire video. Don't skip. Don't fast forward. Okay. And pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed unless there is music playing, and there is some music playing in this lesson. So what is an idea? Okay. An idea is just 2 things: an extra musical concept or a musical thought, okay? So in terms of an extra musical concept, inspiration from outside of music that can influence a composition. These include emotions, stories, visual art, nature, historical events, literature, or philosophical ideas. By using extra musical concepts, composers can create deeper connections and evoke specific images or narratives in their music. We'll go over this more in depth in next week's module, okay? So in terms of ideas, right, we can start with an idea that has nothing to do with music, right? There are plenty of pieces in the repertoire that are like this. You can think of Stravinsky's Rite of Spring. You could think of Debussy's Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun. Even in my music, I have many recent pieces that don't have anything to do with music as the impetus for their creation. The piece that I composed for the Los Angeles Philharmonic, it's called Aishin, which means living in Arabic. I mean, that in and of itself has nothing to do with music. I composed another piece very recently called Mishwar for orchestra, and that had to do with a trip that I took up and down the coast of California. So, again, you don't need to have a strictly musical idea to get something going, even something that is kind of from your own life experiences, right? These extra musical concepts. This can be the jump start to your composition, okay? Now, besides the extra musical concepts, of course, we could have a musical thought be the impetus for a piece. So, a musical thought, this is a process that guides the creation of music, okay? It involves how composers think about rhythms, melodies, harmonies, and timbre. Musical thoughts shape how music is composed, interpreted, and understood, providing the foundation for creativity and expression within a composition. Next week, we will explore all the different types of musical thoughts in detail. For now, let's take a quick look at each of these elements. So, next week, what we'll be doing is talking about each of these musical thoughts that I've been mentioning: rhythm, melody, harmony, and timbre. Each one of these things will get its own video lesson. But for now, I want to introduce you to some of the types of things that we should be thinking about when we're thinking about musical thoughts that have to do with our music, okay? So, we don't have to be thinking about all these things, all right? You can be thinking about an extra musical concept first. You can be thinking about a musical thought first. You can think about these two things in combination, right? But we don't want to go crazy. We don't want to think about everything all at once. But I want to show you all the different things that you could be thinking about, right? As options, right? Because I feel like sometimes when we're composing, we have tunnel vision. We think, okay, what's going to be my melody that I want to hear, right? And this is sometimes, you can't come up with a melody, right? Maybe you can only come up with a harmony at that particular moment. Or maybe it's a timbre, or maybe it's just something as simple as a rhythm, or maybe it's none of those things at all. Maybe it's just an extra musical concept, right? So it's really important to be aware, like on a high level, what all these musical thoughts that you can have are in combination with the extra musical concepts, if that's something that you want to implement into your music, okay? So let's talk about rhythm, okay? So rhythm is the pattern of sounds and silences in music organized in time. It is what makes music move and flow, giving it structure and a sense of timing. Rhythm involves the duration of notes and rests, the pace, tempo of the music, and the placement of accents and beats. It is one of the fundamental elements of music, driving the energy and pulse that listeners perceive and respond to. So there's a lot to unpack in just that one definition of rhythm, right? Of course, we have this idea of pattern, right? Pattern recognition, okay? We're also going to hear rhythms later on that don't have any sort of patterns, right? So it can be pattern or the absence of pattern, right? This thing, of course, sounds, we can interpret sounds of rhythm, of course. We know what that means when we say sound of rhythm. But what about the silences in between the sounds? That's just as important when we're talking about rhythm, okay? This idea of organization in time, these things have to be organized in time, right? This idea of the rhythm having this kind of pace, a tempo, okay? That's very important. And this idea at the very end that they're saying, or that I'm saying rather, this idea of energy, right? And this idea of pulse. Or what about the absence of energy and pulse, right? Just like in terms of silence, right? So we need to think about all these things when we're thinking about rhythm from a high level, okay? And there's also this idea of meter, okay? Which relates directly to this idea of accents and beats and this idea of tempo, okay? The meter is the pattern of beats in music, organized into regular groups called measures or bars. It determines the rhythmic structure of a piece, indicating how many beats are in each measure and which beats are emphasized. Common meters include 4/4, 3/4, 6/8, and it goes on and on and on and on and on and on like that. So really important to differentiate rhythm and meter. Rhythm, I like to think of rhythm as being these kind of like ephemeral ideas that you have that kind of exist in their own plane, whereas meter is where all those kind of little ideas happen on a global scale, okay? And there's some music that doesn't have any meter at all, right? A lot of non-Western music doesn't have a sense of meter. So you don't have to have meter in a piece, but it's good to know from a high level perspective, okay, is this piece going to have a meter, right? Is it going to have a pulse-based rhythm or not? And how does that fit within the meter? So this is something that we'll talk about in a future lesson. But this module here that we're discussing, we really want to give you like every kind of bit of information that we can so that you can make a decision on how to approach your next composition, okay? So let's hear 3 kinds of rhythms, okay? Just to give you an idea of how I'm interpreting rhythm and what are the different kinds of rhythms that we can have, okay? So this is just 3 rhythms, okay? So it's not exhaustive, of course. So here's our first example. This is by our friend Ludwig van Beethoven. This is from the second movement of his 7th Symphony from 1812. This is going to be an excerpt of low strings within a full orchestra, okay? So this is what the score looks like here. And what I like to do before analyzing any score, right? And we'll talk about analysis a bit later in this course, is I like to look at it first before I listen, right? I don't want the listening to have a judgment first on me, right? I want to look at the score. So I'm looking at the score and I can already see I have yum, bum, bum, yum, bum. And I see already that is a cell, that is a pattern. And I know that's a pattern because it repeats right after that. So if I look at the next bar, yum, bum, ba, yum, bum, right here. And then again, yum, yup, bum, bum, bum. And then at the very end, look at breaks, yum, bum, ba, dum, rest, right? So it looks like it's the same as it was before, but there's a rest on that very last beat. So let's take a listen to this now that we've done kind of like this high level analysis of it. Very basic, but I want to just show you that yes, we're identifying patterns, but then the pattern breaks at the very end. Okay, let's take a listen. Okay, so again, we are getting used to that pattern, right? Yum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-ba-dum, ba-yum, bum, ba-dum, ba-da, ba-ba-dum. Oh, there we didn't hear it. We expected a note there, but it was silence. So it's interesting. This idea of sound versus silence, really, really crucial when we're talking about rhythm within the span of this 2/4 meter, right? These 2 beats per bar, okay? So something to think about when we think about rhythm is this idea of pattern recognition, okay? And we'll see that also when we talk about melody, harmony, and timbre later in this video lesson. It's so crucial to think about pattern recognition and then the absence of pattern, this idea of expecting something, and then this idea of, okay, giving the audience what they don't expect, you know? So this few seconds here, really crucial in demonstrating that facet, right? So we're learning about rhythm here, but we're also learning about psychology, okay? We didn't even talk about pitches or chords or orchestration, timbre, any of that stuff, right? We're just talking about rhythm, okay, in terms of these different things. Okay, here's another rhythm. This is by our friend Bela Bartok. This is his Concerto for Orchestra, second movement from about the mid-1940s. This is a snare drum solo within full orchestra, okay? So again, we're going to take a look at it first before we listen to it. So again, this is in 2/4, right? The meter is in 2/4, 2 beats per measure. And again, this is a brief excerpt. We can see that it's at quarter equals 94, so it's about a moderate tempo. Okay, it says allegro scherzando, but 94 is not that fast, okay? And if you take a look at the Beethoven, right, in comparison to this, there are some patterns, right? If we're gonna sing this out loud, ta, ta ta ta, ta 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 ta, ta 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 ta. There are patterns. We can sense that it's all part of the same music, but it's not as it's not as similar to each other as the Beethoven is, right? We do have these accents on the first beat in the first 3 bars, but then look at the 4th measure. the accent happens on the second beat. And then on the next measure, the accent happens again on the second beat. But then in the very last measure, there are no accents at all. And in fact, there's nothing on the downbeats, right? There's nothing on beat 1 or beat 2. So there is this kind of like this integration of the rhythm as it's happening, but it's happening very gradually over time, right? So the Beethoven example, that disintegration happened on the very last measure, but here it's happening slowly over time. So you see how rhythm and meter can be related, right? There is this psychology that's happening, and we're thinking of the listener, by the way, actively in this. Even though this music is music, let's say, that is not in the top 40 or whatever, this is not music, obviously, that most people are listening to. We are still thinking about psychology in terms of how is this going to affect a listener? And of course, that listener starts with you. That starts with you recognizing these patterns and this integration of patterns. Okay, so without further ado, let's listen to this. Okay, so we can hear, right, that it is all very similar. There are patterns within each of these meters that are continuing, right? But it's not consistent the way the Beethoven is. Rather, it's a disintegration, a slow disintegration over time, okay? And even myself listening to this back again, when I'm looking at measures 4 and 5, I actually see it, those two bars repeated exactly. And I haven't heard this at all in this entire excerpt. I hear da 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 da. So actually, even the repetition in the middle of the phrase is unexpected, because I would have thought that it would keep disintegrating over time. But in that brief moment in the 4th and 5th measure, this actually repeats, right? It didn't repeat at all before and doesn't repeat at all after. So very, very interesting. I think that just in these two examples, you have a very different outlook on how we can tackle this idea of rhythm and meter, right? And this idea of psychology of these things, okay? So rhythm, again, very important idea. Let's listen to another example here, or take a look at another example. This is by Lisa Lim, An Elemental Thing from 2017, so much more recent piece. And this is just for solo woodblock, okay? So I want to give you an example, and you're going to see very shortly here. There it is. This is going to be a very, very different example than the previous two that I showed you. And before we hear it, of course, we need to take a look at it. So like, what exactly is going on here? So of course, this is going to be a very different piece, very modern piece. We have different aesthetic, of course. But if you just take a look at it globally, right, we're at a slow tempo, quarter equals 50. It's in 4/4, so there is a meter, right? But there is no discernible pattern going on. There's nothing repeated, right? Like we had in the Bartók example and the Beethoven example, right? There's no repetition there. And in terms of like feeling if it's in 4/4 or not, there's no indication that we are in 4/4 really. I mean, we have a downbeat on the first bar, and then we kind of have a downbeat on the second bar, but again, there's these tapped nails thing that are tying over to the first bar, to the second bar rather. So it's very, very hard to discern metrically what's going on. But at the same time, this composer is creating a landscape, right? And this is, by the way, the very first two bars of the piece. So she's creating this landscape of what we as listeners should expect. So rather than hearing like a pattern, let's say, I believe this composer is trying to create like an atmosphere. Like, we're not supposed to be tapping our foot like we are in the Bartók and the Beethoven. We're supposed to just take in these sounds as they unfold, okay? And there might be areas in the piece later on where you can detect patterns and this integration of the patterns and so on. But at least for now, in these first two bars, Liza Lim does not set this up at all, okay? There is none of that going on. Okay, so let's take a listen to this. Right, so we can't really detect any sort of rhythmic pattern going on, and even within the meter, we can't really detect. If I didn't see the score, right, I wouldn't probably know that it was in 4/4. So again, these are extreme. This is on the extreme end, right? But I want you to kind of get an idea that yes, something like this is also possible within this span of rhythm, within this parameter of rhythm, right? There is this kind of extreme on one side, the Beethoven, right, which has this kind of very regular pulse, and when it went against the pulse, it was just, or rather against the rhythmic cell, it was just a silence at the very end. It was like the least he could have possibly done to change what the rhythm is. With the Bartok, there was this gradual disintegration, and with here, there is a disintegration from the right from the very beginning. Like the very first sound is bup, 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 right at the very first sound that limb makes. There's a disintegration of rhythm. So whether you go with the limb approach, right, this kind of very off the meter, off the grid kind of approach, right, where you don't have a sense of pulse at all, or the Bartok Beethoven approach, or really anything in between, I just want you to have an idea that these are all possible within music, right? And it's really important for you to decide when you're thinking about rhythm, which way you want to go, or do you want to go somewhere in between, right? So it's important just to know what's possible, okay? So let's move on now to melody. This is the next really important parameter of music, okay? And when I think about melody, I think of melody more as a pyramid. Okay, so let me show you what I mean here. So on the very bottom of my melody pyramid, I have, of course, this melody. Okay, it's very creative, right? But on the bottom, I believe that melody, this idea of melody, encapsulates this entire pyramid. Let me show you what I mean. So to me, melody is any number of successive pitches occurring in time. Okay, so melody is not like just like like a theme or thing or something like this, something that you just remember. Okay, to me, melody is actually a lot more broad than that, and that's why it's on the bottom of my melody pyramid here. Melody encapsulates anything that you play, basically on the piano, or on the clarinet, or on your voice, or the synthesizer, anything that has a successive number of pitches as an independent line occurring in time, no matter if it's 2 seconds long, 1 second long, if it's 15 minutes long, right? As long as you have any number of successive pitches occurring in time, that to me is a melody. And I really like this idea because it makes it more broad to me. Like, what can I actually do with an independent line, right? I'm not just thinking in like a very narrow-minded way. I'm thinking more broadly, okay? Now, again, on this bottom part of the pyramid, this encapsulates everything that occurs in the middle and at the top of the pyramid, okay? So again, our melody pyramid. Now, the next thing in our melody pyramid is what we would probably think of, like colloquially, when we think of melody. We think of a tune, okay? So what is a tune? A tune is a singable. It's complete in itself with a beginning, middle, and end, okay? So when we think of a tune, we can think of many, many tunes right in our head. When we've been to a movie, we can go out of the theater and start singing a tune. When we're singing a song from the top 40 on the radio, all of those, most of those, let's say, have tunes, right? So this is going to be singable, complete in itself with a beginning, middle, and end. And oftentimes it's very memorable, okay? So, and by the way, this is a melody as well, right? It falls within this bottom definition of it having any number of successive pitches occurring in time, right? So it belongs on this melody pyramid, okay? So very important to think like, what do you want to do with melody? Do you want to have kind of a broader melody that's not particularly singable, right? That's not complete in itself, doesn't have a beginning, middle, and end. Maybe it's not memorable. So I want you to have this concept that you don't really need it to be a tune, right? You can have something broader than that, right? And it's okay. That could be the musical idea that you have, the melodic idea that you have. Doesn't necessarily need to be like, why does it need to be singable, complete in itself, have a beginning, middle, and end? Like, why does it have to have that, right? It could have that if you want to have it, right? That is an option, right, on the melody pyramid, but it doesn't have to, right? So I just want you to keep that in mind. And my last part of the melody pyramid is motive, okay? Motive, this is going to be a small number of notes that recur throughout a piece of music. So we think of a motive, there's lots of things that we can think of, like the most the most basic example of motive that I can think of is like, for example, the Jaws motive, dee-dum, dee-dum, or even Beethoven Symphony Number 5. We think of ba-da-da-da, right? Small number of notes that recur in a type of piece. But again, Notice how this is part of the melody pyramid in that it has a certain number of successive pitches occurring in time. And it has some elements of tune as well in that it's singable, and it's memorable. Okay, it's not complete. It doesn't have a beginning, middle, and end like a tune does, right? But it has some of those qualities that a tune has. And of course, it is a type of melody. So this is our melody pyramid here. Okay, so let's hear three kinds of melodies. Okay, so here's our first one. This is from Henry Purcell's Dido's Lament from Dido and Aeneas. This is from 1688, so quite far back in time. This is for solo soprano and orchestra. And again, we're going to take a look at the score before we listen to it. So when we see the score here, I just laid out for you the melody. And this also happens to have a text, okay? So when we take a look at this melody, right, we can actually kind of decide for ourselves, is this a melody, a broader melody? Is this a tune or is this a motive? And quite clearly we can see this is not a motive, right? And in terms of is this a tune or a melody, it is hard to differentiate for now, but we'll see, especially when we get to the melody module later on. We're going to see like what makes something a tune versus like a general melody, right? And it's hard to figure that out right at this stage, but we could figure that out when we listen to it or sing it back, okay? So let's take a listen to this excerpt from Dido's Lament. Okay, so now that we've heard it, we can make some, like, again, high level analysis of what we just heard. So in the first four bars, we can say that that's definitely a phrase right there. When I am laid in earth. That part right there, we can hear that as a phrase, okay? That seems to be the beginning of the tune, right? If the tune has a beginning, middle, and end, right? We can sort of discern, oh, that's the beginning of a tune, right? So that's what I mean by beginning, middle, and end. Then this part, may my wrongs create no trouble. That part right there, from like bars 5 through 8, that seems to be the middle of the tune, right? We can discern, oh, that seems to be the middle, right? It's not something that we're doing by any music theoretical way, right? We're doing this by ear. And then this last part, no trouble in thy breast, that seems to be the ending, right? So we can hear this is a tune. It's complete in itself. It has a beginning, it has a middle, it has an end. It's singable. Obviously, there's somebody singing that, right? But if we didn't know just from hearing somebody sing it, it could be singable with a trumpet player or a clarinet player or even a violinist or even a pianist, right? We can tell that it's singable just by the range. So a lot of it is stepwise. There's very few skips, right? There's very few leaps in this, right? And that also helps making it more singable, right? So you'll see that by looking at a lot of different melodies, right? We can discern, oh, is this a melody? Is this a tune? Is this a motive, right? And we can start borrowing these little bits of tenets that we're just talking about right now, even with just this one tune. We can start saying, oh, these are the different kinds of things that I'm noticing about this. I wonder how I can incorporate it in one of my tunes, right? So really, really important. And when we go on to score study, we'll take a look at more how to do this, but I just want to give you a little taste of it now with this melodic excerpt. Let's listen to another melody, okay? This is going to be from our friend Peter Tchaikovsky, one of his most famous melodies. Okay, this is Swan Lake, Opus 20A from Scene 1, 1876, so a little bit further in time. This is going to be the oboe solo within the full orchestra. And it's very interesting. This particular excerpt, when I had my premiere with the LA Philharmonic last year, my piece opened the concert, and then we had the Hilary Hahn Sibelius Violin Concerto, which also has a lot of really famous tunes. But then after intermission, we had excerpts from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake, and I heard this oboe solo live actually while I was sitting in rehearsal. It's just so amazing. Like I never get tired of this melody, um, and yeah, I want to show it to you. So let's take a. I'm not even going to do an analysis right now. Let's just take a listen to it. I mean, it doesn't get really much better than that when you think of a tune, right? It has a beginning, it has a middle, it has an end. You can definitely sing it back, and it's very, very memorable. Okay. And this tune in particular has a lot of pattern recognition, right? We talk about pattern recognition, which we started talking about a little bit with rhythm. This has a lot of that going on. You just look at that first bar of the melody, it was a half note. Okay. Then you have 4/8 notes. So this sets you up for the entire tune, actually. Okay. The second bar, dotted quarter note with an eighth note, then a dotted quarter note with an eighth note again. And then you look at the next bar, dotted quarter note with an eighth note. Then you get the 4/8 notes in a row that we heard from the first bar. And it's actually located in the same part of the meter, in this 4/4 meter, as we heard it in the first bar. So it's really, really interesting how he creates this like kind of pattern recognition sandwich, let's say, right? With the 4/8 notes from that first bar of the melody kind of being let's say, the bread, right? The top piece of bread. Then the ya da 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 da. That part is like the meat of it. And then you got the bottom piece of the sandwich, right? The ya da da da. That part is the bottom piece of the bread. So it's complete, even within the part of the tune, right? Just like the first three bars of the tune, it's complete in itself, and that's why I love this tune so much, right? Then we get to the next measure, right? This is going to be measure 5 in the excerpt. We have a half note tied to an eighth note. Okay, so it's our first time seeing a tied note, and this is also the first time we don't hear beat 3, which is considered a strong beat in 4/4. Then we get our 3/8 notes. So the 3/8 notes continue from that 4/8 note pattern, right? But we don't hear all 4/8 notes. We hear the last 3/8 notes. So again, like the Bartok example, this disintegration of rhythm over time, Tchaikovsky is doing the same thing here, but with melody and rhythm. It's so when you look at it, it's so simple, but when you start recognizing these things, it's going to start changing how you think as a composer. Again, the title of this course, The Composer's Brain, right? This is exactly what I'm talking about, and it gets me so excited just talking about it because, and to share it with you because these are things that I was discovering on my own, away from any music theory class or any orchestration class. This is what is going to start getting those synapses in your brain to start recognizing these things. And then look at this at the very end of the tune here, starting from bar 6 to the end. Look at this. It's a rehash of the beginning. So you have a half note, 4/8 notes, just like you have on bar 2. Then you have it's a mirror, so or it's a copy. Then you have in bar 7, it's the same as bar 3, right? And then bar 8 is the same as bar 4. Okay. Then the next bar, the very last bar, is a dotted half note, which is 1/8 note longer than measure 5, which is a half note tied to an eighth note, right? So we see the beginning, we see the middle, and we see the end. And even at the end, there's this very slight variation. He just makes that half note that's tied to an eighth note a tiny bit longer by adding an eighth note, right? So it's so subtle, but all these little subtleties that add up to create one of the most memorable tunes probably ever created by a Western composer. Okay, so I love this melody so much, and I was really honored to share a program with this melody. I mean, what could be better, right? So okay, let's move on to the next melody here. So this is going to be from one of my favorite composers. This is Giacinto Scelsi. This is going to be his 4 pieces for trumpet solo from 1956. Okay, so if you just take a look at this, It's again like the limb example that I showed in the rhythm slide. This is going to be a little bit more out of left field, let's say, but there's going to be a lot of elements that you can recognize in terms of pattern recognition, okay? And and in terms of identifying, is this a melody, is it a tune, right? It's going to be a little bit more squirrely, right? It's not as tune based as, let's say, the Tchaikovsky. I mean, that really felt like a tune. So let's take a listen to uh, this Chelsea excerpt for solo trumpet. I wanted it to continue a little bit after you heard the excerpt that's on the screen here, but even with this type of melody, we are getting back always to that B. We hear B as the center. So you see, a lot of times we start noodling around B, we get back to B, we go below B, we go above B. And even though there's a lot of these ornamentations and decorations, and even though we don't even have a sense of meter at all, like there's no meter identified here, our ear catches that, hey, we're going back to B. We're going back to B. Maybe you can't sing it back to me, right? Which is, again, totally, we don't have to come up with tunes, right? But there is something in it, in this melody, that gets our brain to latch onto it. And I believe in this case, it's that always striving to get back to B, always striving to get back to B. And even when we go to the second system here, in the middle of the second system, notice how it jumps up to E. It jumps up a fourth to E. And this is very akin, like if you studied music theory, right? Very akin to like going to the dominant or the fourth or the, of a scale, right? This is something that we see in a lot of traditional music, okay? And he does this here by going up to that E and trying to hit that E again and again, but then he goes back to the home key of B. So even though it's not a tune like the Tchaikovsky or even the Purcell, right? We can still gravitate towards a melody like this. It's a different kind of melody, a different type of experience, right? But we can still gravitate towards something like this. And this might be something that we'd like to do, right? It has more complexity, it has more variation. There's definitely a different kind of mood, different kind of atmosphere a piece like this is trying to set, right? And you can even go further than this. I mean, this is just one example, just because I love this example of a melody that doesn't necessarily have to be a tune, right? But I wanted to show you an example of something that could happen that's a little bit outside the box. Okay, so those are our melodies. Let's move on to harmony, okay? Harmony, another musical concept that we're going to be thinking about, or musical thought rather. So harmony is any number of pitches that occur simultaneously, all right? So again, like what I was talking about with melody, right? That melody is any successive number of pitches that occur in time. Harmony is any number of pitches that occur simultaneously, that occur at the same time. So I don't care whether it sounds pleasing to the ear, whether it doesn't sound pleasing to the ear. I don't care if it's 2 notes at the same time. I don't care if it's 1,000 notes at the same time. All of those are types of harmony, and all of those should be considered, okay? Now, there is consonance when we think about harmony, right? There's levels of consonance. Consonance is a combination of notes that sound pleasant together, right? When writing music, consonance is used to create a sense of stability and resolution, right? And consonances, usually when we talk about consonances, we think about unisons, we think about the octave, we think about the perfect fifth, we think about the major third. In some instances, we think about the perfect fourth, and to a lesser degree, we think about the minor third, and so on, and some types of sixths as well. So consonance is that kind of like feeling of stability, okay? So you can have a piece that has just consonances, right? Just purely consonances, and that's it. Whatever consonance means to you, right? Depending on what, I'm not going to get into it, but depending on what era you're in, consonants could mean a different set of intervals, right? But generally speaking, we're talking about unisons, octaves, fifths, and thirds and sixths, and to some degree the fourth, okay? Dissonance. So harmony can have a level of dissonance. A dissonance is a combination of notes that clash or create a sense of tension and instability. When writing music, dissonance is used to add drama, express emotions, or create a sense of unresolved tension that seeks resolution. So it's really important to have dissonance actually in a piece of music. It's actually crucial. Otherwise, it doesn't create that forward momentum that we need to go from A to B to C to D to Z in a piece of music. Just having a piece of music with strictly consonants, I mean, this is not a type of music that, let's say, drives from one to the next, right? Think about your own life. Imagine if it was just roses and peaches and cream, or imagine if you're just eating ice cream all day, right? Like you would get sick, right? You would get sick of that, you know? Imagine just eating your favorite food every single hour of the day or every day of your life, right? You know, at some point, you're going to want to try something new or want to try something outside your comfort zone. And then you can go back to your favorite flavor of ice cream, right? So dissonance is that kind of friction that we all need in life, whether we want it or not, right? We all need it, right? So that we can grow and we can get to the next step. And it's the same thing in music. We need a level of dissonance, okay? We need some kind of level of dissonance, even if it's just a slight dissonance, right? Even if it's slight. And in basically every genre of Western music, we have dissonance. And in a non-Western music as well, we have levels of dissonance, okay? It might be not be the type of dissonance that you might think. It's not, I'm not talking about atonal or, you know, what we think of as modern music dissonance, which is what we can think of that as well. I'm thinking of levels of dissonance, right? There's a spectrum of dissonance that we can have, and the same thing with consonants, okay? So let's again hear three types of harmonies so that you can get an idea of what kind of musical thoughts one might have, right? In terms of harmony, okay? So let's take a look at our first harmony here. This is by our friend Dufay. This is Ave Maria Stella from 1440. This is a hymn for three voices, and if you take a look at this score right here, don't be alarmed by the strange looking notation in terms of the clefs and the meter. The meter is just basically a 3/2 bar. Okay, so we have three half notes per bar. That's it. And then the treble clefs that you see on the left hand side. At the left hand side, you see the top voice, which is just it's what you see is what you get. The middle voice there, the kind of tenor voice, this is going to be sounding an octave lower than what you see. And same thing with the bottom voice, this kind of bass voice. What you see there, which is what the player is going to sing, but you're going to hear it down an octave. Okay, so when you hear this excerpt, you'll see, oh, those middle voice and that bottom voice is sounding an octave below. Okay, but if you just again looking at this first before we listening to it and trying to see what the chord makeup is, right? Let's just look at the first measure, okay? The first measure we have in the bottom, D. The next voice, we have A. The top voice, we have D. So basically, we have a perfect fifth on the bottom, and on the top, we have a fourth, okay? So the level of consonance is quite high on this very first part of the music. Then the next note rather, we have A in the bottom voice. Then we have C in the next voice. So that's a minor third. Okay, so a little bit, it's not as constant, right, as the first beat. And then above that, we have F, which is a perfect fourth above. So this is a high level of consonance too on this beat. And then the very next beat we have on the bottom again, we have B, then we have D, again a third, and then above that we have from D to G, that's a fourth. So again, a high level of consonance, and you'll notice that in this entire excerpt, there is a relatively high level of consonance here, at least to our modern ears, and that has to do a lot with the time. You know, we're dealing with the 1440s here. This is relative to our ears, a high level of consonance. We're going to hear a lot of unisons, octaves, fifths, fourths, thirds, sixths, that kind of thing. So let's take a listen. And it goes on and on like that. depends again on that kind of perfect fifth sonority that we got in the beginning. So again, we are dealing with a high level, relatively high level of consonants, right? On that consonance dissonance spectrum, we can hear that it's closer to the consonance level, okay, in terms of harmony. So you can have harmonies like this, of course, and a lot of these harmonies come from this time period, okay, especially with this kind of 3-part or 4-part vocal music. In this case, we have 3 parts. Okay, let's take a look at the next harmony. This is a harmony by our friend Chopin. This is 24 Preludes, Opus 28, number 4 from 1839. This is for solo piano. And if we take a look at this, right, this has, of course, a very clear melodic line at the top. But let's focus on the bottom line. This is the left-hand line, okay? On the bottom, we can see that it's actually very consistent in terms of how many pitches there are in the harmony. So again, like the do-fi example, there were 3 pitches in each of the harmonies. Here we also have 3 pitches in each of the harmonies. That doesn't always mean you need to have 3 pitches. It just happened to be that these are the 2 examples that I picked. But take a look at the harmony just seeing it before we hear it. Look at that very first bar. We have G, B, and E, right? So again, we have a third and we have a fourth on top of that, right? This is going to be a minor chord, an E minor chord, okay? But more importantly, as we get to that second measure, look what's happening. The E is staying the same, right? But then the bottom 2 voices are going down by a step. So there's this voice leading pattern where one of the notes stays the same, but the other 2 go down by a step. So it's very slight, right? And then on beat 3 of that very same bar, the E moves down as well to E flat. So there's this gradual descension that's happening here. And when we get to the next bar, right, this is going to be bar 3. Look, that F sharp on the bottom, right? Remember, there's a key signature here, F sharp. The F sharp goes down to F natural on beat 1, while the A and the E flat stay the same. So look, there is a pattern going on here in terms of the harmony, at least in these first few bars or so, or actually rather in the entire excerpt. There's a pattern of a dissension in the voice leading in the harmony, right? So there is an overall musical thought going on here in the Chopin. So not just, okay, let's pick E minor. Oh, let's pick this chord. Let's pick this chord. No, that's not how Chopin is thinking about this, right? He's thinking about it in terms of this overall musical concept, right? That he's dealing with specifically with harmony, right? Not necessarily in terms of even rhythm, right? Because the rhythm is quite simple. It's just a bunch of eighth notes, right? With timbre, it's just a piano, right? With melody, he's got that covered in another hand, right? He's dealing with harmony in terms of what do I want the harmony to do overall? I want it to descend gradually over time. So again, if we stay with that bar, measure 3, we have F, A, E flat. We go to beat 3, the E flat slides down to D, right? While the other 2 stay the same. Then we have the A sliding down to G sharp, right? In beat 4. And then the F natural slides down to E natural in measure 4, beat 1. So again, these very slight changes, right? And he doesn't do it all at the same time. It's not like he's taking a chord like this and then moving it all 3 voices at the same time, right? He's doing it gradually over time. And this is his concept, right? This is his harmonic concept for this piece, that he has this problem in his head. He said, how do I make a harmony just descend? I want this like descending thing over time. How do I do it, right? And rather than thinking about, okay, I'm going to have a 1 chord, then I'm going to have a 4 chord, then I'm going to have a 5 chord, he's thinking of it more like, okay, how do the individual voices change over time? So again, another way to think about harmony. Let's listen to it. Right? So beautiful. There is a lot of dissonance as well in this too, right? So it's not just complete consonance. There's a lot of dissonance. Just look at, for example, you look at the second bar, right? Second bar, beat 3. We have F sharp, A, which is a minor third, and then from A to E flat, it's a tritone, which is like the devil's interval, right? So there is a sense of dissonance there, okay? And then if you look at the very next bar, beat one, right, we have F natural on the bottom, right? And from F natural to E flat, this is a minor seventh, right, which is another level of dissonance. And then we still have that A and E flat tritone, right, in there. So there is a lot of dissonance in here. And if we keep continuing on, even the end of measure 3 into measure 4 or 5, there's a level of dissonance here that's definitely, when we look at that consonance dissonance spectrum, this is definitely closer to the dissonance side, right, versus the do-fi. Okay, so something to think about, that there is a level of consonance and dissonance when we're thinking about harmony, and then we're thinking about what is like the overall concept. We're thinking about this harmonic parameter. Okay. Next, this is by a former Columbia classmate of mine. This is Sky McClay. Many, many cadences from 2015. This is for string quartet. And this is probably, you know, I would say, I mean, I didn't even realize this is from 2015. So it's been a while now, this particular piece. But this is one of the probably classic modern string quartets of our time. So surprising, so humorous, so engaging, right? And I hope you agree when you take a look at this. So before I even play it for you, let me just show you the score. So this is very unusual to see a score like this. First of all, we have, of course, this is going to be for string quartet, okay, number one. But look at what she does here. She puts the first beat, right? We have, she says C here. C meaning C major. So she's telling you, oh, this is a C major chord, and she wants the players to know that. Next beat, E flat. Oh, this is E flat major chord. A major, right? The last chord there is E flat minor. And then we have G major, E major, D flat major, B flat minor, D major, okay? Now, if you take a look at the bottom of the system, she actually does a Roman numeral analysis of what the piece is about. So I've never seen this before in any piece of music, really, besides just doing these music theory analysis type of things for class. But just look at that very first set of instructions she has there. She says, okay, these first two chords, right, these first two eighth notes you see, this is in the key of C major, okay? So just take a look at this. So the first eighth note is G. In the viola, we're in treble clef. This is D. Second violin, G, and then the first violin is B. This spells out a G major chord. In other words, the 5 chord in C major, okay? 5 chord in C major. Next eighth note, you'll see C in the cello, E in the viola, G in the second violin, C in the first violin, C major, okay? And of course, that's 1 in the key of C. And then the very next beat, she modulates immediately to E flat major. So there's no there's no gradual change in key. She says, no, I'm going to modulate to E flat major, and I'm going to start on the 4 chord, okay? And here it is. Here's the 4 chord, A flat, A flat, C, and then we're going to go to E flat major, E flat, G, B flat, on that last eighth note of the triplet. So it's just remarkable. And she's doing this, and she's got these half diminished seventh chords in there. She's got 6 chords. She's got like half cadences, plagal cadences, all sorts of different kind of cadences happening between each of these different sets. So of course we have a perfect authentic cadence in that very first beat, and so on as it goes through these 3 measures, and on and on and on. So it's just amazing how she built an entire piece of music from this concept of what would it sound like if we had many cadences done at a very fast speed. Like, what would that happen? What would happen if we did that, right? So again, when we think about musical concepts, right, or musical thoughts, as I like to call them, like this was her musical thought. How can we have many cadences in a piece of music, right? I said it in one sentence, right? So the idea is simple, but then the way she executed it, right? The way she executed it, you would need to study it, right? You would need to study it from other scores and then have your own spin on it. So I'm sure she's seen I'm 100% sure. I mean, that she's studied, thousands of scores in her life, and there was something in one of those scores, perhaps that made her think that, oh, what would happen if I heard these cadences that I know and love? What if they happened at a very fast rate? And here she has them at a very high pitch level in terms of the range. He has them way up in the stratosphere. Okay, we talk about timbre later on. We'll talk a little bit about that. Okay, so let's take a listen. I promise you this is fun. Okay, and I encourage you, go over to YouTube, find this piece. Okay, there's a score follower video of it. It's just amazing. Okay, so even just from those first few seconds, you can tell, oh wow, there is something going on there, right? But what is it exactly? You look at the score, it's many cadences. Okay, it's just unbelievable. So again, these are all the different types of harmony, and of course, there are so many other kinds of harmony. But I just wanted to give you kind of a little introduction to it in this video. Okay. Now, the last musical thought that we want to take into consideration is timbre. Okay, so what is timbre? Timbre is going to be the quality or color of a musical sound that makes it unique and distinguishes it from other sounds. It is what allows us to tell the difference between different instruments or voices, even when they're playing the same note. Okay, so this is the last parameter that we're going to be talking about. And in my opinion, rhythm, melody, right? Harmony, timbre. These are basically just the only things that you can do with musical thoughts in terms of what is actually the sound that is being produced, right? Let's hear 3 timbres, okay? So let's hear like what kind of sounds that we can have and how these sounds are being thought of, okay? So here's the first timbre that we're going to think of here. This is by Niccolo Paganini, okay? This is from his Caprice number 24 from 1817. I'm just going to show you what a solo violin could be. These are the different possibilities. So even before we hear this particular piece, if you just take a look at that first bar, right, we can see that he travels through many different octaves in the violin. We start at this high C, and then we get down to this low A. If you continue on in the piece, you'll see he goes down to even a low D or C. At the very end, he goes down to a low A. So just in terms of the range, you'll notice that there's a different sound quality to the violin, depending on how high or low you go. That's number one. The second thing you'll notice is that in the very first bar, you'll see that he writes arco, pizz, pizz, arco, pizz, arco, pizz, pizz. Arco, and we'll talk more about this in the instruments module later on in a few weeks. Arco just refers to having a bow sliding on the string of a violin, okay? And this is something that we typically think of when we think of a string instrument, right? Pizz simply means you're just going to pluck at the string rather, okay? And he indicates this with a plus. Okay, so this is his indication for that, just because it moves so quickly from one note to the other. He goes arco pizz pizz arco pizz arco pizz pizz. He wants to give a delineation for what is exactly happening with those pitches that have a pizz, so he doesn't have to keep writing it over and over and over like that. And there are occasionally some moments here where he's using what's called a left-hand pizz. So normally we talk about right-hand pizzes when we talk about playing with string instruments, but here he has a lot of left-hand pizz going on. We'll talk about this when we talk about strings in a later module. But I want to just show you that even with just one solo violin, you can have many different timbres. You can have timbres that relate to the range of the instrument. You can have timbres that relate to the actual technique that you use to play the instrument physically. Okay, so let's take a listen to this. Right, so one instrument can produce many different types of timbres. So you don't have to limit yourself. Even if you're composing for one instrument, we can think about what are the different possibilities in terms of timbre that that instrument can have. So you can create things that fulfill the sound world that you envision, right? Even if you're just dealing with one particular instrument. So Paganini did this in his 24th Caprice. Okay. Let's hear the next timbre. This is going to be by a modern-ish composer. Well, not that modern. I mean, this piece is from 100 years ago, pretty much exactly. This is a piece by Anton Webern, 5 pieces for orchestra. This is going to be the first movement for chamber orchestra, so we're expanding the palette a little bit more. But I want you to take a look at the score first before we take a listen to it, right? So a lot going on in the score, but I want to just point to a few things before we listen, okay? This particular piece is interesting in that it explores timbre in relation to melody. So what you're going to hear is a successive number of pitches over time, right? But instead of having those successive number of pitches happening in one instrument, right? Like we did in the Tchaikovsky example, the oboe solo or the Purcell and that soprano, etc., right? The successive number of pitches in this melody are happening across instruments. So if you just take a look at the score here, the very first sound that we're going to hear, and if you go 3 staves down, we see a trumpet playing the C sharp, and we see a harp also playing this B natural alongside. Okay, so there's that one sound. Then you go to the next bar, we don't hear we hear the celesta next. Okay, along with the harp, but the harp is playing a harmonic now, a slightly different sound. We'll talk about that later. And then we have in the strings, we have this harmonic happening. And then it continues on and on. You have the flute playing the next pitch along with the harp. And then you have the glockenspiel playing this triplet, okay? And so on. So you have this melody, but the melody is being changed very rapidly across time by changing timbres, in this case, changing the instrument, right? So this is Webern's musical thought. His thought is, okay, I want to change timbres quickly in this piece. How am I going to do that? Okay, I can do that by changing the instrument color quickly in a piece of music. And of course, he's dealing with many instruments in this case, right? He's got a big combination of instruments, so he can do that. So depending on the ensemble, of course, this will change how you think about this. But again, it's one idea, basically. It's one musical thought that he has, and he's executing it on just this page, by the way, and of course it continues on. But let's take a listen to what he does here. hmm And notice how, like the first 3-4 bars, right? He does start with this change in timbre in just the melody and just a melodic line, but then he says, "Okay, I'm going to slowly introduce a harmonic concept," and he brings in a secondary line along with it. Okay, so these ideas, or these musical thoughts, rather, they're not static, right? They change over time, but there has to be some kind of musical thought that starts this, right? And every single example that we showed so far in this video has this. They all have this in common, okay? No matter how modernistic they sound or how traditional sound, they all have this in common, okay? So I want you to be open-minded, right? We need to be open-minded about all these things, because if you're not, then it might close you off to some really interesting possibilities that you may not have thought of if you were closed-minded before. Okay, so that's my little PSA about that. Okay, next timbre. Oh, well, this is going to be, of course, I got to show my own example here. This is from my piece Duetto from 2022, version for flute and alto saxophone. This was originally written for 2 flutes, but then I had another ensemble at the Manhattan School of Music in New York. They played a version of this for flute and alto saxophone. I thought this would be a more interesting one to show you, because you can really hear the combination of timbre happening. So if you just look at this, this is just the first 3 measures here. You'll see the alto saxophone has this line, and it's just a very basic line. It's very basic, right, in terms of the rhythm, right? It's just bunch of 68 notes in a row, and the melody is quite basic as well. But notice what is happening with the timbre. In the saxophone, what's happening is, all that funny natural down to the half flat symbol means is that I just want the saxophonist to just lip down gradually over that bar while they're playing that fingering. That's all I'm asking them to do. Okay. The half flat there, we'll talk about microtonality in a future video, but the half flat there just signals that I want to go down a half, or rather a quarter step, I should say. So not a full flat, right? But just in between. So I want there to be a little bit of a change of tuning going on there. But then in the flute, I'm asking the flute, these funny little diamonds means to basically overblow those bottom notes. So I'm asking the flute player to overblow, to play these, basically these octaves that they're doing. I want them to overblow octave and a fifth as it continues. Okay, so I want them to overblow those bottom notes. And you get this kind of what I call a super instrument. You have basically a super instrument. To me, this means that you have two instruments or more playing the same or similar material, but the overall impact is that it's producing it's one instrument, right? So you're creating an instrument out of many instruments. You're basically creating your own instrument, right? Because at the end of the day, these instruments are creating vibrations in the air that are hitting your ears, right? So so we can create our own instruments in a sense, because we're just changing how the air vibrates around our ears. So I wanted to do that with this particular piece. And for much of it, it does things like this, where the alto sax and the flute are playing together, and you can't really hear which one is the flute and which one is the saxophone. You can't really distinguish the sounds, because really I wanted them to feel like they were one instrument. So that's why I wanted to show you this version rather than the two flute version, because that one you can really tell, okay, those are two flutes. Here it's like, oh, I'm not really sure what that is, you know. And that was the problem I was trying to solve with this arrangement. How do I make a saxophone and a flute, which really are very different instruments, sound like they're one instrument? Okay, so let's take a listen to this. Right. So to me, at least, it sounds like the saxophone is activating like air around it, right? And that's what the flute player is. So, you know, however you think about it, right? This was the sound world that I was trying to go with in terms of timbre, right? In terms of thinking about the timbre parameter of this, right? Separate from the melody, separate from the rhythm, separate from the harmony. Okay. So let's summarize what we talked about here. So what is an idea? An idea is simply an extra musical concept or a musical thought. Okay. So we went over extra musical concepts earlier on in terms of, you know, it having to do with an emotion, maybe a place, a person, maybe something to do with visual art, maybe something to do with literature, right? Extra musical concepts basically come from your experiences as a human. In summary. And then in terms of musical thought, you know, we think about things like rhythm, right? Which is the pattern of sounds and silences in music, organizing how notes are played over time. It determines the timing and the flow of the music, creating a sense of movement and structure. Okay, and we heard some examples of that. Another musical thought that we went over is melody, right? A sequence of musical notes that is perceived as a single line. And of course, we talked about the melody pyramid. Remember, we talked about melody, tune, motive. Okay, we talked about another musical thought, which is harmony, a combination of different musical notes sounding together at the same time. And we heard pieces that had various levels of consonance versus dissonance, and why it's important to have dissonance in your music at some level, right? And then we talked about timbre, which is the unique quality or color of a musical sound that distinguishes it from other sounds. It's what makes a flute sound different from a violin, even if they're playing the same note, right? And we heard various kinds of timbre and various scores, and including in my piece, right, with the flute and the alto saxophone. Okay, so again, if you enjoyed this video, right, and want to leave a testimonial, we can win some special prizes if you do so. And I want to leave you with this last quote here by John Cage, the American composer John Cage. I can't understand why people are frightened of new ideas. I'm afraid of the old ones. Okay. Now, I think personally for me, I think what he means by this is that, you know, Cage wants you to be open-minded. Okay. Open-minded of new things, right? Not to close yourself off to new possibilities, right? Um, I slightly disagree with the him being, this idea of being frightened of the old ideas, right? Because I think that we can learn a lot from the old ideas, right? We can learn a lot with how Tchaikovsky constructs a tune, right? We can learn about how Beethoven constructs a rhythm, how he has this kind of intense level of pattern recognition, and then he has that silence at the end of the whole phrase, right? And it makes you think, oh, something different happened there, right? So I think the healthy way to think about this is what is the relationship, right, between new ideas and old ideas. And the other thing that we should keep in mind too is that an idea might be new to you, right? But it might not necessarily be new in general. Like somebody else, like across the world, or maybe 10 years ago or 50 years ago, may have came up with the idea that you thought was new, right? So that's just something to keep in mind, that there are very new, truly new ideas under the sun, right? So it's important for us to be acclimated with like what are the types of musical thoughts that we could have, right? And to draw on your experiences, to draw on those extra musical concepts, right? That we've been talking about in this video. Okay, so let's go out there and compose. I feel like talking about writer's block this soon in the process is fundamental for us to understand how to function as composers. Writer's block is one of these really misunderstood tenets of what it means to be a creative, and I want to dispel some myths and offer some solutions as we go along in this course. So here we are at Preludes to Writer's Block, and we'll have more specific examples as we go throughout the course. But here's what we're going to cover in today's lesson, okay? The idea of genius. Like, what is a genius exactly? Okay. I want to dispel this myth from the get go. Okay. The next thing we're going to cover is inspiration. Like, what is the role of inspiration when we're composing music? It's so crucial to just get this out of the way, right? Right at the beginning. Okay. This is a lot about mindset as much as it is about technical skill. Okay. The next thing that we're going to talk about is our mistakes. So, what's mistake one, right? When it comes to writer's block, what's mistake number two? And what's mistake number three? Then at the very end, we're going to have a summary. Okay. So again, follow me on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. Okay. I have exclusive content over there, and those are my handles. All right. And share the course. If you love the course, let's spread our love of composing as well. Okay. And warning, this is going to be the most important video in the entire course so far. Watch the entire video. Don't skip, don't fast forward. And pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed unless there is music playing. Luckily for you, there is no music playing in here, so you can just watch it at 2x speed. Okay, let's talk about genius for a moment, all right? What do we mean by genius, okay? So according to Merriam-Webster, a genius is a person endowed with extraordinary mental superiority. Okay, so it's pretty broad in its definition, but I would say that yes, we would probably agree, right? In general, this is what we would think of when we think of a genius, someone that's endowed with extraordinary mental superiority, right? We think, oh, this person is on a different plane than some other person, right? He's on or she's on this higher plane of mental capacity, or maybe they're using more of their mental capacity than the next person down the line, okay? Now, but let's be more specific now and extend this to our vision of the genius composer. All right. We've seen this in movies like Amadeus and Immortal Beloved, and in ad campaigns by orchestras and opera companies around the world. Like, how many times have you heard, oh, Mozart was such a genius, oh, Beethoven was such a genius, Bach was just a genius? Like, how often do you hear this? It's like a broken record. Like, I mean, these composers that get played over and over again, they must be getting played over and over again because they were such geniuses, right, in their time. Like, they must have been like basically these gods on earth, right, in terms of their mental capacity. Okay. And even with these orchestras, like, I'm not going to name but basically all of them. Okay. Basically all of these professional orchestras and opera companies around the world, I mean, they don't hesitate and say that, oh, this person is a genius, Tchaikovsky is a genius. And with very little regard actually to living composers, very, very, very rarely do I hear, oh, this living composer is a genius, right? I never really hear that. It's that, oh, this living composer is being programmed alongside Brahms, who was a genius, right? in his time. So it's very interesting how we equate this word genius and what we mean by genius, and how we're trying to sell something too. We're trying to tell a general audience, hey, you should be paying attention to this thing because it was created by a genius. I mean, like, fundamentally, like, why? But why, right? Why? And what does this idea of genius mean? Do we have to be geniuses too to be composing music? Okay, and I want to show you, and what I think, and what I think too. This is just my opinion, but I don't think it's an opinion. I think it's quite real. The idea of the genius composer simply does not exist. So this is my hypothesis, right? This is my general thinking behind this, is that this idea of the genius composer, it just doesn't exist. Okay, there are other ways, more tangible ways, that these composers have become who they are. That has nothing to do with their mental capacity or how much of their brain they're using or any innate talent that they were born with out of the womb. Because this word genius, it has that kind of connotation that you were born that way. You were born a genius, right? Nothing in your environment made you that way. It was, you were born like that from birth. So we're gonna try to dispel that myth as we go forward in this course, and I think that this will be something that you uh, will take comfort in as well. And this is also how I feel personally: is that um, my mental capacity has nothing to do with my success as a composer, or that I feel very little in terms of writer's block as I'm going through a piece of music. Actually, it's a lot of fun for me to compose nowadays. Okay. And let me give you an example of Mozart. We've been talking about Mozart with the film Amadeus, right, which portrays him as this genius composer with flaws, for sure. They portray some of that, but they do portray him as a genius, for sure, in many, many scenes throughout the movie. According to Dr. Michael Howe, a psychologist at the University of Exeter, Mozart had practiced an estimated 3,500 hours by age 6. So I'd like you to reflect on your own compositional practice. Have you reached 3,500 hours of pure composing time? How much of that time was purposeful, focused writing without distractions? The true secret lies in the hard work and developing tools within ourselves to compose, rather than waiting for a sudden burst of inspiration. So there are these scenes in Amadeus where it just looks like he, especially at the very end, he's writing, no, spoiler alert, he's writing his Requiem, and he's just like notating it, or rather he's dictating it to Salieri. Oh, write F, write A, write C, write it in the horns. And it just looks like somebody from up high is telling him what to write, right? This is a very romanticized version of what it means to compose, and this idea of what it means to be a genius. Okay, so we're going to dispel some of these myths as we go along in this lesson. Okay, so the first thing we have to talk about, of course, is this idea of inspiration, right? Because inspiration has a lot to do with the idea of the genius, and it has a lot to do with the idea of writer's block. So according to Thomas Edison, genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Okay, so this actually should be a really comforting line from one of the great scientists of modern history. Okay, and if we go to a musical example, right? Conductor and composer Esa-Pekka Salonen, he adapted this to: composing is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. This emphasizes that composing is a skill that can be learned through practice. This idea, which I call the composer's brain, will be explored more in depth during this course. So this is the the meat of this course, this community, the composer's brain. I mean, this is the essential thing that I hope that you get out of this lesson in particular, that composing is not 99% inspiration and 1% perspiration. It's not like how they depict in the movies, or how you might think so, based on all these extra influences or advertisements or things like that you might see on social media, and where you just see the result, right? Composing is 1% of that, 1% of inspiration, okay? And all that perspiration, that 99%, that's the stuff that people don't see, okay? And I learned this very, very, very early on. I was very lucky to learn this very, very early on, when I was around 15, 16 years old, because I heard Esa-Pekka Salonen say this. And for whatever reason, this line, composing is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, this has stuck with me for the last 15 plus years. Okay. So I share that along with you. And it's an extension of what Thomas Edison said as well. Okay. Initial musical ideas can come from a general concept, a specific musical idea, or a mix of both. Most composers struggle not with generating ideas, but with three common mistakes. So we talked about this idea of a general concept, a specific musical idea. We talked about this in the last module, okay? But it's not that composers struggle with generating those ideas. Sometimes they do, right? But oftentimes they struggle a lot with like, okay, once they have that idea, how do they develop it? And the problem is that a lot of that, they feel that, they have to have inspiration to develop those ideas. Whereas remember, composing is just 1% inspiration, okay? So let's take a look at the first mistake that composers make when it comes to this tenet, okay? So the first mistake, writing initial ideas directly into music notation software instead of on manuscript paper. This limits imagination and traps ideas in a rigid rhythmic grid. Handwriting music helps develop a better mind-muscle relationship with musical ideas. So I can't tell you how many times I've seen this with my students that they go straight into the notation software and it quite looks like that as well. And I can't tell you how many times I've had students tell me that when they, trusted in the process of writing by hand and really committed to it, how much, not just like how much better their music was, but how much more fun they were having, like being away from a screen, being away from social media, uh, and like really feeling in tune with their bodies, having that mind muscle connection with their hand, right? Like this is really powerful. And I think that's something that composers in general are not taking into consideration. I always start everything with manuscript paper. And even when I start inputting stuff into my music notation software, that manuscript paper is always there, right? Always nearby in case I need to sketch something out, okay? So that's mistake number one. And a study found that handwriting activates more complex brain connectivity than typing, aiding memory and learning. EEG data from university students showed more elaborate brain activity when handwriting compared to typing. This activity is crucial for memory formation and encoding new information. So there is data out there to support this, right? And this was a more general study, right? This wasn't something that had to do with music composition specifically. It was more about this writing, like writing words by hand versus typing words by hand. But the same is true for composing. It's a similar activity. You're using a similar creative part of your brain as well. So crucial to just trust the process that yes, I'm handwriting music. Of course, this is not going to be the final product. I'm not saying that you should handwrite music and then present it as a score or present it as a part for a musician to play out of. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that for you to develop your own ideas and then to have them be continuously being developed throughout an entire piece, it's crucial that you form this mind-muscle relationship, okay, from the onset, hopefully as you're starting your process of composition, okay? So really, I can't stress how important this is. I always have stacks of manuscript paper right by me when I'm composing, okay? Now, this is one of my students. He says that one of my more significant challenges has been a sort of a perfectionist writer's block, where I wouldn't write anything down unless I thought it was really, really good. Saad's push to put pen to paper as soon as practicable and applying the composer brain is helping me overcome that a lot. So Alex, he was one of these students that in the beginning, I didn't see much of the way of handwritten music. We did a lot of stuff on the computer in Sibelius, and he was very advanced on his own, right? Before he even started to work with me. But once he started writing music by hand, not only did I see him writing much better music, right? He was having fun writing music, and ironically, he was producing more music per week than when he was writing in the notation software. So you would think, oh, writing music by hand is slow, but actually, if you're really like in the flow of things, you can actually be writing more music if you're using a manuscript paper, because you're not like sitting there in front of notation software. Oh, how do I put this here? Or how do I do this? Or how do I put this? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm getting a notification from Facebook. Oh, hold on. There's something else I have to do. I have to look at my calendar, right? It's all of those things put together. But because Alex said, hey, I'm going to have my manuscript paper, I'm going to put it right here. And my task for today is to fill out this page, right? Having a clear goal. I'm going to fill out this page no matter what. And within a span of a week, the next time I saw him, he said, oh, wow, there's like 4 pages of music here. This is several minutes of music. So I was really proud of Sasha when he realized this. So I want to show you mistake number 2. Okay, mistake number 2 has to do with adding too many underdeveloped ideas to your piece. I see this so often with composers, no matter how much in the beginning of the process or how late in the process they are in terms of how long they've been composing. Okay, adding too many underdeveloped ideas to your piece. Okay, and the way I tackle this mistake is to conduct what are called thought experiments. And as much as I'd like to take credit for this, it's not my idea. So once you have an idea you like, right, like one idea you like, and this is how I counter this too many underdeveloped ideas mistake. Once you have an idea you like, one idea you like, start doing thought experiments. This technique, taught by Dr. Stephen Stuckey, involves tweaking your idea in various ways. Examples of thought experiments: make the second note longer, make the first note longer, make both notes longer, transpose the idea to every key, play it in thirds or fourths, invert the idea. You get the idea. So Dr. Stephen Stuckey, I mean, he would say this all the time. Have you done your thought experiments? Oh, let's do a thought experiment. What if you did this, right? So a thought experiment is basically a what if question. Like, what if I did this? And instead of just like having that be in your brain, what if? Write it down. You got your manuscript paper. So Beethoven did this a lot, by the way. So if you take a look at Beethoven's sonatas, symphonies, etc., and you look at a handwritten piece of manuscript paper, you can just Google this, right? You'll see that like on the top staff, he would have his initial idea, and then he would cross it out. And then on the right below that, he would have another idea based on that first idea, cross it out. Then he does it again, cross it out. So it's like you can see the process happening, right? So this is kind of a variation on that in terms of, okay, you have your initial idea, but instead of crossing things out, just make another version of that idea that's slightly different, right? It's still related, but slightly different. Then do it again, then do it again, then do it again, and do it again. And before you know it, you have a whole page of ideas filled out that are based off of that one idea. And guess what? You can use all those variations of that idea as developmental pieces, right? Or rather as developmental fragments that you can use to create your entire piece, right? So guess what? This is part of that perspiration part. This has nothing to do with inspiration, okay? So that was what I learned from Stephen Stuckey, okay? Over time, you'll develop your own thought experiments. As you refine your voice, certain thought experiments will become instinctive, speeding up your writing process. So this has as much to do with instinct and with speed as anything else, right? And there are an infinite amount of thought experiments that you could have. The ones I listed in the previous bullet point are just a few of them that I thought of very quickly. There are an infinite amount of thought experiments that you can do to a piece of music, right? And we'll cover these more in depth as we go through this course. But I want you to be open-minded to the different things that you can do to an idea. And I've even realized in my own writing that there are certain thought experiments that I tend to gravitate towards, right? Certain things that I tend to gravitate towards while I'm writing. Like, for example, transposing the idea to every single key. I do this all the time. Like, as soon as I have an idea, I'm like, all right, great. What is it in C sharp? What is it in D? What is it in D sharp? What is it in E? Okay, great. What if I took the 6th degree of all those scales and put it up a tone, right? Or things like that. Like, I can just rattle them off here. So there are certain things that I like to do in every one of my pieces. And that is part of what creates a voice, this idea of what is a voice. Well, a voice is something that is it's part of this lexicon, right? We're doing it right now, okay? So as we go through this course, we'll learn more specific things that have to do with each of these tenets, but I want to start opening your mind, right? That's what these three mistakes are all about. Okay, and this is one of my other students, Bailey Phillips. One of the struggles that I had is not knowing what to do with material in order to make a composition have forward movement. And this idea has helped me turn a musical idea into actual music, right? So this idea of thought experiments, right, which is one way of getting out of writer's block, right? And the thing with writer's block is we to get out of writer's block, we have to do activities. We have to be active, right? And doing these thought experiments, it is active composing. You are getting out of your rut. To me, writer's block is inactivity, right? So this is a form of activity, and Bailey is saying yes, that is something that he learned from studying with me. Is that yes, a piece can have forward movement, right? But you have to conduct these thought experiments in order to do that. Okay, so that was mistake number two. Mistake number three. All right, mistake number three: not breaking composition into small tasks. I call this approach "don't go crazy." So I've said this. I can't remember how many times I've said this to students, but don't go crazy. Okay, and this is my 3-word tenet in life too. Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy in the positive. Don't go crazy in the negative. Okay, don't go crazy when you're thinking about composition. There are so many things you have to do when you're composing a piece of music, no matter how short or long, no matter if it's one instrument, no matter if it's full orchestra with choir, okay? No matter if you're writing for film, no matter if you're writing for dance, no matter if you're writing a multimedia piece or piece for the concert hall. There are so many things you have to do when you're writing one composition. You need to break it into small tasks. Often I see students saying, "Oh my God, like how am I gonna do this?" Right? And even with famous composers and film composers, they would say, "Oh, I finished this piece, this score. Like I don't even know how I'm gonna start the next one." Right? So um, you start the next one by breaking it into small tasks. Okay, so focus on one small task during each writing session. Don't worry about future tasks. Completing small tasks builds confidence and progress. Finishing small tasks helps you enter the flow state, a highly creative mindset. This approach also helps prevent writer's block. So, again, if you are cognizant about what your small task is for that session, right, that composing session, it will keep you focused on that small task, right? And when you finish that small task, guess what? Your mindset is going to start to change. You're going to start to say, hey, I can actually do this, right? And there's nothing like having a little bit of an internal confidence boost to get you to the next small task, then the next small task, and then the next small task, okay? And before you know it, the piece is done. So again, really, really, really important to say, what is going to be my small task today, right? Is it going to be, all right, I had this idea I generated yesterday in terms of rhythm, right? I came up with this rhythmic idea that I really like. All right, what are 10 versions of that rhythm that I can do, right? And that can be your small task for the session. You don't need to think about melody or harmony or what instrument is playing that rhythm, right? That will be your small task for the day. Then the next day you say, all right, these are the 10 that I came up with. I really like them. Okay, what can I assign maybe some melodic interval to that rhythm? Okay, can I do that for all of them, right? And before you know it, then the inspiration part of it comes in. That 1% says, oh, I know what to do with that line. Here's 30 versions that I just did. That line is going to be played by the violin in this register, and it's going to be in the beginning of the piece. And those are your moments of inspiration, but they can only happen after you do a series of small tasks, and you have to trust this process, okay? I've done this dozens and dozens of times when writing my own music. And again, it's always the same. It's like, how did I write that last piece? I'm about to start this new, well, because I trusted this process that I'm showing you right now, okay? Now, another student of mine said, One can endlessly drain themselves putting ideas together to form a piece, but with calculated preparation, the piece will write itself. Okay. Developing this skill has taken a lot of hard work out of my writings. This is from Will Sakar from the United Kingdom. So again, Will says, yes, you can keep you can keep going around a circle, right? And going around a circle. But developing this skill, right? Developing the skill of having thought experiments, right? This idea of the composer's brain. Actually, this takes a lot of the hard work or the perceived hard work out of the writing process. You're kind of like letting the piece write itself in a way. Okay. So Will experienced this as well after I showed him some of these skills. Okay. So, summary again, inspiration. When we talk about inspiration, we're talking about composing is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Okay. Emphasizing that composing is a skill developed through practice, avoiding common mistakes like over relying on software, adding too many ideas, and not breaking tasks into manageable steps. Okay. When we're talking about mistake number one, typing directly into music notation software first. Okay. That's a big mistake. Remember, handwriting music on paper enhances creativity and memory better than typing directly into notation software. Mistake number two, too many undeveloped ideas. Remember, use thought experiments to refine your ideas by tweaking them in various ways, which will help you develop your own creative process over time. And then mistake number three, not breaking composition into small tasks. Remember, focus on one task per session to build confidence, progress, and enter into a creative flow state rather, which also helps prevent writer's block. Okay. So we're going to dive into each of these mistakes more directly, right? And give you more actionable steps, but I want to give you kind of an overview of what exactly is going on when we deal with writer's block. Writer's block is essentially related to this idea of lack of inspiration or this perceived lack of inspiration, this kind of like almost like unwillingness to do the hard work or rather the perspiration, and also like making these excuses that, oh, I have to be a genius, right, to be composing high level music. I mean, nothing could be further from the truth. So a lot of it has to do with mindset, right? And then mindset in combination with realizing this kind of high level um, relationships between these things, and then doing actionable things like, not typing directly into the notation software first, realizing when you have too many underdeveloped ideas, and then realizing when you're like trying to tackle on too many things at once, right? Rather than doing one small thing at a time. Okay. Now, remember, if you enjoyed this course so far, you can leave a testimonial and win special prizes. And I'm going to leave you with this quote by our friend Johannes Brahms. Without craftsmanship, inspiration is a mere reed shaken in the wind. Okay, so even Brahms himself, who we think as a genius composer, right? He even says this too. He says that inspiration is just a mere reed shaken in the wind if you don't have a level of technical craftsmanship, right? When you think about a craftsman, I'm thinking of someone like a carpenter, maybe a roofer, maybe a painter, someone like that, right? And can they do certain things in a whole day, right? Some of them can, right? But think about like a composition, right? Composition is just kind of this big task that has a lot of small tasks within it, right? Think about like building a house, for example, right? Does a house get built in one day? No. And I saw that in real time. There was a house that was built right behind our house. And, this house was there. It was quite an old house. They were building it about a year or so ago, or rather it was standing a year ago or so, but it was like kind of falling apart, right? And there was a builder that came in and started tearing down the walls one by one and then reconstructing the house one by one. And it didn't take you would think that, okay, maybe someone that really knows what they're doing, they can do it quickly in a week or two or something. But no, it took months and months and months and months. I mean, it was like a 6-month project, uh, almost every single day. And when they were building the house, I noticed that they weren't like building several different parts of the house at one time. Like they were focused on one specific part of the house, like each week, right? So they were putting it into small tasks, right? They weren't like building like one of the walls while also painting that wall. They would build a wall, then build another wall, then build another wall, right? And then at the very end, they would paint the house. So it's very interesting when you see it from other fields because they've kind of got it down, and we would expect that too with other fields. But for whatever reason, in an artistic field, we don't feel that it's the same level of craftsmanship, right? There's something strange about that. So I love this quote by Brahms. You know, inspiration is just a mere reed shaken in the wind, right? It could come and it can go, right? So really important here. So let's go out there and compose. See you next time. We as composers are very, very lucky to be living in a time where we have a plethora of tools for us to compose music. And in this lesson, I want to just dive into the essential things that you will need. So let's get right into it. So this is our prelude to essentials. And here's what we're going to cover in today's lesson. What are the writing tools that you're going to need, right? This is going to be the most basic thing, right? If you don't have anything else, this is what you're going to need first and foremost, okay? What is going to be the hardware that you're going to need, right? We're going to cover the basic hardware. And in another module down the line, we'll go over many, many different kinds of hardware that you might need depending on your budget. But we're going to just cover the essentials today. And we're going to go over the software. What is the software that you'll need to be composing music? And then, probably most importantly, besides the writing tools, is your workspace. Like, what kind of workspace are you working in? I feel like this gets overlooked. And then we're going to have a summary at the very end. So, again, follow me on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Apple Podcasts for exclusive content. And those are my handles right there. And make sure to share the course if you enjoy it so far. And let's spread our love of composing. Warning, this is the most important video in the entire course so far. Watch the entire video, don't skip. Don't fast forward. And pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed unless there is music playing. And in this video, there is no music playing, okay? It's just a purely informational video. So we're going to go over the writing tools first. Paper. This is going to be the first thing that you're going to need to get. Manuscript paper specifically. The one I use is Hal Leonard's number 27 Carta manuscript paper. You can get it on Amazon for around 12 bucks. And this paper is just the godsend. I mean, I've been using this paper for years and years and years. I've been using it probably since, God, before 20, around 2010 maybe. Okay. I mean, it's been a long time, and this paper has been in existence for a very, very long time. And I just can't recommend it enough. Okay. It gets about 40 sheets per pack, one-sided, and it's got 16 stabs per page. And the best thing about it is it's very long. So it's about this long, about 18 inches long this way. And then the height is about 12 inches. So you get a lot of good space, and it can fit really nicely on your desk. And another reason I like it is because I can actually see a ton of music on one single page. If I was working with regular like 8.5 by 11 size A4 in Europe size paper, the problem with that kind of staff paper is that you have, number one, less stabs per page, and then you can only fit so much music on that page in comparison to the very large staff paper, okay? So I can't recommend this paper enough, even if you're writing solo music or duets or trios. It doesn't matter how big or small the piece is. It's just really important that you use a paper where you can see as much music as possible. So again, Hal Leonard's number 27 Carta manuscript paper. I'm not sponsored by them. I don't get paid to to push this paper out. I actually pay for this paper myself all the time. I have stacks and stacks and stacks of it from across the years. And I've also noticed that the pencil markings don't smudge, okay, on this paper. I've seen manuscript paper from years and years ago where I can actually see all my pitches there intact, all my markings there intact. So again, for the price, you can't really beat it. There is more specialty paper out there for sure, but I think that this is really right in the middle. It's not the cheapest paper you can get. It's not the most expensive paper you can get. I feel like for most people's budget, this is going to work fine and going to last you probably months and months and months. Okay. So that's the manuscript paper I recommend. Pencils. Any type of pencil will do. Some composers I know swear by the Blackwing pencils. I use very basic #2 wooden pencils by Ticonderoga, which you can find on Amazon. And by the way, the manuscript paper too, you can find on Amazon. The key is to have about a dozen pencils by your side while writing so that you don't need to constantly sharpen them. So I have them right here. I have a I have a bunch of pencils here, and right behind me, you'll see pens, pencils, highlighters, all sorts of stuff, right? But I don't use the most expensive thing that I could find. I try to use really quantity for me is the thing. I want to have about a dozen pencils by my side so I don't have to interrupt my workflow. Whenever a pencil gets dull, which gets dull pretty quickly when you're composing, probably every 15 minutes or even less, actually, maybe every 10 minutes or so, I got to change out a pencil because I like my pencils really pointy at the end. So I don't want to sit there and sharpen pencils. So I just have my pencil, I take it out, I write for 10, 15 minutes, put the pencil away, take another new fresh pencil that I sharpened maybe that morning or the day before, and I just keep going like that. Now, a lot of people like these Blackwing pencils. They're used mostly for sketching with visual artists. And I know a lot of composers that use these Blackwing pencils. They're very, very expensive, I think, and I don't think that they look that much better than your basic #2 pencil. Um, I've never felt the need to upgrade. I felt that, I can get into that flow state while I'm composing just fine with that Ticonderoga pencil. And that way I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry about, okay, buying a bunch of new pencils when those get dull, okay? Another thing that I've seen composers do, and I used to do this as well, is use mechanical pencils. And I found that those mechanical pencils just don't work as well and also don't feel as well in the hand. I want to feel as natural as possible, if that makes sense. I'm writing on manuscript paper, right? I'm using a wooden pencil, right? I know it sounds crazy, but there is a placebo effect to this as well. There's a little bit of that going on where I want to have as much of a mind muscle memory connection while I'm writing, as we covered in the last video lesson. So just try it out. Use the cheap pencils, but use a bunch of them by your side. Have them all sharpened before you start, and see how it works for you. Um, see how it feels. And the other thing I should say is that when your pencil starts to get dull and you switch it out for another, that's also a good indication of like how much music have you been writing, right? Like how much time have you spent composing, right? Because if you're just sticking with that one pencil from the beginning, that means, right, that you haven't been writing that much. But if you go through a session where you went through 6, 7, 8 pencils, that's a pretty good indication that you did a lot of good work that day, okay? And the purpose of this is to, again, build that mind muscle connection, right? That mind muscle connection with your hand, and to gain confidence. And I really think that using the manuscript paper and these wooden pencils are like the foundation. This is the essential thing that we need to strive to do as composers, okay? Ruler, a clear ruler. I prefer to use a ruler on the shorter side so that it's not too unwieldy on my desk. I use this to make straight lines, okay? And I think this is really important in that, you don't want a ruler that's too long. Like these 1 foot long rulers, they're great for most things, but I find that when you put it on a desk, and especially when you put it vertically on a desk, it takes up just too much space on the desk and it starts to hit your body. So what I like to use is a really short ruler, about 6 inches or shorter than that. And that way I can use it to create stems on notes. I can use it to create bar lines, all sorts of things where I would need a straight line. And I like it to be clear. That way, when I put it on my manuscript paper, right, I can see what's going through it, right? I can see the music underneath it. And this is really, really helpful so that I don't draw over anything, okay? So a clear ruler on the shorter side, try it. See how it is for you. For me, these are the 3 most essential writing tools I use, okay? These are the ones I'm always have right by me as I'm composing, okay? And then this is not 100% needed, but I use this myself, a notebook, a basic small notebook that you can write words and drawings in, around 5 inches by 7 inches or 12 centimeters by 35 centimeters. Nothing fancy. Don't overthink it. And basically, this notebook, I use it just to jot down anything, right? Jot down anything that I don't want to put on the manuscript paper. On the manuscript paper, I like to have it be mostly music centric, right? On the notebook, I like to put in just general notes that I'm thinking about that day, or maybe there was something else that I just needed to jot down quickly. Think of it as like how folks use post-it notes. They put post-it notes on the monitors. You've seen, or maybe you've done it before, where you put post-it notes on the monitor to remind you of certain things. Like this notebook, very small notebook, is my post-it note. It's just my post-it note, but I put it in a tiny notebook, and I like to put the date on top and so on. So this is not something you 100% need. You might have another way of doing it, like again, the post-it note method. But I like having a notebook because I know that, okay, there's my notebook. I can take it with me anywhere because I do compose on the road as well. So this notebook, manuscript paper, ruler, pencils, very compact. I can take it anywhere. And also in my studio right here, it works really, really well. So these are the writing tools that I recommend. Okay. What about the hardware though? Okay. What about hardware? The main thing you're going to need is a computer. Okay. A Mac or PC computer with at least 256 gigabytes of storage and 8 gigabytes of virtual memory. It doesn't need to be fancy at this stage. You can always upgrade later. And the main reason you need a computer, of course, is to access notation software. And for most things that you need, you don't really need a super, super strong notation software, or rather, you don't need a really, really strong computer to handle most of the notation software out there. Okay. So don't go crazy with the computer. Um, Most likely, whatever computer you have right now, even if it's just a laptop, is completely fine. Okay. So just hold back on an expensive computer purchase. I have a very expensive computer. I have a Mac Studio, but it's because I do a lot of other things on it. I do video editing. I use it for audio production, and I'm running multiple things at the same time. Okay, so when I get into the essentials week, which will be a few weeks from now, I will go over the various types of budget. If you have a high budget, medium budget, low budget, I'll recommend other kinds of computers. But for now, just stick to your basic Mac or PC computer for now. Okay, so don't worry too much about this. A keyboard. Okay, by keyboard I mean something like this: an electronic keyboard or a real piano if you have one with 88 weighted keys. These days, most electronic keyboards come with a USB connection, which plugs straight into your computer. So this keyboard that I'm using right now, by the way, I've been using this keyboard for close to 15 years. When I was at USC, I had this keyboard. I was trying to look for keyboards here in New York, and I just couldn't find a keyboard that felt just as good as this one. This is the SL990XP from Studio Logic. They don't really, I don't think they make them anymore in this exact model, but for me, this is the keyboard that felt really good in my hands. These days, you can find really basically any company makes these keyboards uh, just fine, and I would recommend getting a weighted keyboard, even if you're not a pianist. I just think it, again, you want to make it feel as much as possible that you are, quote unquote, um, or this is probably not the right terminology, but this is what's coming up to my head right now, a real composer, right? You want to feel like when you're sitting there, you're doing important work, okay? You're doing work that will help you progress as an artist. So for me, having an 88 weighted keyboard is essential for that. I would even love to have a real piano, right? That would even feel even better. But for me, for my workflow, this 88 key weighted keyboard does the trick. Now, this last part that I mentioned, the USB connection, um, I feel that right now, at this stage, again, this is the essential hardware. A keyboard with a USB connection would serve you better, especially at this stage, okay? Because you can just connect it directly into any computer you buy that has a USB port, okay? This particular keyboard that I'm using, which I'll explain in a few weeks, this particular keyboard is connected via a MIDI cable to an audio interface. Okay, so there's an extra step that you have to do with my setup. For you, just getting started, if you're getting started, I would just go with the keyboard that connects directly to your computer for now. You can always get the audio interface later, and we'll talk about that soon. Okay, the next important thing to get is headphones. Okay, If you already have a pair of headphones, don't worry too much about this. But if you don't, I suggest the Sony MDR 7506. Um, this is not exactly that headphone, but it's very similar. It's made by Sony, and it's about $100. Okay, last time I checked. I've been using these forever, and then the earbuds get kind of messed up over time. I don't know if you can see that, but then you can just replace them for a few dollars on Amazon. Really, really great. I love these headphones because they don't really change the sound too much. When you get consumer headphones like Bose headphones or something similar to that, or Apple headphones, things like that, they do change the frequency of the sound. These don't. So I recommend getting something like this. I would even get something like this over getting speakers, okay? Because then you can use them anywhere and you can use them anytime, especially if you're living in an apartment or you're sharing a space with somebody else. And even me, I use these headphones quite a lot, even though I don't have to because I have the space down here in my basement, okay? Now, these are all completely optional. This is going to include the audio interface, which I mentioned previously, a microphone, which I'm using right now, and studio monitors, which are basically speakers that you use to play back sound. These tools are optional based on your production needs. An audio interface connects your computer to other devices. A microphone records your voice or instruments. And studio monitors let you hear your compositions instead of using headphones. So, first of all, the audio interface. The audio interface is great if you have a lot of peripherals that you need to add to your computer. If you have a microphone, you have a keyboard, maybe you have a guitar, um, all sorts of things you can connect to this thing, and it basically speaks between those peripherals and your computer, okay? Um, a lot of composers really at this stage, I would say, don't really need an audio interface. It's just like an extra thing that you have to add to your chain. But eventually, you will probably need to get an audio interface. But for now, this is going to be completely optional. You don't need this to get started. A microphone, same thing. If you want to record, for example, ideas in your head, you can just get your iPhone or whatever phone you have and just record voice memos into it. And that should be enough for you to come up with ideas on the fly, musical thoughts on the fly, and so on. But a microphone really at this stage is kind of overkill because you're really using a microphone for some kind of production stage, okay? But if you really need a microphone, there are microphones out there that connect via USB, just like a keyboard can. So again, you don't really even need an audio interface these days for the basic microphone setup, okay, even if you need one. So that is the microphone there, again, optional. The studio monitors, which are these speakers that you see on in a lot of audio production suites, again, these are going to be optional. I have really cheap ones. Like if you see my speakers, you'd be shocked. They're like maybe $150 a pair, okay? They're very, very basic studio monitors. I don't have really expensive ones either. So I don't even need any of these things, okay? I actually prefer to use the headphones because I get the most direct sound that I can, and it's not obstructed by any of the room noise that I have down here in my basement, okay? So again, all three of these things I would say are completely optional, but the computer, keyboard, and the headphones, if you're able to, I would get all three of those things in that order, okay? The next thing is going to be your software, okay? Now, the first thing that you're going to have to get is a notation software. Use Sibelius, Dorico, or MuseScore. I don't personally recommend the others, mainly because they are not used enough by the composer community at large. You want to use a software where you can find readily available technical support, others around you that use it as well, and that have a lot of video tutorials all over the internet you can refer to. Dorico is a one-time payment, Sibelius is an annual subscription, and MuseScore is free, okay? So I talk a lot about how we need to be using manuscript paper, of course, but eventually you're going to have to put everything into a notation software because that is the standard these days to have professionally produced scores and parts. Now, I like to use these three programs. I've used all three of these programs. There are a few other programs out there like Finale and Lily Pond and a few others, but I I've done polls on my YouTube channel. I've seen most people are using these three programs, Sibelius, Dorico, or MuseScore. MuseScore is a free program, but it's getting better and better and better every year. And I'm seeing more and more composers use that. Okay. So I think that for now, that could be your best option, just to use MuseScore. Dorico and Sibelius, though, if you feel like one day you're going to go into one of these programs, right, which are used right now by the professional composer community, they do have free versions of their software. Dorico has one, I think it's called SE, and Sibelius has a program called Sibelius First. So there are free versions of those two programs. I'm not sure how many people know that, but you can use those two programs for free. There is a limited amount of stabs that you can use with those two programs, but for now, I mean, most people are not writing full orchestral works at this point. So I would recommend you actually to try the free versions of all of Dorico and Sibelius, as well as MuseScore, and see which one fits you the best. I don't like to say you need to use Dorico, you need to use Sibelius, you need to use MuseScore. I've used all three. Um, Personally, for me, I'm what they call a Sibelius power user, in that I've been using Sibelius since Sibelius 3. Right now, they're on like Sibelius Ultimate, which is like past Sibelius 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that gives you an idea of how long I've been using the software. So I'm used to all the various workarounds that I have to do when I'm running on that software, and a lot of my composer colleagues are using Sibelius. Okay, but a lot of them are also using Dorico, and still some of them, not a lot of them, use Finale. But increasingly, people are using MuseScore. So check out all three, give all three a chance. I wouldn't just use one or the other just because somebody told you to. But I think these are the three going forward that are going to be continue to be used. MuseScore probably going to have a bigger percentage of the market as we go forward, because that's just how it's been going, especially in the last 5 years. Okay. Virtual instruments. Note Performer 4 for Sibelius and Dorico, which is just north of $100, or Muse Sounds for MuseScore, which is free. You won't need anything else as far as plugins for notation software at this point. So virtual instruments, these are going to be basically the way that you hear the sound from these notation softwares. So lucky for us as composers that are mostly writing notated scores, right? Note Performer 4 for Sibelius and Dorico is exceptional. Like on my YouTube channel, I've posted many recordings of Note Performer 4 playing back full orchestral scores, and they're really quite good. Like I haven't had to tweak them really at all. Just adding a little reverb, which was really easy out of the box. Okay, and the fact that it's just a little north of $100, I mean, you can't really ask for more. It's kind of like a no-brainer that you use this. Okay, if you're not using something like Note Performer 4 for Sibelius and Dorico, what you're going to be using is what they call general MIDI. And this is the standard outside the box when you get one of these programs. And I'm telling you, it sounds terrible. I mean, it's just like the worst thing possible. Please don't, please just don't. If you're able to, if that's your only option, fine. But if you're able to get the Note Performer 4 virtual instrument, it will just make your composing process that much better, that much smoother, right? Again, a lot of it is this placebo effect going on, that we're trying to make our confidence boost so that we can continue to keep writing music and not quit, okay? And I can't tell you how many times Note Performer 4 has saved me in that realm, because sometimes just for fun, I listen to an excerpt of one of my pieces with general MIDI, and then I hear it with Note Performer 4, and then I'm like, oh my goodness, like if I heard it, that general MIDI 1,000 times, I would probably just keep rewriting the piece, because I would think, like, even though I know myself what it will sound like at the end with real musicians, that general MIDI just makes the process so like less fun. Okay, so we're trying to decrease the friction while we're composing. Note Performer 4 does that. Okay, and Muse Sounds for MuseScore, which is completely free, it's very similar. So it has a very similar kind of. I've heard both, and they both have this similar kind of affect to them. Like they definitely sound different, but Muse Sounds has the same kind of elevation as Note Performer 4. It does basically the same thing in terms of how the actual audio representation sounds. So I can't recommend these two virtual instruments enough. And at this stage, you're not going to need anything else. Like, I don't use anything else besides No Performer 4. Okay. I don't have any other expensive sound libraries at my disposal. No Performer 4 is all I use. So don't be distracted by all the amazing virtual libraries there are out there. They are amazing, but you don't need them at this stage. And you might not ever need them ever. Okay. Unless you're doing like major film composition later down the line where you need ethnic instruments and world instruments and even like bigger string sound libraries and things like that. I would argue that you don't even need that right now, okay? Note Performer 4 for Sibelius and Dorico, Muse sounds from MuseScore, absolutely free. Just use those for now and see how it goes. Then if you feel like you need more packages, right, you can add them on as you go. You don't need them from the get-go, all right? Digital audio workstation, this is going to be completely optional. This is also commonly referred to as a DAW, D-A-W. This is a software used for recording, editing, and producing audio files, often incorporating tools for MIDI sequencing and mixing. Examples include Logic Pro, Pro Tools, and Cubase. You can get started for free using tools like GarageBand on Mac and Audacity on Mac or PC. Okay, so again, this is not completely essential at this point, but it could be good if you need to record something. Let's say you have a microphone like this, you need to record something. Doing it into a DAW is really essential, okay? Maybe you want to edit certain sequences together, right? Edit certain waveforms together. A DAW is essential. Maybe you want to play like piano roll, right? Basically play your keyboard into a DAW and edit that way without having to use music notation software. A DAW could be essential for that. But then again, you don't really need that if you're going through the manuscript paper to notation software approach. Like 9 times out of 10, when I'm writing music, I'm not using the digital audio workstation. Now, I have in the past for certain pieces, but it's definitely in the minority. Okay, so at this beginning stage, right? If you're in the beginning stage, the DAW is not completely essential. But if you'd like to get a DAW, try GarageBand on Mac first, right? See if you like that. If you like GarageBand, you can upgrade a Logic Pro. It's not that expensive. It's like a couple $100s. And if you're on a PC, definitely try Audacity. It's completely free, right? And depending on again what you like, Logic Pro, Pro Tools, Cubase. I mean, those would be the three that I would really recommend at this stage. Those are all industry standards as far as DAWs. Okay, so hold off on that if you don't know what I'm talking about or at the complete beginner stage. Don't worry about the DAW at this stage, but I want you to be aware of it because we'll be talking about this more in a future module when we talk about software in particular. Okay, now there's other kinds of software that you can get that do different things. Okay, so I call this miscellaneous software. So Max, Pure Data, Super Collider. There's many others that are like this. Okay, these softwares that I've listed out here, these softwares are going to do what's called digital signal processing. Okay, and other kinds of things as well with music particularly. And again, you don't need to worry about this at this stage. But if you're someone that's interested in writing electronic music, right? These tools can be really helpful for you because you can base the way I like to think about it is like think about coding. Like if you're someone that does code, imagine doing that but for music. Okay, so this is what these three softwares do. I personally use Max when I'm writing electronic music. I feel like it's really powerful and somewhat intuitive. Okay, but there are others like Pure Data and Super Collider that a lot of people use as well for those kind of things. So again, it's like if you want to build like a software basically from scratch or what they call a patch from scratch, it's like you're coding something from the ground up. It's like saying, okay, I want to create something that shifts my pitch up by a perfect fifth, but at this trigger. And then like maybe 1 minute down the piece, I want to actually shift myself down a minor third. And that's just like the tip of the iceberg. You can basically do anything you want in these three softwares, okay? Your imagination is your limitation, okay? So again, this is optional. This is only if you're really into doing like this kind of electronic music, kind of electronic music coding, right? That's probably the best way that I can describe this. And if you're interested, just go on there's this YouTuber, well, she's also a professor. She used to be my professor at Juilliard, Mari Kimura. If you go on YouTube and search Mari Kimura, her last name is Kimura. You'll see a bunch of tutorials of her using the Mac software, and they're very, very great. They're great tutorials, very intuitive, and if you like it, you can get something like that. Okay, but for now, completely optional. But these are basically going to be the types of software that will form like the foundation of the software that you need as a composer. This is it. This whole page is basically it. Okay. Now let's get into the workspace. The workspace. Okay. We're talking about ergonomics and posture. Everything that is discussed here has to do with good ergonomics to maintain good posture from your head to your toes. So notice, like even when I'm giving this presentation, right, my posture is pretty straight, right? I got like a pull coming from my head down to my butt and down to my toes, okay? And that is what is the foundation for a good workspace. We need to make sure we're going to be sitting a lot or also going to be in the same space a lot as composers. We need to make sure that we're doing this in a healthy way. And it starts with your workspace, okay? The chair, that's going to be the first. Before anything else, the chair. The best chair is the Steelcase Leap version 2 chair. There are others that are cheaper. Don't skimp out if you can manage it. This is the best chair on the market for composers. You can get it refurbished quite easily on eBay or madisonseating.com. A refurbished chair is about $340 US, while it goes for over $1,000 US brand new. And my God, I can't tell you how stupid I feel for not getting this chair sooner. I've been using so many other chairs for many, many, many years previous to this chair, and I just got this chair in the last year. And I can't tell you how big of a difference it has made in my posture and how long that I can actually compose for. Previously, I can really just compose for like 20, 30 minutes in a row before I have to get up and walk around because my back was just hurting so much. With this chair, I can sit here for easily 2, 3, 4 hours. I've done it without having to get up. I've basically had to get up just to use the bathroom, basically, right? So this Steelcase Sleep version 2, it is pretty expensive. Even the refurbished chair is expensive, $340, just objectively speaking. But your back and your posture and your just livelihood will thank you so much for it. Like I've paid more for this chair than any desk that I've had around me. Okay, this is so important. I wish I did it sooner. So I am letting you know through trial and error, right, that this is the best chair that I've ever sat in, especially for this kind of sitting down for a long period of time. Not being told to say any of this stuff, not being sponsored or any of that kind of stuff. Again, this is just what I found to be the most useful for me. So please don't skimp out on this if you can. Okay, I think that this is the most essential piece of furniture that you can possibly get for your workspace. The Steelcase Sleep V2, just get that one. Don't do any other research. I've done so much of it already. This is the chair that I feel like is going to be the best chair that you need for your workspace. I mean, you can adjust every single nook and cranny of this, from the armrest to the seat itself to the backrest. Everything is adjustable. So this will work for basically any type of person, any height, any weight, I believe as well. So go for this chair. You'll thank me later. Okay. Your desk. Get as deep and wide of a desk that you can get your hands on. Like my main desk over here, it's gigantic, okay? It's bigger than any desk that you'd probably ever need. It's $200 on Amazon. Desks like this, they can go $1,000, $2,000, even $3,000, okay? So you don't need a fancy desk, okay, at all. It doesn't need to be like pure wood or solid wood or any of that. It could be like this laminate type of wood. It doesn't matter as long as it's flat, right? That you can write your music on easily, right? That you can put your computer, your keyboards, and whatever else that you're putting on your desk easily. That's all you need. But I would suggest getting it as deep, okay, and as wide as possible so that you can fit lots of stuff on it, okay? I've used like more normal sized desks before, okay? Like this desk behind me is a desk I used for a long time, and it's actually quite deep and wide, but believe it or not, like at a certain point for me, this was not deep and wide enough. So I got a desk that's even deeper and wider. And that's the main desk that I use over here. It's 200 bucks. And I think it was even cheaper than this desk that I have here, okay? But I love it. It's huge, and I never ran out of space on it. So if I were to get started again and I have the space, right? Get as deep and wide of a desk that you can get your hands on, and don't worry and don't worry about getting a super fancy one. You don't need that. You don't need a bunch of drawers, okay? You don't need it to be this perfect wood. It doesn't need to be glass or anything like this, okay? Just get a desk that is deep and wide so that you can get going and that you don't feel like you're running out of space. Okay, super important. Okay, besides the chair, the desk is the next important thing. Okay, and now we're getting into optional land. Okay, your monitors. Okay, so these are going to be like your screens. Okay, if you're using a laptop, you may not need any additional monitors. Okay, I find them useful to display multiple applications simultaneously. So you don't need this. If you have a laptop, you don't need any additional monitor at this stage, okay? I was using a laptop for quite a long time before I got an extra monitor. And the extra monitor that I got, I remember when I was at USC, it was like this really crappy, believe it or not, it was a square monitor. It wasn't even like a widescreen monitor. It was a square monitor like this. It was like maybe like 15 inches tall, 15 inches wide. It was tiny, okay? And I just had it like right beside my laptop, and I was using that for everything. I was even using it for orchestral scores, okay? And it was fine. I mean, it wasn't like is it the best thing in the world? No, but it worked for that time, and I used it while I was in college, okay? Now I'm a bit older. You know, I have a 27-inch LG monitor right here. That's where I have my presentation. And then I have another LG 27-inch monitor on my left-hand side, okay? And I like to have both monitors going at once because I'm operating multiple things at once, okay? But I know that I need this. I've been composing for, 20 years. I know I need these two monitors, right? And I'm connected to a Mac Studio, which doesn't have a screen, okay? So that's me. But for you, especially if you're at the beginning stage, just use your laptop, okay? You don't need anything else at this stage, okay? If you find that you're writing consistently and you want to treat yourself to an extra monitor and you're not traveling a lot, right? And you have the space on your desk, right? Okay, get an extra monitor, okay? And you don't have to go crazy either with the price. But I still think that this is optional in relation to the chair and the desk, okay? So that's the workspace in a nutshell, okay? So again, not many things that you need, but very, very important things, especially the chair and the desk, which I think are overlooked when we're thinking about what a composer needs to get started writing. Okay, so here's our summary here. So writing tools. Use Hal Leonard's number 27 Carta manuscript paper for writing music. Opt for basic number 2 wooden pencils by Ticonderoga or something similar. Choose a clear, short ruler to draw lines. And keep a simple 5 by 7 inch notebook for notes and sketches. Okay, so I would say in that order, those would be the things that you need. You don't need the notebook entirely, but I think that the other 3 things are definitely a must. Okay, try them. It might not be 100% what you want, but I would say try these things because these are the things that I've been using through trial and error over the last 20 years, and they've worked really, really well for me. I don't see why they wouldn't work well for you, okay? In terms of the hardware, you'll need a Mac or PC with at least 256 gigabytes of storage and 8 gigabytes of virtual memory, and ideally an electronic keyboard with 88 weighted keys or real piano. Consider the Sony MDR7506 headphones if you need them, and optional tools like an audio interface, microphone for recording, and studio monitors for playback depending on your current needs. So again, don't go crazy with this. If you already have a laptop, most likely that laptop is going to be just fine for what you need it for. For me, this 88 key system for my keyboard is essential. I'm not like a professional pianist by any means, but I really like just feeling these keys on my hands. It makes me feel like I'm a real composer, right? Whatever this means, right? It's just that placebo effect, right? If I had like a plasticky, those keys that are really short like this, and I'm playing on that, for me, for whatever reason, the music just doesn't feel as important, right? And that's why I really like the weighted keys, okay? The headphones for me, I like using these Sony MDR7506. You don't need to use these exact headphones, but just to save you some time, I will just get those. Those are going to be your industry standard, okay? And then optional things like the interface, microphone, etc. You don't need these at this stage, but we'll discuss them in a future module. Software. Consider Sibelius, Dorico, or MuseScore for notation software. Dorico is a one-time payment. Sibelius requires an annual subscription, and MuseScore is free. Use Note Performer 4 for Sibelius Dorico, or Muse Sounds for MuseScore for virtual instruments. Optional DAW software such as Logic Pro, Pro Tools, or Cubase offers recording and editing, while GarageBand on Mac and Audacity on Mac and PC provide free alternatives to begin with, okay? So I've talked about this at length, but again, Sibelius and Dorico, you can get free tutorials of these softwares as well to try them out if you want to try out those things. But I suggest trying out all three in the beginning to see which one best fits your needs. Okay, so, and the last thing, Workspace. Ensure good ergonomics and posture by investing in a quality chair like the Steelcase Leap version 2, which can often be found refurbished. Opt for a spacious desk, ideally with ample depth and width, and consider additional monitors for efficient multitasking, especially useful with laptops. So again, you don't need the extra monitors, but if you find that you want another screen, start with one extra screen and then see how it goes from there, okay? I have 2 extra screens. You don't necessarily need that at this stage. So again, if you enjoyed this course, you can leave a testimonial and you can win special prizes. And I want to leave you with a quote by our friend here, Maurice Ravel, who was a French composer from the early 20th century. He says, "I must have my blue velvet pencil case with my special pens and pencils when I write music." Okay, so I think what this means is that for Ravel, this was his placebo, right? This was his. Does he need those? Does Maurice Ravel? I mean, it just makes me laugh. I mean, does Maurice Ravel need, this special blue velvet pencil case? Does he need any particular kinds of pens and pencils to write the music that he's written? No, no. Ravel didn't need any of that stuff. Okay, he had this work ethic, and he was always at it with his composing, that it was inevitable that he would be writing this amazing music that we all love today, okay? But for him, having his blue velvet pencil case with his special pens and his pencils, that was his placebo, right? To write music. So for me, it's I can't even pronounce it. These Ticonderoga pencils, right? It's this ruler, right? It's my Steelcase chair, right? I mean, you don't necessarily need any of these things, right? But I'm trying to whittle it down to the basic things, right? Now, you might say, I need this special eraser, or I need this special pencil. You might say, hey, I want the Blackwing pencil, right? So that's up to you. That's up to your personal needs as you go on this journey, right? So for Ravel, he had his personal need. So even though this is the prelude, right, to the essentials, right? We'll be talking about all this more in depth in a future module. I want you to know that, yes, you might have your own special personalization as you go around, just like Ravel did, okay? So let's go out there and compose, and see you next time. As composers, we're going to have to deal with a lot of feedback, right? Whether that's feedback from other people around us or feedback from ourselves. So even at this early stage, it's crucial for us to know in general how to deal with this feedback, okay? It's completely normal as composers for us to have feelings of doubt, right? Have moments where our self-confidence goes down. And we need to know how to deal with that, okay? So it's a completely normal thing. So we're going to jump right into it with our prelude to feedback. So here's what we're going to cover in today's lesson: feedback loops, okay? What do we mean by feedback loops, okay? We're going to talk about internal feedback, okay, and how to handle that. We're going to talk about external feedback from people around us. We're going to talk about what's called the Nash equilibrium and how this relates to feedback. And then we're going to have a summary at the very, very end, okay? Now, again, follow me on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Apple Podcasts for exclusive content. Those are all my handles right there. And if you love the course, share the course. Let's spread our love of composing. And warning, this is the most important video in the entire course so far. Watch the entire video. Don't skip. Don't fast forward. And pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed. Unless there is music playing, there is no music playing today. So here is our first little part of our video, the feedback loops, okay? Let's talk about first the hermit composer. Now, most people imagine composers as solitary figures working alone in dark rooms or even out in huts by the lake like Gustav Mahler used to do in the summertime, okay? Now, this is kind of the almost romanticized. Either way, whether you're like in a dark room, right? Or whether you're out by the lake, like either way is like romanticized in either direction, okay? And this is kind of like the thought process behind what most people think is a composer, right? Especially someone writing music. Um, Unlike someone that's a performing musician, right? Where it's a completely opposite thing. You're out there in front of performers, right? And you're expected to be social and you're expected to meet with people. Probably the most extreme version of this, right, is a conductor, right? Or like a rock star guitarist. People like that that are expected to be out with the people. A composer, right, is quite the opposite. You expect them to be in the background. You expect them to just be sequestered in a room on their own. And again, this fosters this kind of myth of the genius composer that they can just come up with all this stuff on their own. Okay, so this is what we think of as the hermit composer. Okay, now does it need to be this way? Well, the short answer is no. Rather, we can foster an environment where we can freely give and receive feedback and where we can critically evaluate our own work in a constructive manner. So, no, it doesn't, just because it seems like this is how it is, and for a lot of composers it is this way, it doesn't need to be that way. And part of this course, this community course, right? The composer's brain is trying to dispel this, right? And we're trying to have a platform for composers to communicate with each other, to provide feedback with each other. And we'll talk about that more a little bit later. And this leads to this idea of feedback loops, which is the act of receiving and giving criticism, both positive and negative. This is crucial and often overlooked in music composition. So we're going to learn how to do this. We're going to learn how to receive and give criticism, both positive and negative. This is crucial. We need to know how to receive both, okay? It can't just be positive, positive, positive all the time. We're not going to learn that way. And on the other side of it, it can't just be negative, negative, negative all the time. We need to have some kind of balance, okay? And even myself, I'm always looking for feedback, right? I'm looking for feedback even when I post my music online, right? I post my music online and I get some nasty comments sometimes, right? And I also get some positive comments, and I welcome both, right? Because I've learned how to have a healthy relationship with feedback loops, and I want to instill that for you as well. So let's talk about, first of all, internal feedback, okay? So this involves a belief in your own work, first and foremost. Your mindset starts and ends with believing in your own work, even if it seems irrational. Without self-belief, no amount of external feedback will help you succeed. So that's why it's important that we talk about internal feedback first, because if you're not there, right, mentally with your mindset, you can have people praising you. Wow, what a great piece. What an amazing work that you created. And you in your head are already like, oh my God, but it was crap, right? You're not even ready to receive that positive external feedback, right? So what was the point of having all that positive criticism if mentally you didn't have belief in your own work? It's not arrogance or anything like that. It is just psychologically building yourself up so that you're ready for that positive feedback, okay? And vice versa. If you don't have belief in your own work, right, and you get negative criticism, right, that brings you down even further, right? Instead of, if you had a more healthy mindset about your work, you would say, okay, I see what they're saying with that criticism. I know that it's not personal, right? Actually, they wouldn't be brave enough to tell me about their negative criticism if they didn't value me as a person, right? So we need to change our relationship with our work first. And we need to have a level of self-belief, even if in the beginning it feels irrational, right? It doesn't matter, right? We're trying to change our brain chemistry here. Intrinsic motivation. Cultivate intrinsic motivation by focusing on the joy and satisfaction derived from the process of creating music, rather than solely on external validation or outcomes. So, yes, we, of course, we're all human beings, right? We're all here we're trying to impress somebody in one way or another, whether it's for social status, whether it's for a partner, whether it's for, getting your work out there. Like, of course, we're all humans in that way, but you need to find a way to create intrinsic motivation for yourself in the process of writing the music without thinking too much about what the external validation might or may not be, right? I've received many comments on my YouTube channel actually saying a lot of people worrying about, oh, I'm doing so much work, right? But I don't know if people will like it or even care, right? You need to get that out of your mind as soon as possible. Okay. That is not going to be healthy for you in the long term. Okay. We are creating music because we love writing music. All right. That's what this course is for. We love writing music. Okay. Yes. Would it be great to have some external validation in some way or another? Yes. But that's not going to happen if you don't have belief in your own self work and have some kind of intrinsic motivation for why you're doing this in the first place. It cannot be for external validation. It's not going to work long term. Okay. Perfectionism. Overcome perfectionist tendencies by putting pen to paper quickly and applying the composer's brain to move past blocks. So besides the intrinsic motivation and the belief in your own work, right? We need to overcome this level of perfectionism that a lot of us have as composers. We don't want to get started, right, without without really saying, "Oh, is this a perfect idea or not?" Right? And we can't even have any internal feedback if we're not working, right? So internal feedback, it starts, yes, with the belief, with the motivation, but of course the work. And the work has to happen without worrying about if it's perfect. Okay. And we need to apply the tenets that we're learning about the composer's brain to be able to move past these perfectionist tendencies. Okay. Continuous learning. Embrace the mindset of being a lifelong student, always open to learning and improving, regardless of age or experience level. So internally we have to realize there's never going to be a moment where we feel like, hey, I arrived. That is not gonna happen. I'm telling you this right now. When I had my performance with the LA Phil, when I've had performance with the Minnesota Orchestra, when I've had performances with the International Contemporary Ensemble, and on and on and on and on, you know the next day after I had that performance, I was like, all right, let's get back to work, right? I'm looking forward to the next project, right? There was never a moment where I was like, all right, I arrived. Like, let me wait for everything to come to me. No, you cannot have that mindset. In fact, it's the opposite. It's like, oh, what did I learn from that experience? That's going to bring me to the next step, right? We need to have that internal feedback when you finish a piece, while you're writing a piece, when you get a piece played, right? We need to embrace that process of being continual learners. Even after you're done with school, even if you're in your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, your 60s, your 70s, your 80s, however old you are, right? This process of continuing to learn and to be humble about things that you don't know, it's crucial to have these healthy internal feedback loops uh, that we're trying to embark on, right? I mean, this is really the joy of composing, in my opinion. Being able to be humble and say, yes, I don't know everything. I'm here to continuously learn, but at the same time, I need to have belief in the work that I'm doing, right? So both things can happen at the same time. Now, I want to share with you this interview that I did with New Music USA. I think the more that you keep thinking you're a student, you're going to be writing student music. You need to think outside that kind of shell and say, well, what do I want to do? And don't worry about anything else. Now, this was me, by the way, close to 10 years ago. Okay, so just a while ago, while I was a master's student at Juilliard. And even during this time, I was thinking to myself, well, yes, I'm a student right now, but if I'm thinking like a student, right, I'm going to be writing music that is student music, quote unquote student music. Okay, so even at this time, I had what this means to me, at least 10 years down the road, is that yes, I was having some level of self belief in my work, which was crucial for me at that time because a lot of that music that I wrote during my time at Juilliard is still getting played today and was kind of the catalyst for a lot of the music that I'm writing today. And right before this clip, I actually had said, no matter how old you are, you're always learning things. So there's a bit of a paradox going on here of balancing the student mindset with the learning mindset. But that's exactly what we mentioned in that previous slide, right? That you have to have both things going on. You have to have like this self-belief in your work, right? That even if you're a student, right, technically in name, you still have to believe that you're not, right? But at the same time, you have to be humble and say, no, you were always learning, right? So it's okay to have both these things as long as you're aware that both these things have to happen to create a very healthy internal feedback loop while we're writing our own music and just going about our lives as composers, all right? Now, let's move on to external feedback. Now, with external feedback, we need to learn how to not only accept, but also decipher criticism, both positive and negative, whether that feedback comes from friends, colleagues, teachers, or the public at large. In our upcoming feedback module, we will explore clear guidelines on both effective and ineffective methods for giving and receiving external feedback. So again, these are all prelude to feedback, prelude to ideas, prelude to etc., right? Prelude to essentials, right? I'm just giving you kind of an overview of what we'll be covering over the next few weeks of this course, right? But I want to show you that, yes, first and foremost, the internal feedback needs to be solidified, right? And then we're ready for that external feedback that can come from these various sources. And I'll give you examples in a future module about specific kinds of feedback that I've received personally and specific kinds of feedback that I've given to my students, right? So that you can see what a healthy external feedback looks like and which ones are useful and which ones are not so useful, right? And when to recognize that, okay? That way you don't take external feedback that's given by, let's say, people that are, not so nice in a personal way, okay? Because the whole point of this is to take bits of information that are useful so that they can help you down the line. That's the whole point of external feedback, okay? My first external feedback, okay? When I was 15 years old, I was part of the late Dr. Stephen Stuckey's Composer Fellowship Program out in Los Angeles. There we met as 4 young composer colleagues and 2 composition teachers. So way back then, I mean, over 15 years ago, this is when I was first introduced to this idea that we are a community of composers. I'm not just a hermit composer out on my own. I have these 3 colleagues that are in my age group, and then I have these 2 teachers that are way, way past where I am, obviously. So we are all working together, okay? We're all working together and we're all giving feedback to each other. So this was my first time experiencing, right? And even though I was, I was way back 15 at this time, right? It doesn't matter how old you are at this stage. As long as you're accepting, okay, I need to have some level of external feedback and you accept that, that's what we want to strive for, all right? Now, I want to give you a kind of look into this composer fellowship program because it really just describes feedback loops, okay? So let's take a listen to it.
Above all, Steve was a composer, but also a teacher. In 2007, he came to us with a very special idea, which was that we would start a composer fellowship for young composers, because Steve knew how isolating it was to be a composer alone in a room.
So much of what a composer does is sit alone in a room with a piece of paper, maybe a piano, maybe a computer, but without the kind of feedback that one ordinarily gets in a classroom environment. Just as with anything else, ideas beget ideas, and having 4 young composers sitting in a room, working together, learning from some of the world's greatest musical minds, has a value that really can't be understated.
At the end of the day, what is between the lines is more interesting and more powerful. And also, music has this ability to communicate things that really are beyond language. It can communicate things that cannot be said, not even conceptually. The best parts of music are completely beyond language. And I think that's beautiful.
So basically, my idea for this composer's brain course community is very much like a composer fellowship program, but just kind of like on a much larger scale. Okay, so this is kind of where I got this idea, by the way, by being part of one of these feedback loops personally and working on my compositions alongside other really talented colleagues. Okay, so let's take a look at the group model versus one-on-one. So initially, I remember feeling very skeptical of group sessions over one-on-one meetings. Over time, I found immense value in critiquing and being exposed to diverse musical genres and movements. So I have been a part of many group composition lessons. I've been a part of many one-on-one composition lessons. And ironically for me, I mean, and also for most people, you would think that the one-on-one would be a lot more value packed than having a group session, right? Because a one-on-one would be way more individualized than a group session. But in fact, there are these intangible qualities of a group session that you cannot get in a one-on-one. In a group session, you can see what other people are working on, right? You can be motivated by what other people are working on, okay? You can create camaraderie with other people in your group, right? And then in terms of questions that might come up, right? There might be questions by your colleagues that you wouldn't have thought of, but maybe you would have thought of like a year down the line, but they're being answered right now in the current session that you're in. So I really enjoyed having these group sessions because I can actually see a wide variety of what's happening in my direct composition community. This continued on, by the way, throughout my time at USC, Juilliard, and Columbia. The composers and teachers gathered weekly to discuss each other's work and provide each other feedback. This in turn fostered a supportive network that cultivated a strong sense of community within each of these institutions. So, my time at the Composer Fellowship Program in high school, a lot of what we did actually in terms of feedback loops was very, very similar to what I ended up doing in college, in my master's program, and my doctorate program, right? This very similar model of group sessions continued throughout so that we can build this sense of camaraderie and to exchange ideas, right? Of course, during those three degrees, I was having one-on-one lessons as well. But again, you got to think that this is very, you're paying for these one-on-one lessons, right? I was paying upwards of 50,000. Upwards of $50,000 in tuition at each of these places, except for Columbia, because of course, Columbia, I was doing a PhD, and I was teaching actually group lessons or group sessions rather at Columbia, and I still do, by the way. So it's so powerful. I feel like this group mentality, right, for sessions rather than the one-on-one, which I feel is, yes, it's personal, but also limited in terms of the intangibles that you can get from group sessions. And this is not new, right? This idea is not new. Historical examples include the Italian academies, the Impressionists, the Mighty Handful, the Bang on a Can Collective, and most recently the Blacknificent Seven. These are all communities that foster feedback loops. In a sense, they are creating safe spaces for creativity. So with the Italian academies, this was back in the early Renaissance, late Renaissance period. I mean, we had poets and musicians and composers, sculptors all meeting together to discuss ideas, right? They weren't just in their own silos. You have the Impressionists, right, from France, creating these magnificent pieces of art and discussing ideas together. The Mighty Handful from Russia, who almost all of them had day jobs actually besides composing music, but they would all meet together to create, they wanted to create a new Russian sound that was away from what Tchaikovsky was doing in the courts. And we have the Bang on a Can Collective, which is started as a collective of three composers in Manhattan that decided to have these annual festivals that would go on for like 24 hours or so, and presenting their music and their friends' music. And that's still going on to this day, like 40 years later. And most recently, we have the Blacknificent Seven, which is a group of seven African American composers that are all working together, writing music for the orchestras in the US, supporting each other, right, exchanging ideas. And it's just remarkable, like the power of being in a collective and the power of having colleagues around you that you can trust and that you can give feedback to as well as receive feedback. This has been going on for hundreds and hundreds of years. All right. Now, this is a quote from Jesse Montgomery, who is one of the composers from the Blacknificent Seven. We want to serve as an example, not just of our own work, but the way in which we uplift and support each other's work and create opportunities. So this is from Jessie Montgomery herself, right? The whole purpose of this group, right, is to uplift each other, support each other, right? So it's not just for each individual person. The group doesn't work if each individual person doesn't help the next person around them, okay? So this is the crucial part of being part of like a network of composers specifically, all right? And this has to do exactly with what we call the Nash equilibrium, all right? So that's what Jesse Montgomery here is talking about. The Nash equilibrium, this is a situation where no participant can benefit by unilaterally changing their strategy, assuming the strategies of others remain unchanged. It represents a stable state where all participants optimize their outcomes based on the actions of others. Okay, so if you've ever seen The Beautiful Mind, right? This is going to be John Nash. This is the character that Russell Crowe plays, and there's this scene where they're at the bar, and there's a bunch of women there, and they all want one singular woman, but they have to change their strategy so that every person at the bar, every friend at the bar can all leave the bar with a woman. Okay, so that's a more specific example, but it can be applied to this composer collective as well. So can this be applied to composers? Yes. Okay. If executed well, this would foster an environment where more minds would lead to more thoughts, more ways of thinking, and more diverse points of view. If every composer is open to feedback and provides valuable insights, the best response for each composer is to also be open to feedback and contribute thoughtfully. So this doesn't work, right? If if some of the composers are not participating, right, in this feedback loop, okay? However, if one composer stops participating actively, their work may suffer due to lack of external input, and the group's overall dynamic may weaken. So it's crucial that everybody is participating, right? Not just for their sake, but the sake of the group, and vice versa, okay? Really, really important, okay? And if this is implemented, all composers benefit maximally when they all engage in the feedback loop. No composer can gain a better outcome, i.e. improved compositions, let's say, by changing their strategy, i.e. by not giving feedback or not taking feedback seriously, while others continue to participate fully. This stable state encourages continuous improvement and innovation, reflecting the power of community and fostering artistic growth. So again, we need to make sure that we are helping the people around us, right? The people that are trying to improve, that is, that are trying to make their compositions better, right? That are trying to improve their craft. But at the same time, we have to be able to to receive feedback in a serious way. So it has to work both ways. Otherwise, the whole thing simply falls apart. So if we're not fully participating in the group, right, we're not able to receive feedback in a critical way, and we're not able to give feedback in a critical way. And also, if we're not doing one of those two things, right, we're not really using the full power of this community, okay? And we're not going to be able to improve as fast as someone that is participating in both avenues, okay? So really important. I really love this Nash equilibrium because it puts together this whole idea of feedback loops in a nice little nice little bow tie. Let's say, I can't remember what the expression is, but this idea that these feedback loops, whether they're external or internal, they really are working together within a community of like-minded people that want to achieve a similar goal. Okay, so this community, the composer's brain, is a recreation of that scenario. So you can see all of this is building to this idea of being part of this community, the composer's brain, right? Being part of a something greater than yourself in a way, right? And not just being a hermit composer trying to do it on your own, trying to be guided by not just myself, the instructor, right, but also the people around you that might have various levels of experience in different kinds of things, right? So we need to humble ourselves, right? That we don't know everything, including myself, but we also need to have self belief in our work and to be mindful that this is a journey, right? Without uh, relying on external validation, all right? Now, summary feedback loops. Composers don't have to work in isolation. Fostering an environment that encourages the exchange of feedback and constructive criticism is crucial and often overlooked in music composition, right? So, this is what we've been talking about for this entire lesson here. Internal feedback. Success starts with self belief and intrinsic motivation, focusing on the joy of creating rather than external validation. We need to overcome perfectionism by taking action quickly and embracing lifelong learning, always open to improvement regardless of age or experience. External feedback. Initially skeptical of group sessions, I found immense value in diverse critiques from colleagues at various institutions. Remember, there is historical precedence for this dating back to the Italian academies of the Renaissance, right? So, yes, I was initially skeptical, right? But over time I said, no, this is actually better in a lot of ways than just having that one-on-one feedback. And in fact, it's really important for me to have a healthy relationship with external feedback. Okay. And then, of course, the Nash equilibrium, a stable state where no composer benefits by changing their strategy alone. Applied to composers, it fosters an environment of diverse thoughts and valuable feedback. If all engage in feedback loops, everyone benefits maximally, promoting continuous improvement and innovation. The community, the composer's brain recreates this scenario. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do here with these feedback loops. We're trying to bring it all together so that we can all improve together as composers. Okay, if you enjoyed this course, please leave a testimonial and win special prizes. And I want to leave you with this amazing quote by Gustav Holst, who is the composer of the planets. That's what he's known for: Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, etc. And just listen to this. Ralph Vaughan Williams has been a lifelong friend and critic, offering invaluable feedback on my compositions. So even someone like Gustav Holst needed someone like Ralph Vaughan Williams, another composer from his time, to give him external feedback, right? And who knows what were the tidbits of feedback that Ralph Vaughan Williams gave him. I wonder if any of it had to do with the planets, right? So it's so crucial to be able to have people that you trust around you. And I believe this community, the Composer's Brain, can be that for you, to help you kind of supercharge your external feedback network. For Gustav Holst, he had Ralph Vaughan Williams, okay? So let's go out there and compose. Welcome to Prelude to Score Study, and welcome to the very last video lesson of this module. Here we're going to go into an overview of how I myself study scores of the past, scores of my own colleagues' music that I enjoy, and I really want you to take to heart all these different steps that we're going to discuss in this video lesson, and then in a further module, we're going to go very, very deep into all these various topics. So let's go right into it. Here's what we're going to cover. Why should we study scores in the first place, right? So we only have a limited amount of time to compose every day, right? So why should that section of time that we have allotted for that day, why should some of it go to studying scores in the first place, right? Like, don't we just want to start writing music? Okay, so we're going to cover that first. Next, reading scores. So before we can study scores, right, we need to know how to read scores. And I don't mean reading music notation, right? I'm assuming by this stage, you're able to have a grasp of basic music notation and basic music theory. I mean, like, what are we looking for when we're reading a score? Okay. And like, how can we speed up the process of figuring out how to read a score, right? The next thing is finding scores. Like, where do we find scores, right? Are there free scores out there that we can study? Where are the paid scores that we can study, right? So, where are all the different places that we can find scores out there? Analyzing scores. So, once you have your score in hand, right? How do we actually go about analyzing it? Do we just read it through once like this with one listen or a couple listens and call it a day, right? So exactly how are we going to analyze these scores? What are we looking at? And what's the fastest way to do this to figure out what we can get out of these scores, which leads us to our last point, applying these scores. So now that we've analyzed these scores in our own personal way, how are we going to apply that knowledge from that we got from those scores into our pieces, right? And then how do we build on that over time so that we can apply our own voice and or even establish our own personal voice as a composer, all right? Now, and then the last thing, of course, is our summary, okay? So as always, follow me on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Apple Podcast for exclusive content, and those are my handles right over there. And share the course. Let's spread our love of composing. And warning, this is the most important video in the entire course so far. Watch the entire video, don't skip and don't fast forward. And pro tip, watch the video in 2x speed unless there is music playing, and there is going to be some music playing in this module, I believe. Okay, so some results. Saad has given me some new tools on how to create a new piece, such as creating a survey of similar pieces and using it to generate ideas and identify features I like from each. This is from Peter in California. And I remember with Peter, he was having struggles with writing music that was based out of a Baroque/classical aesthetic. So I asked him to create a survey of pieces using a particular ensemble, and that really helped him with his writing process there. Here's another student of mine. A valuable lesson was in analysis, finding a piece or looking at the pieces I already know to just pick out a few areas that were particularly captivating. And then, in a sense, reverse engineering those sections or the whole piece to see how it is put together, how all the different elements fit and are necessary. And this is from my student Alex in California as well. So, really, what we're trying to do is yes, it's in one way we're trying to right listen to as much music as we can, right, absorb it, but we're also trying to figure out like how do we reverse engineer these pieces so that we can apply it to our own scores. Okay, now why should we study scores? Well, we already had a couple of testimonials about how studying scores helped these two particular composers, but let's break it down. Okay, the first reason, to gain inspiration. Studying scores can provide inspiration and new ideas for our own compositions, right? So just the act of consuming something new that we haven't heard before is going to provide some kind of insight to what we're going to do next, right? And even if it's a score that you don't particularly like, at least you're getting some information about yourself. Like, why do I not like that piece of music, right? And on the flip side, if you really, really like that piece of music and you're legitimately inspired by it, you're finding something new about yourself in the process as well. Like, why do I like that particular music? So, this idea of inspiration, which we covered in a previous video lesson, remember that inspiration is just 1% of the process. Studying these scores, right? That is part of that 1%, right? That is where part of where we're getting our inspiration from, all right? And of course, you're listening to these pieces too as you're studying them, all right? The second thing, to broaden our musical knowledge, it broadens our understanding of various musical genres and traditions. So, for example, you might be really, really, steeped into the classical tradition, right, with Mozart, Haydn, people like that. But wouldn't it be interesting to figure out, okay, what about the Renaissance period? What about the Baroque period, right? What about the late Romantic period? What about the Second Viennese School, right? Or even further beyond that, like, wouldn't it be, as composers, be worthwhile for us to have a broader knowledge of the repertoire than just maybe the slice of repertoire that we think that we're initially interested in? I remember when I was much younger that I, for example, was really just into film music. Like, I listened to a lot of John Williams, I listened to James Horner, James Newton Howard, all these guys, right? And I thought that that was really all that there was out there. right? And I still absolutely love those composers. And Hans Zimmer, Harry Gregson Williams, Lauren Balfe is kind of a new favorite of mine, although he's been around for a while. I really enjoy some of the stuff he's doing now, like the Mission Impossible series and so on and so forth. But the key is to broaden your musical knowledge, right? And not to poo poo or put down any genre of music. These genres, no matter what they are, can be useful to you. So the key is to broaden our musical knowledge. All right. Studying scores helps us solve musical problems. We can discover solutions to musical challenges by seeing how others have approached similar issues. So, for example, if we are having a really hard time like figuring out like what to do with harmony, for example, I had a lesson with a student where this student was figuring out, okay, like how do I create a harmonic schema that is chromatic in some way, but still has some diatonicism in it. And actually, we studied a piece by Prokofiev, this march, and then also this concerto as well that did a similar kind of thing with diatonic harmony, but it had some chromaticism in it. And there was a bunch of sequencing that was involved. And where does that sequence stop? Okay, where do the cadences begin and end? And it was really, really interesting to see how Prokofiev did this, right? So this is a musical problem that this particular student had, and he solved it by looking at a score that he really enjoyed. So really, really crucial to see this as a problem than a solution, right? You have a problem in mind when you're writing a piece of music, and we have basically a collection of scores that we're starting to collect that have solutions to these problems. And you might not even know yet what your problem is, but the more scores you study, the more solutions that you're going to have to future questions, future problems that you might have in a piece. So really important to start collecting scores, even scores that you might just be inspired by, right? But you're not necessarily sure like how this score would fit into a future composition. Really crucial to think about it as a music problem solving device, all right? To learn techniques, right? We study scores to learn techniques. So studying scores helps us learn new ways of playing an instrument, new ways of structuring a piece, and new orchestrational methods. Remember, they will be new to us, but they won't actually be new. And this is the key point. This is the key point, right? Now, I can't tell you how many times I've written a piece of music and I'm thinking to myself, wow, like I never heard this sound before. Like, wow, I must be like some kind of genius that I just came up with this on the spot like this. And then as I'm studying scores, like maybe after writing that piece, I realize, wait, that technique was from the XYZ piece, right? I might not have heard that piece before, right? But that technique has already existed in some way. So no matter what, like I would say 99 maybe +% of the time, you're probably going to uh, you're probably going to write something that has already existed before, especially when you're talking about new techniques or new playing techniques or new orchestration methods, maybe even structuring a piece and so on. Like these things have mostly existed in the past, especially when you're talking about acoustic music and even with a lot of electronic music too, since that's been going on for, 70, 80 years or so. Okay. The first thing that we have to know, though, is how to read a score, right? So the first thing that we have to understand is score order. So that we're going to get into the nuts and bolts now about this. So there is a predictable order that the instruments in any score fall under. Once you know this order, identifying where the instruments are on the page becomes really easy, okay? And I've left a worksheet down below in the school page on where exactly you can see this information, but I'm just gonna get out of this right here and show you really quickly where that is. So here is the Google Doc. And for example, when we take a look at an orchestra score, it's always gonna be ordered in this way, okay? So piccolo and flute at the top, or multiple piccolos and flutes, okay? Oboes, English horn, clarinets, bass clarinet, bassoon, contrabassoon, horns, trumpets, trombones, tuba. Then we have our timpani. Then any kind of percussion goes here. And then any other kind of instruments go underneath the percussion, like harp, celesta, piano, maybe an electronic sampler. And then we have our strings right below. And it's really important that we make sure we divide our violins into violin 1 and violin 2, because typically we have a large section of violins that are split apart. So maybe there are 14 first violins, 12 second violins, and then maybe with this configuration, we would have 10 violas, maybe 8 celli, and 6 contrabass players right after that. So in an orchestra, this is always going to be the order. Now, not every single orchestra piece is going to have have all these instruments, right? So, like for example, if we skip tuba, right? If we don't have tuba in the score, like we're just not going to see the tuba there at all, right? So it's just not going to be there. Okay, and same goes for any other instrument here. So we just go to the next instrument on the list. So when you're reading a score, right, like for example, this is my former teacher at Juilliard. He wrote a piece called Stomp, which is a piece for solo violin, but then he arranged it for orchestra. So if you just take a look at this particular piece, right, and we look at our score order, you'll notice flutes and piccolos are at the very top, then oboe, clarinet, and bassoon. And if we take a look at our Google Doc here to just double check if that's all correct, yeah, flutes, piccolos, oboes. See, we don't have an English horn, right? So it's skipped here, right? No English horn, so it's skipped. And then right over here, we have our clarinets and then bassoons. And let's see if he has bass clarinet or contrabassoon here. So he doesn't have bass clarinet, right? So he skips it. And then he doesn't have contrabassoon here, so he skips it. So it's following exactly the score order that we would think is going to be happening in an orchestral score. And then if you look at the very next page, you'll see that there are these abbreviations for each of the instruments. So we have piccolo at the very top, flute 1, oboe 1, 2, clarinet 1, 2, bassoon 1, 2, and etc. And the best way to do this actually, when you're looking at the score, right, is to just look at the very first page, right, and just line it up with what you see on the second page. And then you should be able to see everything really easily. You also notice that there are brackets for each of the families of instruments. So for example, if you take a look at the top 4 lines here, there's a bracket around all the woodwinds. So we call this the woodwind family, okay? The flute family, the oboe family, the clarinet family, the bassoon family, basically any version of these instruments, these are all going to be called woodwinds, okay? So that's basically, we're always going to see those instruments at the very top if a score has those instruments. The next orchestral family that we're going to look at are our brass instruments, which we're going to include the horn, trumpet, trombone, and tuba, okay? So that's at the very next part of our score. We go back to the Corigliano example, and we should see that order very clearly. Horns, okay, there's 4 of them. Then we have our trumpets, we have our trombones, and here he has bass trombone and tuba at the very bottom as well, right? We're going to go into detail in a future score study module, okay, about like how exactly these are written, right? And why, for example, we have horn and F and not F horn, and why we have, 1 and 3 on this staff instead of 1 and 2, like we do on the oboes rather, right? And the clarinet. So we'll get into that in a future video lesson. But for now, I want to give you just like an overview on like, okay, this is the first time I've ever seen a score, right? Like how am I going to read it properly without getting lost? So really important just to know, okay, we have our woodwind family at the very top, our brass family comes next, and then of course we have our abbreviations here, and you can tell in the middle there's no brass playing here, and the top there's no woodwind playing here. So we know immediately, oh, we're going to go down to the bottom of our score, which are the strings. We'll get to that in a moment. So let's go back to our Google Doc and see what's next. So we did our brass, then we have our timpani. And timpani, 9 times or 99 times out of 100, I would say, gets its own staff. So if you take a look at an orchestral score here like this one, you'll see that the timpani line has its own staff, and importantly, it doesn't have a bracket. So it's just kind of a lone wolf. And the reason for that is in an orchestra, especially a professional orchestra, like the New York Philharmonic, which performed this piece, the timpani player is going to be their own assignment. So the timpanist doesn't play any other percussion, believe it or not. That's their assignment. So usually like 99 times out of 100 times, the timpani is going to have its own staff. And when you look at the next page, you'll see the abbreviation for timpani. And it's going to be in between your brass and the next section, which is going to be your percussion section. So let's take a look at our Google Doc here. And yes, there are percussion here, okay? Now you'll notice that the percussion section here has a bracket as well, and there's two percussion players. So percussion 1 means the first percussion player, and percussion 2 means the second percussion player. And you'll notice that, for example, in percussion 1, there are two instruments on this line. So the very first sound is a xylophone, right? And if I zoom in, you'll see that. And then this particular player has to switch to a splash cymbal, about 2 bars later. And then the second percussion player is playing an entirely different instrument. He's playing the snare drum, but he's doing it with a rim shot. And in the instruments module, we'll cover a lot more in depth about percussion. We'll get into these instruments much more in depth. But for now, you can see that these two percussion players, they signify actual human players playing these things, not necessarily the instruments, right? Because each player is going to be responsible for multiple instruments. And when you go further out, you'll see that we have perk 1, perk 2 as the abbreviations there, and the instruments continue to change as we go along, all right? So that's going to be your percussion. Now, we go into our Google Doc here and see if we have anything else. So again, harp, celesta, piano sampler, really anything else goes underneath here that are not the other instruments. So let's take a look at the Corigliano example and see if what he has going on. And if you saw in the last time I showed this, we would have noticed by then that there is nothing there. There's no harp, there's no celesta, there's no piano, there's no nothing. So he's not going to put anything here. It's just going to be blank, right? So if there's something that's not in your orchestra piece, right, or if you're reading a score that doesn't have a harp or celesta, there's no reason to freak out. It just means that there isn't any of those instruments there. And that goes for any of the instruments in this score. Okay, any of the instruments in this score, okay? Now let's go back to our Google Doc here and see what else we're missing. And of course, it's going to be our entire string section, all right? And this is arguably the most important family when we're talking about an orchestra piece. So really crucial to know the order of these instruments and where they fall, okay? So they're always on the bottom here. So you see violin 1, if we zoom a little bit, you'll see that violin 1 gets its own line, its own staff line. You notice violin 2 gets its own staff line. And notice how there is a bracket on the entire string family here, and then what we call a little sub bracket right here for violin 1 and 2. So most modern pieces that are typeset like this, they're going to look like this. When you get to older pieces, and we're going to see an example of Beethoven. We're going to look at Beethoven Symphony 5 later on in this video lesson. You'll notice that the way things are arranged are slightly different, but overall, right, this score order is going to be the same when you look at any piece for orchestra, no matter the time period. If you take a look at the clefs, it's really important to notice that in the strings you have treble clefs for the violins, alto clef for the viola, right? And don't be alarmed by alto clef. All it means is that this third line is middle C. Okay, that's all that it means. So for now, just remember that line, that middle line is middle C, and then you just count from the bottom. So if that's C, middle C, we go down B, A, G, F, E. Okay, and that's it. That pitch is E. Okay, look at it again. C, B, A, G, F, E. Okay, and the more you do this, the more you'll realize, okay, that's just an E below middle C. Okay, you don't even have to think about it. But for now, just go with it that this is the middle C. You go down, all right, count, that's E. And through the more scores you watch, right, the more scores you study, the more you're going to get better at this, okay? And then, of course, I hope by now you have a basic understanding of treble and bass clef. Hopefully that shouldn't be as difficult for you to read. But again, if it is, remember, this second line right here is F below middle C, okay? And then this is G above middle C, right? This is the G clef, this is the F clef, okay? Just in case you're having trouble. But there's a lot of resources online that can show you how to read music notation in a much more cogent manner than I can do in this video lesson on score study, okay? If you look on the very next page, again, we're going to see our abbreviations at the bottom. And the abbreviations are usually going to be like this: VN1, VN2, VA, VC, CB. Okay. And it goes on like that. And you see the brackets are virtually the same as we saw on the very first page. So this is going to be our score order as far as looking at orchestral scores. Okay. Now, that's orchestra. Okay. When we get into the band world or wind ensemble world, or sometimes they call it the symphonic band world, it's going to be a little bit different. Okay, so I don't want you to be confused by this, but I just want you to be aware there are some differences. Now, we take a look at a band score. We're going to look at Kevin Day's A Hymn for Peace, but I want to show you the score order first before we get into his piece. So we have flute and oboe at the very top, just like an orchestral score. Okay, just exactly the same. Okay, but crucially, instead of going to clarinet, we go to bassoon. Okay, so that's our first major difference. Under the oboe is the bassoon, not the clarinets. So don't be alarmed by this. Okay, the reason for this is that we want to keep the reeded instruments together, the double reeded instruments rather, excuse me, and the single reeded instruments which come after together. So right after flute, oboe, bassoon, we have clarinets and saxophones. In an orchestral score, we don't typically get saxophones. In band scores, they're everywhere. Okay, so the clarinets, then the saxophones. So that's how I want you to remember. Flute's always at the top. Then we have our double reeded instruments, oboe and bassoon. Then we have our single reeded instruments, clarinet and saxophone. Okay, and those are going to be your woodwinds, right? So just like in an orchestral score, your woodwinds are going to be at the very top. Okay, followed by the next section, which is going to be our brass section. Okay, so sometimes we have an instrument called the cornet. We'll get into that in a future video lesson. And most typically we have our trumpets. Okay, so cornets, then trumpets. Notice that in the band score, the trumpets and the cornets, they are first. But look at the orchestral score, okay? The horn goes above the trumpet. Okay, so I don't want you to be confused by this, okay? The orchestral world, the horns are above. In the band world, the cornets and trumpets are above. Okay, so very important to remember this. So remember, in a band and orchestral score, a lot of very similar instruments, but some stuff is just in a slightly different order. Okay, so I don't want you to be alarmed by this. This is just a tradition that orchestras and bands have gone through in the last few hundred years. Okay, and you'll notice that especially if you play in an orchestra or a band, the worlds, for whatever reason, are quite separate. Okay, so they have developed separate traditions. So just be mindful of that. We go down the list here. After horn, we see trombone, which we see, of course, in the orchestral world here. And then in the band world, we have euphoniums a lot of the time. It's a much more common instrument. It's kind of like a small tuba, okay? And we don't usually see euphonium in the orchestral world, okay? So we have our euphoniums and tubas right after the trombone. Just like we do in an orchestral score, we see our tuba right after the trombone, okay? So very similar. Again, we have our timpani, okay, in the band world. And again, we have our timpani in the orchestral world. So very, very similar here. And then we have our percussion, okay? So just like in an orchestral score, the percussion is going to go after the timpani and the tuba. Notice, of course, since this is a band piece, we don't have any strings. So on the bottom, we're going to see percussion mainly, percussion and brass. That's what we're going to see, percussion and low brass on the bottom of the score. We're not going to see any stringed instruments. Occasionally, we do see a double bass, which I didn't mention here, that doubles what the tuba is playing, but it's relatively rare to see a double bass player. There's usually going to be just one of them with an orchestra, or rather with a band, excuse me. But for our purposes here, most bands, I would say, don't play with a double bass player, and as well as other instruments like the harp or the piano and etc. Some do, of course, but this is going to be like your setup like 95% plus of the time. So I just want you to be aware of it. Same thing with the orchestra. This is going to be your setup like 95% plus of the time. Okay, so let's take a look at a band score. This is going to be Kevin Day's A Hymn for Peace. And if you don't know Kevin Day, he's a relatively young composer. I believe he's still in his late 20s at this point, but I'm not entirely sure. But Really, really talented composer. I believe living out in California right now. And he is really, really into the band world. He has a lot of pieces for band as well as for orchestra and chamber ensemble, soloists, etc. He's doing really fantastic. And I'm a big fan of his music. So if you don't know his music, please do check it out. But you take a look at this piece, a hymn for peace, and we take a look at the score order. That's what we're going to pay attention to right now. So we take a look at our Google Doc here. Let's see, those are the flutes at the very top. Okay, we have a little ad here. Okay, are the flutes at the very top? Yes, he's got piccolo and flute, right? So again, piccolo, flute at the very top. What about the double reeds, right? Oboe and bassoon. Okay, yeah, he's got oboe and bassoons right next to each other, right? So again, this is going to be different than what we're used to in an orchestral score. What about the single reeded instruments? Clarinets and saxophones, are they there? Yep, he's got his clarinets and he's got a bass clarinet and then he's got his saxophones. Okay, so all three of these saxophones that he's using. Now, the saxophone family typically is going to have another saxophone above here as well. Typically, saxophone has not just alto saxophone, tenor saxophone, and baritone saxophone. Typically, they also have a soprano saxophone. So interestingly, Kevin has omitted the soprano saxophone here, right? He's only got alto, tenor, and baritone saxophone. But that's okay. You can omit instruments, right? Totally fine. But crucially, he's got the single reeded instruments, the clarinets, and then the saxophones in the proper score order. Okay. Then let's see what's next. Cornets and trumpets. All right, so this particular piece just has trumpets. So that's good. We see that right here. He's got his first and second trumpet. Perfect. And again, notice the bracketing here. So he's got he's got a large bracket on the woodwind family, okay? And then he's got these like sub brackets when he's dividing instruments. So like this clarinet 1, 2, 3, they get a sub bracket rather because they all have to do with clarinets, right? The bass clarinet has its own staff there, okay? So really, really nice engraving here and really, really clear. We know where everything is. With the trumpets, we have a new bracket, right? A new big bracket that's covering the entire brass family. And then because we have two trumpets, we have a little sub bracket here. Okay, so very, very, very clear. Okay, what's next after trumpets? We have horns. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so he's got one horn there. And because there's just one and not 2, 3, 4, it gets its own staff. So really, really easy to read. Okay, what's next? Trombones, euphonium, and tuba. Okay, so let's take a look. Trombones, euphonium, tuba. Okay, so really, really crystal clear. We know exactly where everything is, and we're basically ready to read a band score. Okay, let's see what else is happening here. So right below tuba, okay, so we got our auxiliary like instruments here, including percussion. So we have we don't have a timpani. It looks like here. Wrong. He has a timpani, but he labeled it as part of the first percussion uh, staff. So you'll notice that it's a good time to talk about. You'll notice that in a lot of band scores, the timpani player is going to be played by a percussion player. The reason for this is because in a lot of wind ensembles and bands, like I would say like a vast 99% of them are going to be middle school, high school, college type bands. And, you know, everybody there is a student, right? So it doesn't really matter whether you're playing timpani or xylophone or a triangle, right? You're all going to be part of that larger percussion section. In an orchestra, it's a bit different because the timpanist is trained to play that instrument basically, and that is what he's going to play on every single concert. So here, notice how the timpani is part of what this percussionist is playing. Okay, so that's very interesting. And you notice that it gets its own big bracket there. We have an auxiliary instrument here. So remember how I mentioned piano, a harp, maybe even a double bass. That would go over here. So I should probably just add that here, just be on the safe side. So like any auxiliary instruments, like the harp, contrabass, piano, etc. That would go right here. And the timpani could be part of the larger percussion section, okay? So that's how we're gonna read a band score. You'll notice if I just zoom out again, on the very next page, you're gonna see just like the orchestral score, you're going to see all those abbreviations. So very clear. These are all the woodwinds here with the abbreviations, and the abbreviations are going to be the same as orchestral instruments, so you don't have to worry about that. Then we have our brass instruments here. Then we have our auxiliary instruments here, this case the piano, and then we have our percussion, okay? So it's very similar actually to reading an orchestral score. The biggest difference is, of course, is that we have our double reeds together, our single reeds together, right? We have our trumpets above the horn in the band score. And then we, of course, we don't have any strings, so the percussion are on the bottom. So it's fairly similar, okay? Fairly similar to read a band score versus an orchestral score. Okay, so let's cancel out of these two guys for a moment here, and let's take a listen to, or rather, let's take a look at, we're not going to take a listen to anything yet, take a look at another very common ensemble, right? Much smaller, and this is going to be the string quartet. So notice that in a string quartet, right, it's going to be very much the same as reading an orchestral score, right? We have our first violin, our second violin, our viola, and our cello. And there's going to be one person on a part here, whereas in an orchestral score, as we mentioned, there's going to be multiple people playing these instruments, whereas these other instruments here, it's one on a part, okay? Now, you'll notice in a string quartet, we don't have a contrabass player, but if we did, it would be called, guess what, a string quintet. And there's a lot of repertoire for that as well. So let's take a look at this example by Jonathan Leshnoff. This is his string quartet number 2. And if we just take a look at this, you'll see, okay, the very first page here, you're going to notice that we have our first violin, second violin, then we have our viola, then we have our cello. So just like an orchestral score, the only difference is that we just have 4 players, one on each part, not like a bunch of players on each part, right? Now, very much different than an orchestral or band score, you're going to notice that what we call systems, okay? This entire section here is called a system, okay? In an orchestral score, right, if we take a look at the, let's say the Corleone example, how many pages does each system take up? I hope you figured it out by now. 1. This is one system, one system, one system, one system, one system, okay? So as you can imagine, you're going to be turning pages pretty frequently when you're looking at an orchestral or band score. But what about in a string quartet or a similar kind of ensemble? This system takes up just a portion of the page. This is the second system, takes up the second third of the page. This is the third system, takes up the third of the page, right? So, and this just continues on and on and on. And then, of course, we have our abbreviations that we've seen from the orchestral score. So, again, this is going to be very much similar, right? It's just really the only difference is that when we're reading this score, right, we're looking at multiple systems per page just because we can fit more music per page, and then you don't have to turn the pages as quickly when you're studying. So oftentimes I actually recommend students to read smaller scores first and not go for the orchestral scores because they're just a lot simpler to read, and there are going to be a lot of things that you'll get out of it that you can apply to larger scores later on anyway. And I really like doing this because it makes it more about studying and less about like figuring out what's going on. Okay, so that is an example of how to read a string quartet. And again, we have multiple clefs going on, right? Treble clef, alto clef, bass clef. Don't let that scare you, okay? Please, you'll get used to it the more that you are studying scores. All right, let's take a look at our next very common ensemble that you're going to be studying, right? And these are going to be just like common ensembles that you'll encounter. So I want to make sure that you're familiar with what these look like. The next really common ensemble is the solo plus piano. Solo plus piano, okay? So solo meaning anything, voice, violin, flute, trumpet, anything that has just like one staff line, that's what I mean by solo. And then piano would be on a grand staff, so treble clef and bass clef, that would be your piano part, okay? So let's take a look at this example by George Enescu. This is his third violin sonata, which I absolutely adore. Here's an example of what that might look like. So here is the violin part at the top, always at the top, and then we have our piano part always right below it. And you'll notice that the violin staff is a bit smaller and the piano staff has like this more normal staff size, okay? So this is very, very common, okay, to see it like this. Um, and sometimes the violinist would read from this part, right? We're not really concerning ourselves with that right now. When we talk about engraving in a future module, we'll talk more about this. But for now, since we're just studying the scores, really important to see that yes, it's usually going to be, I would say about 50% of the time, not in the majority, about 50% of the time we'll see in a score that the top line is smaller than the bottom piano staff. And when you look at the next system, right, again, the second system is taking up the second third of the page, whereas the third system is taking up the third third of the page. And you'll notice here, because it's just two staves, here, at least here, really easy to read, that we don't need to see an abbreviation here when we're studying scores like this. And you're going to notice, like when we look at the Beethoven score further on in this video lesson, that he doesn't actually put any abbreviations, right? Just like this one. So again, it makes it even more crucial to know like the exact order of where the instruments would fall, so that when you look at like an older score, like a Beethoven score, for example, that doesn't phase you. Okay, so if we keep looking down, you'll see that this continues on. So it's relatively simple. Like once you start to understand like exactly how the order of instruments are in a score, and like realizing, okay, in an orchestral or band score, we have one system per page. In a chamber score like this, we have multiple systems per page, and we're reading it more like this, kind of like a zigzag thing. And we understand the instrument order, right? And we know that some instruments can be omitted. It becomes a lot easier to read, okay? Let's take a look at another one, okay? This is the wind quintet, and you'll notice flute, oboe, clarinet, bassoon, horn. So if you look at the orchestral score order, it's going to be exactly the same, okay? You look at the orchestral score, flute, oboe, right, clarinet, bassoon, horn. Like it's in the exact order, okay? So really, really simple. Occasionally, I do see the horn mixed with the bassoon. Like sometimes I would see them in reverse, okay? But this is usually going to be your order when it comes to wind quintet. And a great example is this piece by Ligeti called Six Bagatelles, really, really famous piece. And you'll have access to all of these scores. We have our flute, oboe, clarinet, horn, and bassoon, okay? And if you notice here, he's got them switched around. So he's got the bassoon on the bottom here. So even Ligeti has that. And you know, these names, don't be alarmed. These are all in Italian, okay? Italian names. I will also provide you a list of names in English, German, Italian, and French. Those are going to be your common languages, so that you're not fazed by these different instrument names. Of course, oboe is the same. Flauto, I mean, you could see that it's the same. Clarinetto, the same. Corno, that one's a bit different. Fagotto, that's very different, right? So I will show you that as well. Okay, and then if you take a look at down, we have these abbreviations, and notice that there's two systems here per page, not three, basically because we have multiple staffs, not just two, or not just four. We have five staffs, right? So very, very important to realize that when you're looking at these different kinds of scores, okay? Let's take a look at another one, a brass quintet. So this is going to be similar to how we see band music. So with band music, we have trumpets above the horn, right? So here it's going to be the same thing, trumpets above the horn. Then we have our trombone and tuba. So here's an example from our friend Charles Ives. He's an American composer from the early 20th century. So this is a piece called Four Songs, arranged by Kenneth Singleton for brass quintet. So if we just take a look at this, you'll notice that he's got the first two trumpets at the top, then the trombone. Then he's got first two trumpets at the top, horn, trombone, and then he's got the tuba at the very bottom, right? And then again, we have two systems per page. We got our bracket here, and everything is groovy. Okay, so really, really, really simple. Okay, Once you get the hang of it, you can just like open up any score and it's like, oh, okay, I know exactly what I'm looking at and I can be confident in it. Notice out here, there's no abbreviation. Don't be alarmed. We know it's going to be the first two stabs or trumpet. The middle one is horn. The bottom two are going to be your low brass, trombone and tuba. So don't be alarmed. And if you're ever confused, you can always go back to the first page and see what those instruments are. Another telltale sign, right, is the clef. See, when we look at trumpets and horn, those are usually going to be in treble clef. When we look at trombone and tuba, they are usually going to be in the bass clef. Okay, so we look at the second page, same thing. So we see 3 treble clefs, 2 bass clefs. Next system, 3 treble clefs, 2 bass clefs. And if we keep going, we have more movements here, of course. But the same thing happens. We don't have any abbreviations. We just have to go by our knowledge of the score order. Okay, so those are going to be your brass quintets. And if you have any other types of ensembles, right, really, really crucial to follow the orchestral score order. Okay, our brass quintet is going to be our slight deviation from that. That one follows more of the band score order because brass quintet is more in the tradition of the band world. But for like 99% of the time, I would say follow the orchestral score order, right? So if you have a piece for like, say, flute, trumpet, and percussion instrument, right? It's a really kind of crazy trio, but just imagine that flute, I forgot what I said, trombone, let's say, and percussion. That's going to be your order: flute, trombone, and percussion. Okay, that's going to be your order in that situation. So just be mindful of that. Okay, be mindful of that when you're taking a look at when you're making your own scores. And I would also say that when you're writing a piece with piano, same thing. When you're writing a piece for piano, always have the piano on the bottom. So look at the orchestra here. Piano would usually go here, right? If you're following orchestra order. But if you're writing a piece for solo with piano or duo with piano or trio with piano, etc., we have to put the piano on the bottom, right? So that's why it was important for us to mention this, okay? We want that grand staff on the bottom, so it's easier to read that way. So this one doesn't follow the typical orchestral score order, and neither does this one, okay, for slightly different reasons, okay? So just be mindful of that when you're studying other scores. All right, now that we know the particular score order of the various ensembles that we can have, now it's really important to know like what types of scores that we are looking at. And there are 2 of them. The first one is a concert score. Know when to identify a score that is written in concert pitch, okay? This means that what we see on the page is also what we hear when listening. So let's take a look at some examples because that's going to be the best way that we figure this out. So we look at some concert scores here, right? That are what we see, right, is going to be the pitch that we hear. So let's take a look at this piece by Sarah Kirkland Snyder. This is going to be an American composer living in Princeton, New Jersey. Living a composer, as you can tell here, and she has this terrific piece called Into Worlds for chamber ensemble. And if we take a look at this, right, we can see the score order is going to be pretty much exactly the same as what we expect in our orchestral score, right? But you'll notice a lot of things are skipped. So that's the first thing. We see our woodwinds up here: flute, oboe, bass, clarinet. That's in the correct order. Then we have our horn. We have an offstage trumpet. Notice how the horn is before the trumpet, right? Because this is following the orchestral score order. And then we have our percussion section here. We just have a vibraphone. And then right below that, we have our violin and our cello. So it's exactly the same as far as score order goes, okay? Now, how do we know that this is going to be a piece that doesn't have any transposition? And we'll cover what that means later. Sometimes it says it here, okay? Sometimes it would say it in the preface page that the score is in C, okay? This one doesn't, okay? That one doesn't. Now, another way that you could tell that the score is in C is that when you look at this page here, it says sounding pitches. So that one kind of gives it away for you, that these pitches are going to be the ones that are sounding. A bass clarinet typically is a transposed instrument. Okay, so a kind of cursory knowledge of some of these instruments, transposition, are really fundamental for this. So just for now, we're going to cover this in a future video lesson. Just for now, really the instruments to pay attention to as far as whether we know that the piece is in C, in other words, it's what you see is what you get, is to look at the clarinet parts, because those are going to be instruments that are transposed. And I'll cover that soon, what that means, don't worry. And then look at the horn part. Okay, look at the horn part, look at the clarinet part. Those are going to be your telltale signs. Okay, that's the easiest way to see. Okay, now if I take a look at, for example, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth bar, another really good way to see how this is unfolding, right, is that if you're listening to the piece, right, and you get to this measure here, you see the flute has an E and a D, right? What about the bass clarinet? The bass clarinet has an E and a D as well. So if you're listening to the piece and you get to that spot and you hear that they're playing the same exact note, and hopefully you can hear that at this stage, right? Because there's not much else going on. You can hear this E and in the flute and the E in the bass clarinet, and it's the exact same pitch. You know that the piece is in C. In other words, it's a concert score. In other words, everything you see on the page is what you hear in real life. Okay, so really, really crucial to keep that in mind here. So that's one way to do it, by ear. Another way to do it is if it literally says score in C. That's going to be another telltale sign here. Okay, let's take a look at another one. Okay, how about Igor Stravinsky, Les Noces? And you'll notice that in this particular score, by the way, this was orchestrated by Stephen Stuckey, who was my former mentor while I was in the Los Angeles Composer Fellowship Program. This is something that I mentioned in a previous video lesson. And you'll notice that the first performance was in May 2008 by the LA Philharmonic. I was most likely actually in the audience for that. I would be surprised if I wasn't, because I was in that program during that time when we'd go to all the concerts. So really, really exciting time. But interestingly enough, as opposed to the Snyder example, right, this one actually clearly says score in C, okay? And most of the time, we're going to see that in scores that are like this. So score in C. In other words, when we look at a transposed instrument like clarinet, that E, right, that E in the treble clef, that is going to be the E that we actually hear, okay? So if I play E on the piano here, we're going to hear that E, okay? Now, the clarinet player is not going to play that E as is. They're going to see a different note. We'll talk about that in a future video lesson, but just want you to be mindful that when you see it says score in C, okay, everything you see on the page is what you're going to hear, which makes it really, really, really simple when we're doing our analysis, okay? Now let's take a look at another score. This is going to be my friend Christopher Cerrone. He was on my podcast several months back, but this particular piece is really, really interesting and been played by a lot of orchestras, actually. And if you take a look at the score, really, really simple actually to see if this is in C or if it's transposed. And if you take a look, it says score in C right there. So like the Les Noces example, sometimes it just says it. Like if you look really closely, it says score in C. So I don't even have to guess, right? So if I go to the next page here, where the music starts, right, everything that I see on this page is going to be exactly what I hear. And you're going to notice that the score order is going to be basically the same. One small thing I should just point out is that he's got the electronics on the bottom here instead of in the middle where we would expect it. But probably why he did this is so that the conductor can really see where all the triggers are landing. So again, electronics, that's going to be almost to your discretion, actually, how you notate those if you have that in your piece. So you can have it here. It's totally acceptable. But most of the time I actually see it in here with the harp and the piano, okay? So if I zoom out a little bit and try to find a page that has clarinets, we can see, there it is. So score in C, that means that this C sharp, right, is going to sound exactly the same as this C sharp in the piccolo, right? It's not going to sound different. This A in the first clarinet is going to sound exactly the same as that A in the piccolo. So really, really cool. And I really, really prefer this personally when I'm writing out scores that they are in C, so that it's not hard to analyze later on, and it's also easier to write. But when you're studying scores, right, you don't have that option. It's whatever the composer or the engraver decided to do. Okay, so let's go back to our PowerPoint here and take a look. Take a look again at where we are. So in terms of reading scores, okay, we've covered the score order, we covered concert score, right? Now the next type of score is the transposed score. Know when a score is transposed. This means that some of the instruments will not sound the way their music looks on the page, okay? So don't be alarmed by this, okay? Um, there are some telltale signs to how to figure this out, but basically, what we mean by a transposed score is that the score is going to have instruments, music being played the way that they see it on their part. So as I mentioned, clarinets are like this. Like the music they see on their individual part is not the music that you see in the score in C, okay? But if you're dealing with a transposed score, that means that the part that they see on their stand is going to be exactly the music that you see in a transposed score. So they match in that way. So there are pros to that. So if for example, if you're rehearsing with a band or an ensemble with a transposed score, you can say, hey, clarinet player, that F sharp, it needs to be in tune or something like that. You don't even have to like think in your head. You can just see what it is on your page, right? But when you're studying a score, this is a little annoying because you're going to have to do some transposition in your head to figure out what is actually the pitch that you're hearing, okay? So let's take a look at some examples of what we're talking about here in terms of transposed scores. So this is a piece by the late, recently passed away, Kaya Sariaho. This is a piece called Vista for orchestra. So we take a look at this piece here. We're going to notice, again, just like how we saw in Lenos and in the Cerrone orchestral works, actually Sariaho writes here, the score is transposed, okay? So she makes it very, very clear. And if we look at the score here, we'll see that it's in the correct score order, okay? And and also up here it says transposed score. So very, very clear. So we don't see any transposed instruments playing here on this page, okay? Let's go to the next page and see if we have anything. So we have the cor anglais, that's a transposed instrument. Again, we're going to cover this in a future video, but we know that when we see these pitches, those are not the pitches that we actually hear. These are going to be the pitches that the cor anglais player is going to play. Same thing with the clarinets right here. These pitches are not the pitches that we're going to actually hear. These are the pitches that the player is playing, okay? So this is good for like rehearsal purposes because we know exactly what each player is playing. We don't have to think as a conductor, but we're not conductors, right? We're studying the music as composers, at least in this video lesson, okay? So just be mindful of that when you're opening up a score for the first time. Let's take a look at a different score. This is by Julie Giraud. This is I believe this is a band score. And Julie Giraud, she's one of these really, really well-known band composers, okay? Has tons and tons of band music. It's played all the time. And you'll notice here that this is a transposed score. And the main reason that we can see it in this particular instance is look at the key signature. Okay, look at the key signature. We have two flats, two flats, two flats, two flats, okay? These are all instruments, these piccolos, flutes, oboes that are not transposed instruments, okay? But then again, remember, go to our clarinets first. That's going to be the first transposed instrument that we see in a score. Look, no key signature, no flats, okay? Look at our alto clarinet. There's a different key signature. Look at our bassoons, which are not transposed instruments. Those have the same key signature as the piccolo, flutes, and oboes, right? Which we should expect as a non-transposing instrument. So right out the gate, because this piece has a key signature, we know, okay, this is going to be a transposing score. We have to be mindful of that when we're studying it. Notice that in the Sariaho example, there is no key signature. So even though that it's a transposing score, notice how she doesn't have a key signature, right? So we have to be very, very careful, right? when we're looking at a score. Just because there is no key signature here doesn't necessarily mean that it is a score in C. It could be a transposed score. So we have to be mindful of that, either through the score itself or when we are listening to the score while we're reading it. And that is probably honestly the best way, right? Because then we're listening to the music as well as just reading the score, right? The score only tells you so much information, although it's really quite important, okay? Let's see if we have another example. Okay, Florence Price. This is a African-American composer that's been recently getting played a lot these days. She has this really terrific piece in particular called the Third Symphony. And let's take a look. This is also a transposed score. And you'll notice that nowhere on these pages, right? So unlike the Seriaho orchestral score, it doesn't say that this is a transposed score anywhere. So we have to go by some of the other methods that we've been looking at. So let's see the key signature method, okay? Really easy to tell. Your piccolo, flutes, oboe, those are with 3 flats. Your English horn, 2 flats. Clarinet, 1 flat, okay? And really, really easy. Horns, 2 flats, right? Really, really easy to tell, okay, this is a transposed score. So I need to study it as such, okay? So that's going to be some examples of transposed scores. And you can use these scores as just like practice. Like you can even analyze these scores, listen back to these scores, and see if you can do that, if you know the transpositions. And they're really easy to just search online. But we'll go through these in a future video lesson on how to do these really fast. You can even study these scores that I've laid out for you, okay? Now, let's go back into this and really take a look at the next point. So we did score order, concert score, transpose score. And the next thing that we have to be really mindful of when we're reading a score is the genre of the score. Okay, what do we mean by genre? Identify scores that fall into preordained genres like the piano sonata, the string quartet, the symphony, SATB choir, and so on. So not only do you have to kind of, all right, understand, okay, is this in concert? Is this what is the score order, right? Is this a concert score or a transpose score? But also like knowing the genre, especially what is the instrumentation, ensemble, like knowing that will tell you a lot of information about how you're going to study these scores, okay? So let's take a look at a few examples from this worksheet. So some genres, this is not an exhaustive list, right? But just some genres that come up from the top of my head. The piano sonata, right? So solo piano. So if we click on this here, we can tell right away this is going to be, and it's also called the Concord Sonata. So we know it's some type of sonata, okay? So that already tells us some information about the piece, and in particular the structure, okay? The structure of the piece of music, okay? So, and then we know that it's a piece for solo piano, okay? So this is a little bit obvious, right? A little more the obvious side, but I don't want to leave any stone unturned. That's the expression, okay? Now, how about another genre? This is the violin sonata. So the nice thing is, like, for example, if you were writing a violin sonata or writing a piece for violin and piano, right? You know that you can search for violin sonatas. So that's the other thing. You can search for other pieces like the piece that you were writing. So piece for violin and piano, you're going to have a huge depository of pieces for violin and piano, and they're typically going to be sonatas. So here's a sonata for violin and piano. This is by Avner Dorman. He's another living composer that studied at Juilliard actually some years ago, and this is his sonata for violin and piano. Okay, what about another genre? The symphony. That's a genre we all know. Philip Glass, his Ninth Symphony. Another living composer. I believe he's in his late 80s right now. He might even be in his, no, I think late 80s. Still writing a lot of terrific music. This is his Ninth Symphony. And this is going to have its own connotations when we think of the symphony, right? We think of Beethoven, we think of Mahler, we think of Brahms, right? So you already are connecting this piece to a tradition. And that's part of why studying genres is so helpful as a composer, because then we can start making our own kind of way of thinking about what does a symphony mean to us, what does a piano sonata mean to us, what does a violin sonata mean to us, right? And crucially for a symphony, again, the structure is a big thing that tells you that this is a symphony. So we have a first movement, right? If we keep going there, for sure, there will be a second movement. So we know that when we're looking at a symphony. If we keep on going, somewhere here, you'll see that there is definitely going to be a second movement. Yeah, there's a second movement, and so on. Okay. You can see where I am in the issue. I'm like like barely a fourth through, and there's going to be a third movement, and so on. So, really fundamental that we know these things, that we know the genre of the pieces when we are studying each particular piece. And here's another one. This is a piece by a composer. He's around my age. He is a professor at the Louisiana State University, LSU. Uh, really talented guy, Brian Raphael Neighbors, Between You and I. So this piece is for SATB chorus, in other words, soprano, alto, tenor, and bass. And this is going to be its own genre, right? Its own genre. If we take a look at the fifth page here, yeah, this is where we start to see soprano, alto, tenor, bass. And there is a huge, just like the band world and the orchestral world, there is a huge collection of pieces that you can take a look at that follow this particular genre, this genre of SATB choir: soprano, alto, tenor, and bass. And there's a different way to read these scores, right? So with these scores, they're going to be, of course, in C, because these these voices don't transpose. What you see is what you get. The one major difference I would say is that when you look at the tenor voice, okay, the tenor voice is going to be sung down one octave from what you see. So the tenor is singing these G sharps, but the singer is actually singing one octave below, okay? And that's what this 8 sign here means. So hopefully you already know that by now. If not, just letting you know, if you see a treble clef here with this 8 below, that means that you're going to actually hear an octave below what is playing here, okay? That's how you know the 8 is below. That means it's an octave below, 8 notes below what you hear. You might have seen, like in the Christopher Cerrone piece, and I think some other pieces that I showed, he was putting this 8 for like the piccolo part as well, but he was putting it at the top, which means that if this was a piccolo part, we would, if the piccolo player is playing these G sharps, we're actually hearing the G sharp up an octave, okay? So you're actually sounding up an octave, okay? So I wouldn't classify this as a transpose versus score in C thing, because the pitches are not actually really changing. It's just going up or down by an octave. But I just want you to be aware of that. When you're looking at an SATB genre type of score, the tenor is going to be sounding one octave below what you see. And that's going to be in all SATB scores. So you can see that continues on. And those are the typical abbreviations that we have. So there are many more genres. There's the string trio, the piano trio, the piano quartet. Of course, we mentioned brass quintets, string quartets, and so on. So really important that, like, depending on what kind of piece you're writing, to get familiar with that particular genre, whether it's solo violin, solo cello, solo piano, etc. Okay, so really important when we're reading scores, right? To identify the score order, the concert, whether it's concert or transposed, and what genre this score is. Okay, so let's get right back into it. Okay, let me push this all aside here. Okay, so we've covered all of this. Great. Now the next thing is like, okay, now that we know how to read a score, great, but like, how do we find scores? Okay, like, how do we go about the process of finding all these scores and starting to make a collection of scores ourselves? Okay, so the first way, or there's a free way online. This is the path of least resistance. Okay, going on a site like IMSLP, going on a site like Scores on Demand, Boozy and Hawks, Faber Music, etc. Okay, and I will go through all of these in depth. Okay, but I just want to give you kind of an overview of the types of places you can find scores. Okay, this is going to be the path of least resistance. Okay, you're online already, and these are free. Okay, the next way, physical scores. So as much as you can, right? I know this is not always possible, but it's great. It's a great feeling to have a physical score on your desk, right? Especially if it's a score you absolutely love and you can mark it up by hand and so on. This is becoming less and less common these days, but um, if you're able to study physical scores like that, this would be great. So, like your local public library, if you're affiliated in any way with the university, you can peruse their music library or request scores via WorldCat. You can even order physical scores for free through your university librarian. So I remember like when I was at USC for my undergrad, I mean like I was kind of a nut, but it was good because it led me to be a more confident composer. I would like just go to the library there, right, as a student, and it's completely free, right? I can just take like a stack of I just took like a stack. I would just like go and like look at all the S composers, last name S. I would just like grab all of them, all right, check them out, go home, go through them, go back go back on Monday, return them all, get another set for the next few days. And I would do this for like I did this for many years, okay? And it was great because it was free, absolutely free, and I loved having the score in my hand and I was able to study so many different kinds of scores, okay? And something you might not know, even if you're not affiliated anymore with the university, but you used to be and you still live nearby, you can actually like get an alumni card, right? And you can go back to your old university and check out books. Like there's no reason that you can't. And even if you studied something else, you studied engineering, you studied accounting, whatever it is, right? You have that alumni card. You'll be able to go into the music library at your local university, and you should be able to check out as many scores as you possibly want. So it's really great. Like if you're able to use like especially a university library, if you're able to get a card there, like it's invaluable, okay? Because not every local public library, I mean like it depends where you live, of course. If you live in a more metropolitan area, your local public library might have a really decent music library, but it's usually at the university libraries where you're going to find the scores that you're going to need, okay? You can also request scores via WorldCat, and I'll show you how to do this a little bit later on, like how to actually use a university library, because they're all pretty much the same. Okay, once you've been to one, you've seen them all. Okay, great. Now we're gonna get into the paid versions. Okay, now I'll be completely honest here. 99% of the time, I go with the freeways because, like right now, I'm a professor at two universities. I have access to the music libraries there. So often I go and I pick up physical scores. Obviously, I have free access to the internet too. Well, I pay I pay for access to the internet, but you understand what I mean. Um, these I don't go as much, but you might like them. Okay, you might like them. Okay, or you might not find something, or the other two options might be not available for you. Okay, so I want to cover all my bases here. Online, paid. So Muse Score, not Muse Sounds, but Muse Score rather, has a platform where you can purchase various sheet music. Okay, so if it's something that you need on there, that you could do it there through MuseScore. Encoda is a platform. It's about $100 a year, I believe, subscription, and they have a lot of scores on there too. That's another platform that you can use. And by the way, if most universities, I would say, have a subscription to Encoda. So if, again, it's really beneficial to be affiliated in some way, even as an alumni. Um, IMSLP, so I mentioned IMSLP before, but you can also pay for a subscription. And really the big benefit from that is you don't have to wait on your download. I'll show you that in a second. So those are like a few of there are definitely way more ways than that, but those are some of the more common methods that you can find scores online, paid, um, and so on. Okay. What about physical scores, right? So this is like an endless supply of retailers. Hal Leonard, Baron Rider, Wise Music Classical, Schott. Many retailers will be happy to send you physical scores. I've personally rarely done this for myself, but it is an option. Okay, so there are lots of retailers that are really happy to send you a score as long as you pay for it. I found that this not because of the payment, but because of like how long it takes. Like usually when I want a score, I want it like immediately. And a lot of these publishers are notorious for just being kind of slow with shipping. Okay, so I would just be careful about this unless it's really something that you need. Okay, but that is an option. Okay, so let me show you some of these things that I put in our handy dandy Google Doc under the finding scores section here. I have everything for you here. So the free, we have IMSLP. This is like my go-to for anything like under like before like the 1920s or so. You're gonna find everything that you need here. So like let's look at, I don't know, like what's something like Mahler. Let's symphony number 2. Why not? I put that, boom, symphony number 2, Gustav Mahler. Click that, and I want to go down to where it says sheet music, okay? And you'll notice that there's a bunch of versions, okay? And I want to look at the version that has the most like downloads, right? So 6,000, 1,200, 4,000, 1,000, 80,000. That's a lot. That's a lot of downloads actually. But I'm actually really curious about this one because it was published here in 2023, whereas this one with the 80,000 was published in 2012. So I'm just curious, you know. So let me go ahead and click on that. Okay. And there's going to be a disclaimer. Just go ahead and click I agree with the disclaimer above, continue my download, and you're going to see that there. So that's pretty cool. So sometimes they would have like this this kind of like timestamp at the top, like telling you, oh, you have to wait 30 seconds. It didn't happen for me this time. But if you buy the subscription to IMSLP, you should be able to bypass that, okay? So here I'm able to I can even like download this, right? It's just really amazing. So let's see what the score, the score looks all right. I wouldn't say there's anything like spectacular looking about it, but I mean, it's very readable. So that's IMSLP. Let's look at another one. Scores on demand. So I don't know if you've noticed, but this entire video lesson, I've been using a lot of scores from Scores on Demand just because it's so easy. They use a website called issue.com to host everything for free. So like I can just look at all these different composers on this site. And what I like to do is actually go to the stacks here, and each stack is going to have a different composer. So like Messiaen is here. Let's see, we have, let's see if there's other composers that we might be aware of. A lot of composers like I've never heard of before, which is great. We have Edward Grieg here. We have Khachaturian here. We have Florence Price here. So like if you click on, Florence Price, we can see like a bunch of different publications. There's the Third Symphony that we were referring to before. Here's the Second Violin Concerto, right? So like it's all there. The only downside with Issue is you can't download the files. See, I try to download, but it says right here, the publisher chose not to allow downloads for this publication. So that's like the downside with some of these things, but I think there's a lot more upside in general. If you go to a publisher's website like Boozy and Hawks, really great because like I can log in to my account here, and now I'm in. And I can just look up composers. So like, let's click on composers. Okay. Let's look up, okay, John Adams. Let's see, select a composer. Okay. So right here, it says select a composer. And let's say John Adams, click John Adams, view scores on the very right. And let's see, I want to look at his, let's see his solo and orchestra. And then bam. There's a lot of pieces that come up. Let's see, mezzo soprano and orchestra. Okay, now I have that. All the information is there, and then I can actually just click View Score, and bam, it shows up. And they have this really fancy thing that pops up. I think it's a little too much, but that's fine. And I can just kind of just turn the pages like that and zoom in and do everything I need to do. Again, the problem is, I can't download the score, right? So there are some drawbacks to it, okay? And we just keep going down the list here. Now, another source of free resources I want to point out is YouTube, okay? And with YouTube, I would just be careful with these sources because what happens is, it's first of all, it's great for finding new music that you've never heard of. And it's really great that the algorithm kind of takes care of this for you in some ways. But I also find that that can also be detrimental because then you're just going down like a YouTube rabbit hole for a very long time and it's hard to get out of that. So that's number one. And the second reason I would just be careful about this is because when you watch these like score follower type of videos, it makes the analysis part of it very passive in that you're just letting you're just letting the YouTube video turn the pages for you, and you don't really have a second to just like stop it and like really look at what's going on. And oftentimes, a lot of these videos are not like crystal clear, like you would see on a PDF or a physical score. So use them. It's a great way to find repertoire. I would just be careful, okay, with finding new music on social media. Um, with your libraries, right? We mentioned that before. And this is a link to the Columbia University Library. So let's just take a look at that really quickly. If I just search for, I don't know, let's look at Mahler Symphony 1 again. Let's see what happens. Okay, so uh, really great because I also get recordings. And then I can actually see a score. Like, let's see if I just put score. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, so the scores should start populating. Yeah, so here we go. Music score, and I can see exactly where that is. Okay, so really, really, really good if you're able to get access to a university library. All right. Now, another thing that you should consider is like once you find, like for example, if you find a composer you really like on Score Follower's website or on Giannopoulos or CMage7, which do mostly like modern scores, right? Um, Scores that are harder to find with a publisher. Um, Go on their individual websites, and see how if they have any scores available for you to download, right? So like Sky McClay, this is a composer that we covered in terms of harmony in a previous video lesson. Like let's see, like this many many cadences piece. Let's see if this is available. Um, well, this one is published by. She says it's published by CF Peters. Okay, so this one we can't really take a look at easily, but let's see if we can find something else that she might have put for us. Let's see, micro variations for large ensemble. Let's see if she has the score here. So right here it says click here for the score. So let's go ahead and click that. And bam, she has a score here for us. And yeah, and really, really cool. And we can download it too, see? So sometimes they let you download the scores, which is really, really awesome. So there's no reason not to go to the individual composer's website and figure out what's going on there, right? Okay, so those are all like the free versions, right? And there are a few more that I didn't go through, but you can take a look at yourself. Then we have the paid IMSLP, right? So this is the subscription I was talking about. So you can have like a yearly membership. It's like really cheap, $32 per year. So if you find yourself on IMSLP like every day, um, you know, just get the membership. It's really cheap, and you don't have to wait for downloads. So no waiting for downloads. You have instant access to new uploads. Okay. Now I personally don't have a subscription. I'm not on IMSLP like every day, right? But if you're someone that really wants to study the past repertoire, right, a lot, and this is the only way you can do it, then I would just get the membership and just start downloading a bunch, like as many scores as you can, so that you can have a nice collection on your computer to always refer back to, so you don't have to keep downloading it again and again and again. Encoda is another resource here, so you can basically like read things on your iPad if you have an iPad, and you could uh, basically get access to PDFs from publishers from all around the world in this way, and you can annotate as well. So you get more access than like the Boozy and Hawks, for example, where you just get like this pop up, right? This will get you more access. Okay, most universities will supply that for free if you're part of one. MuseScore, sheet music. This is what I was referring to before. So you can go ahead and purchase music through here. And a lot of it is also available for free. So these are going to be things that are done more by like your composer colleagues and so on. Okay. And there are other paid things: Murphy Music Press, Hal Leonard, Baron Ryder, J.W. Pepper is a very common one for band and choir, educational music. So click around and see if you're interested in those paid areas. Okay, so there is a lot. Okay, but go with the free stuff first. See what you gravitate towards here, right? And then go from there. Like, don't go crazy. Again, that's my mantra. Don't go crazy. Don't go to all of these, right? Just start with the free and see where it takes you. Okay, see where it takes you. Okay, now, so we found all our scores. So let's get into the next part of our lesson here, and that's like, okay, now that we've studied the scores, right? Or rather, now that we've found these scores, now that we know how to read the scores, we know how to find the scores, like, how do we analyze the scores? Okay, so the first thing that we're going to look at is structure. Okay, so now we're getting into the meat of this. Determine the overall form. So an example could be sonata form, binary form, ternary form, etc. And break the piece into its main sections: introduction, exposition, development, recapitulation, code, etc., whatever the form is. Look for repeating sections and themes. Note key changes and modulations if there are any, and analyze phrasing and cadences to understand how the composer organizes and develops musical ideas throughout the piece. So this is going to be like the most global thing that you can do. So like, especially if you have, that's why I really like having a physical score or a downloaded PDF. Like, I can just like quickly go through it without even listening to it and just see overall, like, are there sections? Are there clear sections that I could see, right? Where does like where can I see a melody, like a big melody, or do I see like a big section of just like the same family of instruments playing? Like, is there anything that I can hold on to in terms of the global structure? Okay, this is going to be like really, really crucial for us to like be able to chunk things. Okay, in other words, like identifying multiple things at the same time when we are analyzing a score. Okay, and I'm going to show you this soon with an example from our friend Beethoven. Okay, with all of these. Rhythm. Examine the score to identify recurring rhythmic motives and patterns. Note the meter and any changes in time signature, and analyze how these elements contribute to the overall feel and structure of the piece. Observe how rhythms are used to create tension and release, syncopation, and how different sections may contrast rhythmically to enhance the musical narrative. So remember with Alex, in our results slide, he was talking about like reverse engineering, right? So we are basically doing that, right? With this analysis, like, we're reverse engineering what's the structure, what's the rhythm, right? And we're paying attention to these things separately. We're not going to go crazy. We're going to pay attention to these things separately. Okay. The next thing, melody. Examine the score to identify the main melodies, including tunes and motives. Note their characteristics and how they are introduced. Analyze how the melody develops throughout the piece, looking for variations, repetitions, and transformations. Observe how different sections present and modify the melodic material, and consider the role of ornamentation, articulation, and phrasing in shaping the overall melodic contour. Okay, so you'll notice that we're like starting to identify things that we covered in the Prelude to Ideas, right? So instead of like learning exactly what makes one of these musical thoughts, right? We're like, these musical thoughts are like done, right? They're already formed, they're on the page. We're just trying to figure out like what they are and how they develop over time. Okay. The next thing that we're going to look at, again, all separately. We don't look at all of these at the same time. Harmony. Examine the score to identify the key and any modulations throughout the piece, if it has a key. Okay. Analyze the harmonic progressions, noting the chords used and their functions within the key. Look for cadences and how they define phrases and sections. Consider the use of dissonance and consonance, and observe how harmonic tension and resolution are employed to enhance the musical narrative. So depending on like, especially with genre and time period, right? Harmony especially is going to be very, very different. Okay. And we have to identify like where are we in like the trajectory of, especially when we're talking about Western classical music, like where are we exactly? Is there going to be a key? Is it going to change? How often does it change, right? Um, what is the level of dissonance versus consonance, right? And how can we identify that, right? So really, really crucial to do this separately. Like harmony is like one of those one of those fundamental things that we do, especially when we're learning music theory. But don't go crazy with it. We don't need to be doing a full-on harmonic analysis, okay? But we need to be overall figuring out like what is the harmonic narrative of this piece, and are there certain sections of the piece, right, that you really, really gravitate towards? Then those sections are the ones that you do a harmonic analysis on. I did this very same exercise when I analyzed A Short Ride in a Fast Machine by John Adams. I actually took the harmonic rhythm of that piece and I applied it to a piece that I wrote called Mishwar, and I'll cover that more in a future video lesson, how I did that when we get to the score study week in the composer's brain. Okay. Timbre. Examine the score to determine the specific instruments used and their roles. Analyze how different timbres are combined to create texture and color. Observe changes in instrumentation and how they affect the overall sound. Consider the use of orchestration techniques such as doubling, muting, and extended techniques to achieve unique timbral effects and enhance the expressive qualities of the music. So I would even say timbre is something that you should look at in a separate way, okay? Because that way we're just focused on like the actual super superficial is not the 100% correct term, but like the surface sound, right? Like what exactly is playing, like without having to worry about melody or harmony or rhythm or even structure. Like what are the sounds that we're actually hearing? And are there any that we gravitate towards, right? Like what do we gravitate towards personally? Not like what some random textbook tells us to listen to. Like when you are reading that score and listening to that music, what are you specifically gravitating towards? Circle those bits and say what those bits are, okay? Or write it down in a Google Doc and save those things, okay? It doesn't have to be something like exhaustive, but that way, when you write it down, it will remind you at least of these particular techniques, these particular timbres that you heard in a piece. Like you don't have to like re-listen to the piece and relearn it, if that makes sense, okay? Great. So why don't we take a look now of an example, okay? So let's go to analyzing scores. Again, this is in our Google Doc here, and our friend here, Ludwig van Beethoven, Symphony Number 5, the first movement. So this is the really, really famous movement by our friend here, Beethoven. And if we just take a look at the first page here, we can already see this is the famous ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-da-da-dum, okay? And I also have a recording here by Karajan, okay? So you can take a listen to that on your own as well. But when we think about structure, that's going to be the first thing. I have this kind of handy dandy chart for structure. But the first movement, again, if we know that the genre, this is a symphony, we know that the first movement is going to be like a fast, moderate tempo, okay? And it's going to be in sonata form, okay? Then we have our second, third, fourth movement. But for now, we're worried about the first movement. So we're talking about sonata form. We know that it's going to be organized in a certain way. So we're going to try to see this, okay, in the score. We're going to try to identify this before we even listen to the score. So we have in a sonata form, and don't worry too much if you don't know this yet. We're going to cover structure in a future video lesson, and we're going to talk about all sorts of structures. So just bear with me for a second here. The main thing is that we have our exposition, our development section, and our recapitulation with a slight little tail coda at the end. The recap and the exposition are basically going to be the same thing. And our development is going to be like what it sounds like, taking these initial ideas and spinning them out over several minutes before we get back to our initial materials in the exposition. So we look at the structure of this piece, like we can see, okay, this is the exposition, this is the very beginning, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, right, etc., etc., etc. Okay, and we already know if we go back to this, what this is, first theme, that's going to be our first theme, etc. And we kind of can see that happening, okay? And then right here, you can see that that theme is not existing anymore. Dee da dee da, ya da da da, dee da dee da dee da da da, dee da dee da dee da da da. Right. So already we can tell, okay, well that's something different. That's the second theme. Okay. And you do this very like kind of fast cursory overview of the structure. Okay. And you can do this by just looking at the score. And if you're not familiar with the score already, I just wanted to pick a really well-known score first. If you're not familiar, you can listen to it. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you can do it by just reading the score, it will save you a lot of time because the idea is to read and analyze as many scores as possible. Okay. Now, the next thing is the rhythm. Okay. So after we look at the structure, we look at the rhythm. Now, really obvious in this piece, we have a rhythmic 4-note motive from measure 1, and then we have to look at all its rhythmic iterations. So let's take a look at that first page right there. We have da da da, and then we have a gap, ba da da da. Okay, and then a little gap. But crucially, what we're looking at here is like, what is happening with this rhythm exactly? Okay, and don't be afraid to be obvious. Okay, because sometimes just saying the obvious things will trigger something in your mind for your own piece. So, like, look at what he's doing here just on the first page. So he's got da 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 da, held note, pause, da 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 da, held note, pause. Okay, but what does he do next time? He goes da 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 da, ba da da da. So it goes ba da da da, ba da da da, right? So immediately he goes to the next iteration of that rhythm. He doesn't wait like he did before. So there is this, by the way, when we think about development of ideas, this is what we're talking about. Okay? This is the first iteration of the idea. This is the second iteration of that rhythmic idea. Okay? Don't overlook this. Okay? Let's see if this happens again. So this is the first iteration. This is the second iteration. Does it change? Okay. Now here, it kind of goes back to what we heard in the first iteration. You see that? So now instead of just keeping going with what we're doing here, it goes back to the first iteration that we heard in the first few bars. Super, super, super crucial to understand this, right? And to actually identify this, and don't take it for granted, because you can do the same kind of thing with your own rhythmic motifs. You have a first iteration, gap, second iteration, right? And then your first iteration is in this first violin line, held, right? Okay, let's keep going. Now we're at our first iteration, first iteration with that held pitch there. And if we keep going, let's see if this changes. Now we have a different rhythm entirely. You see that? So we only had 2 iterations of that first rhythmic motive, and now we have another rhythmic motive, ya, 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 right? And that's just 3. That's just 3 just stabs, right? But that's another rhythmic motive, ya, 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 right? Which comes back over and over again. And then also notice that's 3 stabs, ya, 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 which is, you can argue, is related to the first ba-da-da, right? So you can make that kind of inference. This is a little stretching it a bit, but it's important to start connecting those synapses, right? The composer's brain, okay? And so on. We get back to our first iteration, da-da-da-da, and then our second iteration, again, see the second iteration keeps going and going. And you do this for as much of the score as you can. But the main thing we're trying to do is connect those synapses, okay? How about melody? So we have, in this particular piece, right, because we know that it's in sonata form, there's this relationship between the first theme and the second theme, right, which we outlined. And then how about this relationship between a tune, which we covered in a previous video lesson, remember, and a motive, right? So melody, remember, it encompasses long independent lines, short independent lines, uh, lines that are tuneful. In other words, they're memorable, they're complete in itself, and even motives, right? These small fragments. So if you look at the melody, right, we see this motive, ba-da-da-da, and now we're paying attention to the pitches, right? And we're seeing this descension, right? So we have this melodic profile that's descending, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, right? So now, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, it's descending, right? Does it ever ascend? Right now I'm thinking, does it ever ascend? And if I keep going down, da, 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 actually here it's ascending a little bit with this orchestral stab, da, ba, ba, right? And then descending again. So I'm like paying attention to this stuff, right? And I'd like you to pay attention to it as well as you're going through this. If we keep on going here, listen, or rather look at how these motives keep descending, right? In this first violin part, we have this constant descension, okay? So this kind of thing keeps on going, right? And if we keep on going here, we have our second theme. Again, descension, right? Overall, it's going down, just like the initial motive. So this is what I mean. Like, we're not going crazy, right? Like, we're not paying attention to everything at once, but we want to pay attention to like specific things that have to do with each type of musical thought, as we mentioned in a previous video lesson. Then we move on to like harmony, right? Like, is there any key signature? What's the harmonic profile? Are there any cadences, if any? So this one it could be complicated if you go crazy with it, but we're not going to go crazy for now. We're just going to do like a little overview. So first of all, the key signature, right? So this piece is in C minor, okay? And if we listen to it for sure, we would know that really easily. From the first couple bars in this piece, it's not completely obvious because we have, if you look at the pitches, it's G, E flat, F, D. So like that could have easily been an E flat major actually, but when you listen to it and you hear this pedal on the C, right, in the cello and bass clef C, and then we have B natural, which is the leading tone of C minor, then we know for sure, okay, it's in C minor. So if you're not sure what the key signature is, like look from the first few bars, look at like holistically the first couple of systems and see like what is going to be that dominant note in the bass that's happening, and is there a leading tone in the minor key, right? So C minor, we have B natural. B natural would be very strange at this point to see in E flat major. Okay, so clearly this is in C minor. We have the cellos and the bassoons. Remember, fagotto, fagotti is plural, a bassoon. They're both playing these Cs in this leading tone, B natural, okay? So when we're looking at like this first initial page, right, let's just focus on that. And we're trying to look for chords. Very hard to look for chords, right? Chords, in other words, we have like harmonies that have 3 notes, for example, that we can really discern what the chord is. We don't really see that here. This is all unison Gs, okay? Remember, we were looking at a transposed score because the key signatures are different. So these are all Gs, all E flats, all Fs, all Ds. There is no harmonic profile. So there's an absence of harmonic profile, okay? So what does this mean? There's an ambiguity to the harmony. So we can use this to our advantage in a piece of ours. We don't have to use the same rhythms or melodies, right? But there's this harmonic ambiguity that exists without hearing a chord. Does this continue on? Okay, well, let's look. G, E flat, okay? Again, if we're not sure what this pitch is, right, we're in the viola. Look, remember we go to C. If C is the middle staff, we keep going up. C, D, E, F, G, A. So that's an A flat. And then we have G, which is the very next note, okay? So we have G and E flat at the same time, okay? And then we have C on the bottom. So C, E flat, and G, if we play those all together, C, E flat, G, that's a C minor chord. C, E flat, and G. So we can hear that this is going to be a C minor sonority, and we hear it for the first time right here. Okay. How long does this last for? So it's important for us to know, okay, what is the chord, but how long does it last for? Well, we keep going. Do we see C, E flat, and G? Let's see, C all the way here. We still get G in the viola. In the second violin, we have G's and E flats. In the first violin, we have C's, bassoon C. So yeah, the answer is yes. And what does it change? Okay, yes, it changes here. B natural. Okay, then we have A flat. This is kind of like a passing tone, right? We know that from our music theory studies. We have a D in the second violin. We don't really need to look at the bassoon, right? Because we know it's doubling the cello. And then right here in the viola, we have our G again. So B natural, G, and D. If we put those, stack those as a stack, is G, B natural, and D. It's a G major chord, which is the 5 chord of C minor. So how often are the harmonies changing? Well, look, the first like 4 measures or so, no harmony. The next like 4 measures or so, C minor. The next 4 measures or so, G major. So it's like every 4 measures, the harmony is changing, at least on this first system. So no harmony, C minor, G major, which really puts us in the key of C minor when we hear the G major chord. So it's like so crucial, right? So crucial for us to like get this, even just like the first system, because now we know what the whole piece is about really harmonically, that there is going to be like some harmonic ambiguity. There is going to be like, okay, we know where we are, and we know that there's going to be an establishing 5 chord. So we know that all from the first page. And let me just show you how you can see this later on. Like, look what happens here. So this is like right here. This is this horn solo. Look. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Again, this is hearkening back to the beginning, the harmonic ambiguity. Like we don't really truly know what harmony this is because we don't hear the other pitches that would be normally involved in a chord, right? So this here, this horn part here is hearkening back to the opening, right? So that is how we are building like synapses. We're building connections, right? The composer's brain. Like that's what we're doing here, okay? So it's so fun. It's so fun. Like once you start building these connections on your own, like you're gonna have so much fun. Like you're not even you are in a way composing when you're doing this too, because you are building those synapses so that when you go to compose, it's not going to be like so difficult for you to figure out ways of developing your ideas. It's so crucial. Okay, so crucial. And the last thing that I want to talk about when it comes to analyzing the Beethoven is the timbre. Okay, so I listed a few of these for you here. So the opening has 2 clarinets. Okay, so these 2 clarinets here, and you can tell because you got one stem up and one stem down, the first clarinet and your second clarinet. Okay, so 2 clarinets playing fortissimo, really loud. And then you have, I listed here, strings in triple octaves. Okay, so you have your clarinet. Remember, this is transposed, so I'll just let you know this is a G. Okay, G second line, which is in unison with the first and second violins. Okay, so they're all playing this G right above middle C, and then you have the violas playing a G below middle C. Okay, remember the third line is middle C, so this pitch here is going to be G below middle C. Okay, and then this G here is the G an octave below the violas. Okay, so that's the cello. So now we have 3 octaves, right? If you're keeping track, the G above middle C, the G right below middle C, and you have the octave below that. Now, when we get to the bass part here, you'll notice that it looks like it's an octave higher than the cello, but I don't want you to be alarmed. With the contrabass, this pitch is actually going to sound 1 octave lower than what you see. Okay, so in reality, that G that you see there is going to be 1 octave lower, which is going to be in unison with the cello. Okay, so that means this is 1 G. This is the G 2 octaves below middle C. This is the G right below middle C, and this is the G right above middle C, and it's doubled with the clarinet. So we have 3 octaves of G. So like and when you hear this, really cool, because now you know like what 3 octaves of a pitch sound like. Like you have that sound from the Beethoven in your ear. Like, okay, if I want like 3 octaves of strings, like in this register, this is what it sounds like. Like that's what it sounds like. Okay. And that's it. And you kind of start building like a little memory bank of sounds. So really, really simple. Okay. Let's look at another timbre. How about measure 7? 2 bassoons with of cellos. So yeah, that's this that we looked over before. So you'll notice, like, especially with Beethoven, he has the cellos doubled with the bassoons a lot. Okay, so 2 bassoons playing the same pitch with the family of cellos, like maybe 8 cellos, let's say here, or 10 cellos. Okay, so he combines those instruments a lot. You get this like a little bit of depth to the cello sound. Okay, similarly to like what the clarinet is doing to these strings, adding a slight amount of depth to it. Okay, so that timbre, right, is analogous. We have this all these strings with clarinets, and then a few bars later we have just the cellos with the bassoons, right? There is this analogous, or rather this conversation of timbres happening between the single reed clarinets and the strings and the double reed bassoons and the cellos, right? There is a conversation happening with the timbres. This is a development of timbre, right? When we're talking about development of ideas, we can also develop timbres, okay? What about another one, okay? Another one, end of page 8, we have 2 clarinets plus 2 horns that land on a held note that adds 2 bassoons. So this is a little more complex, okay? But bear with us here. Page 8, let's take a look here at what I found. So page 8, we have, here we go. So we have these 2 clarinets, okay? And we have these 2 horns, okay? So they're playing together, and then they land on a held note, but the held note is adding the bassoons. So notice how Beethoven doesn't put, like, he easily could have just had like these eighth notes also like doubled here in the bassoons, but he wanted to add, like, we have to investigate. Like if I'm looking at that score, I'm like, all right, I want to go hear what the recording sounds like. Like how much of a difference does that make that he doesn't have the eighth notes here, right? Because he could have easily just put these 3 eighth notes in the bassoon, and it might have sounded similar. But I want to know, like, can I tell that that bassoon, those 2 bassoons, are actually helping this attack here, right? Because he's got these 2 bassoons here that attack, and then the rest of the strings come right after that. With our, remember that second iteration of that rhythmic motif, ba da 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 ba da da da, right? So very, very interesting, I think, when you're looking at timbre, like how is timbre being used. So I'm not paying attention to rhythm or melody or structure, any of that stuff, right? I'm just paying attention to the timbre, right? We don't want to go crazy. Okay, so those are just some of the, just like an overview, right, of what I'd like you to do when you're analyzing a piece of music, right? We want to have the recording, of course, the score, and we want to look at the structure, the rhythm, the melody, the harmony, and the timbre. Okay. Awesome. You guys are doing great. This is a very long video, but so important, okay? Possibly the most important video lesson from this entire week of stuff, okay? So let's take a look at now what we're going to do with all this knowledge, okay? Like how are we going to apply these scores, okay, to our own practice? So one way of doing this is quotation, okay? Select relevant and recognizable material, ensure legal use, and decide on the purpose of the quotation. Modify and integrate it seamlessly with your piece, balancing it with your own original ideas. Acknowledge the source and program notes in the score. Charles Ives and Luciano Berio are good benchmarks for how to incorporate quotation, okay? So I've left you actually a few examples of this when you take a look at the applying scores segment. I have the Ives and the Berio examples, and you'll see some of the other examples there too. But what I want you to get out of this is like I'm showing you basically everything that you can do. Like once you know, or rather once you've studied the scores and analyzed them. Okay, like these are the various things that you can do. I'm not saying that you should quote every single piece that you've studied. Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But there may be moments where you want the listener like to have like this kind of especially like a group of listeners that maybe understand what you're referring to, right? That might know, like you can, like it's kind of like an inside joke in a way. And I've seen this happen with a lot of, especially contemporary pieces where they're harkening back to older pieces, like they quote a melody or they quote uh, a harmony, or even they quote like a certain instrumental combination. Like when I'm talking about quotation, I mean any of these things. Okay, so this is the most direct way I would say to apply something to your score, is like literally lifting it out. Okay, literally lifting it out. Uh, Generally perfectly acceptable, to be honest with you. Okay, unless like if you're taking like an entire section of a piece, right, and landing it like in your piece, that's not what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about like taking like little bits here and there, or incorporating a tune. And if you do something like that, to actually put it acknowledge the source also in your program notes, if it's that obvious. Okay, so quotation, really powerful way to apply something that you love from one of these scores to your piece. um, Often neglected for whatever reason. I'm seeing it less and less, but I just want to have that be one of your bullet points. Okay, that don't completely ignore this. It could be something that would work well in your music. Okay, the second way, uh, paraphrase. Okay, reinterprets and modifies material from another work, altering elements like melody, harmony, or rhythm, while maintaining the essence or style of the original piece. So examples include Franz Liszt's paraphrase of opera themes, where he takes recognizable melodies and reworks them for solo piano, adding his own stylistic touches and variations. So with paraphrase, like we're getting away from the quotation now a little bit. We're actually going to be not necessarily knowing exactly where things may come from. If you have a really keen ear, you still might know, okay? But you are reworking them in some way, okay? You're taking something that you really like and reworking it. Maybe you're extending the rhythm a bit. Maybe you're crunching it down. Maybe if it's melodically, you are like expanding the intervals a bit more, crunching them down, right? Maybe if it's harmony, instead of taking a specific chord progression, you're adding notes to those chord progressions. So it really could be anything, but the main thing is that you started from a source material and you're changing it to something that is um, has the essence of it, but is not like completely recognizable as the paraphrase is. And I give you an example here with the Franz Liszt. You can go ahead and check that out on your own time. And the last one, which is one that I really like. I mean, this is the one that I probably use the most often in my own work, and that's going to be mapping, okay, which refers to a technique that involves taking a parameter or a set of parameters from another work and applying an entirely different set of parameters to it beyond the point of recognition. Now, I absolutely love this, okay? Because it's like the most extreme version of quotation you could possibly have. And oftentimes, I would say 99.9999% of people don't even know what the original material is. Um, I like to mention it personally because I just think it's fun to see if people can hear it, right? Um, I love using this technique. So I want to give you like a specific example to show you what I mean by this mapping technique. Okay, so we're gonna head over to, and I gave you this score here. This is my piece to Amolan. Okay, um, and I'm just gonna fast forward here to the start of the piece, so you can take a listen to what I'm talking about here. So let me just play you a few bars from it, and let me make this a little bit bigger so that you can see it. Okay. Okay. So the main takeaway here is like, okay, like first of all, there's a lot of stuff going on in this piece, but I want to show you exactly like what I used as inspiration for this piece, so you can get what I mean here. So if you just look at that first system, right? Take a look at the rhythm, right? So my particular problem with this piece is that I wanted to create a piece that evokes some kind of rhythmic vitality, because in a lot of my pieces I don't really have this parameter. So instead of like coming up with it on my own, what I actually decided to do was go to a resource that I found online by this amazing ethnomusicologist named Sima Aram, and he has this excerpt from a book on African polyrhythm, and I want to just show you this. Okay, so this is a document that I studied. It's like a 60 or no 200-page document, but a lot of it is music notation. And the title of this article is called "Polyrhythmics as a Way to Polyphony." Hockett, okay? And he talks about polyphony by way of polyrhythms created by the interweaving, overlapping, and interlocking of several rhythmic figures located on different pitch levels in a specific scalar system. So if you look at, my score here, what does it look like? There are different rhythms interlocking, and each one is playing a pitch on from a different pitch on the same scalar system. It's literally exactly what he said. Okay, I did exactly what he described. Okay, and then if you go through the mapping aspect of this, so if we go to page 68 of the PDF, right? If we just go straight there, he has some examples of this music notation from the Bandalinda group of people in Central Africa, and just look at this. So this is a group of instruments, right? Look at how many of them. There are 18 instruments, and just look at that first rhythm, ba 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 ba, playing the same note. Look at mine. I even start on the same pitch. Ba 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 ba. Okay, so I mapped that. That basically is a quotation, though, that flute part. But if you look at the next part, but but etc. There's that part. Now look at how I mapped it here to the oboe. It's a different pitch, but I mapped that exact rhythm. Okay, and so on. The third instrument here, I have a clarinet, but this is just the third member of their ensemble. Da 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 ba da da. Right, now look at mine here, the clarinet. Da 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 ba da da, and so on. It just continues on like that. But of course, I have 5 instruments, right? And this, if you look at this, it just kind of keeps going and going. And so obviously, it's not like a complete quotation. There has to be some finagling going on, right? There has to be some change, etc. But this idea of mapping, like my own scalar system, right? Mapping to different timbres of instruments, right? And then changing the rhythms over time, and changing the harmonies that I'm doing over time, right? This is what I mean by like taking a parameter that exists and then applying your own set of parameters to it. So this is a really, really overlooked technique, I feel like, this technique of mapping. Okay, so I've left you those examples in the document so that you could take a look at it. Okay, now let's do our summary here. Okay, so we covered a lot of stuff today, an amazing amount of stuff. But again, this is just an overview. We're going to have a whole week where we're going over this stuff in depth. Okay, but I just want to summarize what we talked about here. So why study scores? So we should study scores to learn new techniques, solve musical problems, and find inspiration for our own work. And if by the end of this video lesson you're not convinced, then I'm sorry. Then I feel like I failed in explaining this, because it's so crucial to our development as composers to be able to not just admire other composers' works, but also to like figure out ways to read them, find them, analyze them, and apply them. Okay, reading scores. Understand the predictable order of instruments, distinguish between concert and transposed scores, recognize the genre of the piece, and develop agility in reading all types of scores to effectively interpret and positively influence your work as a composer. So this should be like a no-brainer by now, that we need to be able to slowly over time, of course, be able to understand score order, whether something is transposed or in concert pitch, the genre of the piece, so that when we open up a score, we know exactly what we're looking at. All right. Finding scores. So we have free versus paid scores, rather. Free options include IMSLP, Scores on Demand, and Boozy and Hawks, a host of others. Paid options include Encoda, an IMSLP subscription, or digital and print copies from online retailers like Hal Leonard, Baron Ryder, and J.W. Pepper. So you see all this in the Google Doc. It should be very clear, all the different kinds of scores that you can possibly find. Analyzing scores. So remember, we have to pay separate attention to structure, rhythm, melody, harmony, and timbre. Okay? Don't go crazy. Don't try to do it all at once. Okay? And you don't even have to do all of these for every score. Okay? Maybe just like you're really interested in the rhythm, right? And that's all you're interested in. That's fine. You might not care about the other parameters in that particular piece, right? There might just be one parameter that you're especially drawn to. That's okay. Like everybody is doing this at their own pace, right? Because we're all trying to figure out our own way of finding our own individual voices. Like I want you to sound different than someone else, right? I want you to sound different than me, than X composer, than Y composer, right? Like we're not trying to create copies of each other here. So I'm not going to tell you like which scores you should be studying, right? You need to find your way of finding them, if that makes sense, okay? And then applying scores, right? Find ways to either quote, paraphrase, or map inspiring elements from other musical sources, rather. So you don't have to do this for every piece that you write or every second of a piece you write, but this helps a lot in terms of figuring out how to apply the music that you already love and new music that you're finding to the music that you're writing now. Very, very crucial. These are the 3 ways of doing it I've found, all right? And as always, leave a testimonial if you got something out of this course. And I want to leave you with this quote by the Dean of American Music, okay? He's a very influential figure from especially the mid to late 20th century. Listening to great music and studying great scores is the best way to learn composition. There. All right. Is there anything else that we need to know? Honestly, like Aaron Copland, I mean, if you don't know about Aaron Copland, he wrote Appalachian Spring, Billy the Kid, so many other amazing pieces. And the Fanfare for the Common Man, very, very popular piece that gets played literally all the time and on commercials and so on. But, you know, if Aaron Copland said it, then I believe it, right? So listening to great music, studying great scores, best way to learn composition. Like you're going straight to the source, right? You're going straight to the source. You're not even necessarily like listening to any one specific teacher. Rather, you have like hundreds of teachers. And like you, as a composer, will have a different set of 100 composer teachers than another person, or even one of your best friends. They might have a couple. They might have a completely separate 100 composers or so that they admire, right? And that is what eventually creates personal voices, right? And eventually creates composers that are confident in their own work, okay? So listen to great music, studying great scores, best way to learn composition. I would even go further and say, you know, not everything has to be great that you're listening to, and not every score has to be great either. Even studying like music that you never heard of and you're not really even 100% sure if it's good, but you're curious, right? If it might be something that's good for you, I would even like put a little footnote to Aaron Copland. Don't be afraid to look at scores that you're not sure if they're great. Like somebody else didn't tell you that it was a great score, okay? So that's all for today. Let's go compose.